Born Free, Blood Rose Nights Book 5, written by Keary Taylor, narrated by Raven Wildwood. Chapter 1. Brother. That word slams against my brain with the force of a full freight train bound for the West Coast at top speed. I've been looking for you for a long time. I look into the face of the man standing at the base of the stairs to the nocturn. Sharp features, wild black hair, vivid blue eyes. Shit, shit, shit. I could count the number of times I've seen you speechless on one hand, the man says. There's a coy smile on his lips, something dangerous and conniving. But there's also surprise and confusion. 24 years apart, and you don't have a single word for me? The audience, which is the entire vampire and gifted population of Chicago, several hundred people, wait with bated breath at the entry to the nocturn. I know each of their eyes is fixated on that crown in the man's hand, and every one of them is terrified of what it means. Sounds like we need to talk, Roman says. His poker face is a lot better than mine would be. He's not giving anything away, not the fact that he has no damn idea who this man is that just called him brother, not the fact that he doesn't know why the man just tried to offer him a crown. But not here. The man steps forward without hesitating, his entire crew of 7 moving with him. Up the stairs, I see Elena and Mason step forward. Something big is about to happen, and as council members, surely they should be involved. But subtly, Roman shakes his head no. It's a clear message to stay. When Roman's eyes slide over to me, I see it there. He wants me to stay too, to leave whatever mess this is to him. But like the stubborn pain in the ass I am, I take his hand, and there's not a chance on this earth that anyone would be able to pry us apart, human or vampire. I'm not letting Roman go anywhere with these people alone. He squeezes my hand, and it's not a reassuring squeeze. It's a why are you so damn stubborn squeeze. We all turn from the scene at the nocturn. The night has taken some insane twists and turns. Just half an hour ago, I was being introduced to the population as the newest council member, Roman singing my praises as the one who saved them all. Then, Elena was telling me I was in love with Roman. In a confused panic, I'd fled the building. Roman had come after me, and things got deep, heavy, until a stranger said Orlando needed a word. The man ended up dead. Oops. And then, holy shit, Roman was confessing his feelings, and then I don't even know who started it, but suddenly our lips and hands were all over each other. It was the most earth-shaking kiss I'd ever had in my life. And now, we have a pack of vampires following a few paces behind us, and one of them is calling Roman brother. Only, Roman doesn't remember who he was before he resurrected. He woke up in a landfill, brutally murdered, stabbed in the back. He couldn't remember where he was from, who his family was. He doesn't even know his real name. Where? I whisper as quietly as I can. Can we go to your apartment? He asks in barely audible words. I nod. It seems odd for half a second, but I realize almost immediately that there's nowhere else that would be safe. The entire goal of being here in Chicago is to keep this place a secret, to keep it safe. It's a mecca for the gifted and those who want to stay out of the royal system. We can't go to the club. Yes, it's closed, because basically every vampire in the city was at my introduction party. But the moment any vampire walks in, they'll smell just how many other vampires frequent the place. We don't need any red flags right now. We can't go to Roman's secret church. All the security systems will draw questions. Obviously, we had to get away from the nocturne as fast as possible. Even Godfrey Tower smells like dozens and dozens of vampires. Hell, the hospital is even full of vampires. Literally, the only place that doesn't put us in question is my apartment. So, With my hand firmly gripped around Roman's, we walk swiftly in the direction of my apartment.
Of all the places you could choose to spend your winters, you choose Chicago,
the man says. Considering he seems to be the one in charge, I have to assume this is Orlando. What, you don't like the negative temperatures and the sideways wind? I ask sarcastically. I'm trying to divert attention away from Roman as long as I can. I'm trying to give him even just a few more seconds to think through what's about to happen.
I think I prefer the house on the beach,
he says. I look over my shoulder at him, only to see his eyes dropping down the length of me, clearly studying my ass in this golden dress that feels like it's made out of water. We turn the last corner and go straight for my doors. Crossing to the elevator, I look back at the group. This thing can only handle 4 people at a time. 32nd floor. The doors open then, and Roman and I step inside, followed by Orlando and another man.
From the looks of things, you're someone important to my brother,
he says. He's still shamelessly studying me, all the way down the deep V in the front that plunges nearly to my belly button. Roman growls, and Orlando smirks at the immediate confirmation.
Seems an introduction is worth our time.
I just can't help it. One of my brows raises, and I know I'm giving him a you can't be serious look.
This one is easy to offend,
Orlando remarks, raising an eyebrow of his own. I'm definitely not a fan of condescending assholes who put their noses where they don't belong. This damn mouth of mine is going to keep getting me in trouble for my long, entirely immortal life. The man standing beside Orlando growls and steps forward. Roman's other hand immediately snaps forward, palm flat to the man's chest, shoving him back. His back hits the wall of the elevator, and we all jerk sideways as the rickety box rises.
Nessun deno previsto,
Orlando says, and shit, I don't know what that means, but I'm already learning to hate that smile of his.
I simply wanted to be introduced to my brother's very tempting girlfriend.
Goosebumps race up my spine, all the way over my scalp at that word. I'm no one's girlfriend. Up until 30 minutes ago, I had no idea Roman was anything more to me than my best friend. My name is Juliet Doe, I say, asserting myself, standing to my full height, all 5'3" of it. Dr. Juliet Doe.
Well done,
Orlando says, arching an eyebrow at Roman. The elevator dings, and the doors slide open. We step out into the hall and aim toward my door.
Now that you've got the endgame girl, can I assume you produced a few pups before settling down?
Cold fire rips through me at his words. I hate this. I hate that this is something every woman in the world goes through. The fact that their worth is so often tied to the ability to produce offspring. I was never good enough for Mason, because as soon as I died and resurrected as a vampire, I couldn't have kids. It was a huge contributing factor that led to our never being able to be together.
Shut your mouth,
Roman growls as I unlock my door and push it open.
Juliet is right. You need to keep your nose where it belongs. Pretty sure ensuring the lasting legacy of our house is my business,
Orlando says as he steps inside. I feel cold sweat race across my palms. That was about the last word I wanted to hear come out of Orlando's mouth. The other man steps inside, and I close and lock the door behind us. The others can wait outside, as far as I'm concerned. Orlando walks into my apartment, taking it all in with eyes that are far too observant. While he doesn't have the same scary security vibe Roman does, I can tell he still makes it a point to know his surroundings. Finally, he turns in the middle of my living room.
How rude of me. I haven't even introduced us yet. This is Javier,
he says, indicating the man standing poised and ready beside him.
My name is Orlando Badillo. I'm Andreas's brother.
This night is messing with my head. Andres Badillo. I'm the only person in his life that knows Roman's biggest secret. That he doesn't remember anything from before his resurrection, not even his own name. Yet, Orlando has dropped it on us like it isn't earth-shifting news for Roman. My eyes immediately flick over to him, studying his reaction. Roman gives none. I'm not so sure it's nice to meet you yet, but, I shrug. It's what you're supposed to say. I shake Orlando's outstretched hand. He smiles again, a dangerous, sly thing.
I like her, Andres, and it doesn't surprise me one bit you ended up with her. But I don't see rings on any fingers. What's the holdup?
You like beating around the bush and making things awkward, don't you? I can't help but call him out. He grins again, almost pleased at my candor.
Just feeling out the situation. From the way you two are acting, I'd guess what's going on between you is new?
Damn, I don't like his ability to read the truth this easily.
So, am I not supposed to ask why the hell you're shirtless in the middle of winter, brother?
Orlando moves on.
Why there's blood on your back? And why Antonio is suddenly missing? You said you needed to speak to me,
Roman says, entirely ignoring Orlando's question. Though, from the look in Orlando's eyes, he knows exactly what befell Antonio, why Roman is shirtless and bloody.
Tell me what it is you want, so we can get you on your way as soon as possible.
Orlando's eyes darken with offense, sliding to meet the twins to his own vivid blue eyes. He stands there, evaluating, cold, contempt radiating off of him, for a solid 60 seconds. Finally, he turns abruptly and walks to the living room. Javier follows after him, putting himself between Orlando and Roman. Orlando takes a seat in one of the white chairs in my living room. There's something about the way he sits, the way he takes up every bit of space in it, his arms stretched out along the armrests. He isn't sitting with any insanely perfect posture. In fact, he looks quite relaxed. But the way he sits, you'd think that chair was a throne.
Why don't you sit, brother, and we can speak civilly,
he says, not an invitation. No one, absolutely no one, tells Roman what to do. So I take the lead. I walk into the living room, which makes Roman move as my shadow. I sink down onto the green velvet couch and, nearly glued to my entire side, wound as tight as a spring, Roman sits beside me. The man accompanying Orlando chooses to stand, positioned to defend Orlando in a second. Bodyguard, then, an extremely loyal one. Orlando's eyes fix on Roman, and another 30 seconds of evaluation pass without anyone saying a word. I feel the tension building in the room. I feel the danger becoming real, one ticking second at a time.
You don't remember a damn thing, do you?
Orlando says, so casual and simple, a statement of fact. My face goes cold. Damn, we are going to have to be so careful around this man.
What makes you say that?
Roman asks, playing it cool and casual, though serious as the grave. A smile pulls on the left side of Orlando's mouth. He shakes his head, a sign of disbelief.
We might not have seen each other in 24 years, Andres, but we were brothers for 26 years before that. After our last interaction, after the way we left things.
He shakes his head.
You're a man of war, Andres. There's no way you would leave me with all my limbs, even if it was just over a woman.
The hair on my body stands on end. I'd once asked Roman if he'd ever been in love. He'd told me no, not that he could remember. But there's the simple fact. Roman did indeed have a life before he resurrected. I have no right to get jealous and ragey about the possibility that he had someone before. We have no claim to each other. We're in a confused limbo of unspoken feelings and have done nothing but kiss for a few minutes.
What was our mother's name?
Orlando asks, those blue eyes fixed on Roman. It's a test. Roman doesn't say anything, only holding his long-lost brother's gaze.
What house did father try to marry you to?
Orlando asks next. Still, Roman says nothing. My heart is beating so fast. I don't know what all this means. I don't know how all of this is going to change the future. I don't know what kind of danger this is going to put Roman in. I feel as if we're playing a game of chess with a deadly viper, except Roman is completely blindfolded.
Do you even know what country you were born in?
Orlando asks, one brow arching just slightly. Roman can't even answer that question. He's told me he speaks Spanish and Italian just as well as he does English. But there are a lot of countries that speak Spanish. Spain, or almost the entirety of Central and South America.
Had I not said the name Andres Badillo, would you have even known your real name?
Orlando asks, his tone indicating this is the final question, the one that nails the coffin shut. Still, Roman doesn't say a word. Roman isn't one for a lot of words. He's more the broody type. But it's disorienting to see him so quiet. I can't even imagine how he must be feeling right now.
I'd ask you where you were when you resurrected, but I have a feeling you wouldn't tell me.
Orlando continues.
You were being secretive when you last left the house. We all knew you had something up your sleeve.
Roman woke up in a landfill in Mississippi. He'd been stabbed in the back. And considering the complete amnesia, he'd taken a massive blow to the head a while before he died. Roman died an extremely violent death.
You were born to Raul and Valentina Badillo.
Orlando begins.
Our father had led the house in Spain for 2 centuries before he met Mother. Do you at least know about the house system and the royals?
I'm actually relieved he's being direct. No more beating around the bush. Can we trust that this man, a stranger, is telling the truth? It's undeniable they share blood. But even Orlando has admitted things were bad between them when they last saw each other. I know about the houses and the royals, Roman answers darkly. Orlando nods.
Mother came from a formidable family in Italy, one of the oldest and most powerful born there is, though not royal. They fell in love, married, and 2 years later you were born, their precious Andres, heir to the house.
My eyes slide closed. Roman never knew who he was. And as it turns out, he's a freaking royal, the embodiment of what we're hiding from here in Chicago. Heir to the system we're trying to stay out from under.
I came along 4 years later, and circumstances were even better when our sister was born only a year after me. We were one happy, perfect family for 3 years. Sophia drowned in the pool out back. King Cyrus was livid.
For a moment, I can't figure out why the king of the vampires would be angry about a little girl dying. Tragic, but... And then I remember that his constantly dying and resurrecting wife is reborn into the royal lines. He's constantly monitoring the female royals in case one of them turns out to be her.
Is this ringing any bells?
Orlando asks, his gaze inquisitive and curious. Roman's silence is his answer.
The house of Badillo is known for our skill in warfare.
Orlando moves on.
Has been since its founding in the 3rd century. We were trained extensively. I assume those skills at least haven't disappeared from your muscle memory.
Definitely not. This is the only part of this conversation that hasn't shocked me. Roman is as deadly as they come, plus 10. I must shake my head just slightly because Orlando's eyes slide to me for a moment.
Father was training you, grooming you to be his heir. Not that he planned on dying, ever. But in this world, well, one must always have a contingency plan in place.
Did Roman want that throne? What kind of leader was he going to be? The goosebumps on my arms make me unsure if who he was in that previous life was the same kind of man I accidentally fell in love with.
We may have resented one another,
Orlando says with a smirk.
I was seen as the spare, unneeded unless the worst were to happen. You saw me as a threat, thought I was always after your crown. I saw you as a dictator who would always be over me. Let's just say our home was not a peaceful one.
And this is exactly why Chicago is the way it is. There are far too many politics in the royal system. War, bloodshed, backstabbing. Who wants to be under that thumb? We have a few rules in Chicago, but at least our leaders aren't born into it. We earn it.
If we hated each other so much, why come find me?
Roman asks.
I don't think I even have to ask if Raoul is still alive. He ticked off the king 19 years ago,
Orlando says, far too casually.
Cyrus decapitated him and left his head in the streets for the children to play with.
Damn. The more I hear about this insane king, the more I vow to stay out of trouble. Well, I'll try.
So, with my disappearance, you're the leader of the House of Badillo.
Roman continues.
You have power, money, influence. You're years established as the ruler. Why the hell would you actively come looking for me? How can I be anything but a threat to you? You were always direct, Andreas,
Orlando says, a small smile pulling his lips thin.
No one ever had to question where you stood on anything. At least some things weren't lost. That isn't an answer,
Roman says darkly.
Always so suspicious, he says.
He pulls a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, removes one from the carton, and twirls it between his fingers. Don't you dare light that in my home, I say, my voice coming out colder than I expect. My nerves are on edge, ready to break apart at just the wrong move. Orlando smirks. He continues twirling the cigarette, but doesn't light it.
It's been decades, Andres. You're all I have left. Don't you think reconciliation is called for after all this time? Bullshit,
Roman calls him out.
Again, I'm nothing but a threat to you.
Orlando grins. And it's not what I expect when he stands, still twirling that cigarette.
All in due time, brother. And with any luck, you will remember. And then you can tell me what the hell happened to you. For now.
He takes 3 steps toward the door, Javier right behind him.
It's been a damn long flight. We're all staying at the Carmon. I'd like to spend some time tomorrow getting to know the current you and your snarky girlfriend.
I should take snarky over bitchy, which is what I've often got in the past, but I feel a sharp comment on the tip of my tongue, and I was never very good about holding myself back. It's usually polite to ask with a please when addressing your elders. Orlando looks back over his shoulder, a cold, dark look in his blue eyes. No longer does he wear a smirk. His lips thin, and he hesitates. But it only lasts a moment. He pulls the front door open, steps out, his bodyguard at his side, and closes the door behind him.
Damn it, Juliet,
Roman says, letting out a breath as if he's been holding it in.
No wonder Sebastian lost his shit. I wouldn't have let him lay a finger on you, but are you just looking to piss off every important person you come in contact with?
That guy is an asshole, I say as I stand. Automatically, I start pacing. And dangerous, and a shit stirrer. Did you see that smirk on his face?
You don't have to rise to every taunt,
Roman says, his tone dark. But there's no real reprimand in his voice. Roman knows exactly how I am. He knows it's a battle he'd never win, and for the most part, he's never seemed to have an interest in fighting it. His head falls back, those blue eyes staring up at the cracked ceiling.
This is bad, Juliet.
My fingers rise to lace into my hair. It's a mess now, thanks to the insanity of the night. No longer is it in the low bun the stylist took an entire hour to perfect. It falls around my face in crazed waves. Roman. I pace faster. You're a royal. You're... I shake my head in total disbelief. You're the freaking rightful heir to a house. And you're... I suddenly stop, my eyes snapping to him, though he's still staring at the ceiling. Your real name is Andreas. That snaps his head back up, his eyes instantly meeting mine.
Don't call me that. That is not my name.
He and I stare at one another, each of us completely overwhelmed by the events the night has unfolded. And the sun hasn't even come up. I need out of this dress, I blurt, because suddenly I feel like I can't breathe. The tightness of the bodice is restricting my breathing, the speed of which is accelerating by the moment. Get me out of this dress. I don't really realize what I've asked until I feel the heat of Roman's breath against the back of my neck. And then I remember all the things he said after he took a stake for me, even though he knew I'd just come back.
If I have to watch you die in front of me one more time, I'm pretty sure it will break something in me. You are everything, Juliet, and I'll throw myself in front of 1,000 stakes, so long as it means I never have to watch the light die in your eyes again.
I am hyper-aware of his hand as it grabs the zipper, as he slides it down. The speed of his breath increases slightly. I hear his heart beating, and its pace is rising. Lower and lower the zipper descends. He hesitates when it's down all the way. His breath is shaky. My hands go to my chest, holding the thin fabric in place so it doesn't fall and expose me entirely. I can still hardly breathe, but it's no longer due to the dress. I'll be right back. My limbs feel stiff and uncoordinated as I gather every bit of strength I have to take a step away from him. And once the second is managed, I pick up my speed. I drop the torn dress onto the floor of my closet and peel off my sticky bra. I rummage through my drawers until I find an oversized t-shirt. My hands feel like they should be shaking when I walk back through my closet and into the bedroom, but these vampire instincts of mine keep them still. My heart is clear up in my throat when I walk out into the living room once more, and I look at him once again. Roman stands in the middle of the room, unmoved from where I left him. I take him in from head to toe. His pants are dirty, and his shoes are scuffed. His shirt and tuxedo jacket are gone, ripped to shreds after he was staked, though thankfully not in the heart. He's dirtied. There's blood all over his back. The claw marks that were on his face are fully healed now, but his hair, which is always untamed, is more wild than usual. I realize that is my fault. I think we're supposed to talk about what happened, before an actual royal tried to hand you a crown, I say, feeling awkward and nervous.
Things might get messy if we do,
Roman says. His eyes slowly drop down the length of me. And I realize it's not the first time they've done that. I was just completely ignorant of what it meant until tonight. Oh, it's definitely going to get messy, I say, shaking my head. Once again, my hands rise to tangle into my hair. The motion causes my t-shirt to rise, and I know my black underwear must be showing, but I'm so beyond caring about something so small. I feel like a damn mess, Roman. I spent 8 weeks living in a fantasy of ignoring reality and responsibility, and then I truly thought I'd found my other half when Sebastian and I connected, and that exploded in all our faces. Roman, you... I shake my head, and I feel at a complete loss for words. My heart is beating so hard, so forceful as I stare into those blue eyes. Roman, you... Those 2 words are entire statements on their own. I don't know what they mean. I don't know where things go from here. But I know those 2 words are filling up my entire being right now. He stares at me, and I can see the turmoil in his eyes. He's staring at me so intensely. He shakes his head.
I've never met anyone who makes me feel as complicated as you do, Juliet. One minute I'm frustrated and annoyed and pretty sure life will move on when you get yourself killed. And then the next, I think I'm going to suffocate when you're just a few blocks away. And I miss that smart mouth and your complete insanity.
He's breathing hard, his bare chest rising and falling rapidly.
You're making me feel absolutely crazy, Juliet.
Something bites the back of my eyes, but I swear on my mother's lost ashes, I won't let myself cry, because no words have ever made me feel so perfect and seen. You surprised the hell out of me, I admit. I thought I hated you and that you were a terrifying asshole, and then you were the only person I could be totally honest with. And suddenly, I realized you are my best friend. And now, it's my turn to shake my head. This night has been so damn confusing.
I'm not asking anything from you,
Roman says, his voice soft and breathy. We stare at each other, each at a loss for words, each unsure of what happens next.
But I know, over the last 2 months, you've somehow become the most important thing to me in this whole damn world.
I feel like I'm dying and being reborn all at the same time. I'm filling and shattering all at once. I feel like I've messed up too many relationships. There's no way I deserve a third chance. Roman steps forward, and even though there are only 6 inches between us, he doesn't touch me. He just stares into my eyes.
If it takes me the rest of my immortal life, someday I'm going to make you see yourself the way you really are. You deserve anything you want, Juliet. Forget what anyone might think of you. Quit denying yourself the happiness you've worked so damn hard for.
I can hardly catch my breath. I blink twice, feeling completely overwhelmed and scared. My insides feel like an earthquake. Roman, I don't know if I'm ready for another relationship. My heart's been beaten and bruised too many times since I came to Chicago. I see something sinking in Roman's eyes. I can feel the pain of rejection radiating off of his very skin. I raise a hand and cup his cheek. And the connection. Instantly, I'm back on that table, Roman's weight atop me, his lips on my lips. And there's a peace that fills me. I don't know if I'm ready for a definition, but please don't leave me, Roman. I can't catch my breath when we're apart. His large, rough hand comes to the side of my neck. His thumb brushes over my lips. And where once I thought Roman was evil and cruel, I see tenderness. I see vulnerability. I see the person I trust more than any other person on this planet.
Never,
he promises. I rise onto the balls of my feet, and everything in the world feels as if it falls into its rightful place when our lips meet. The kiss is gentle, tender, so opposite to our frantic, chaotic first. This one tastes like security and the future. This one feels like home. Roman touches his forehead to mine, both of our eyes closing. It feels like a prayer. Both of us breathing in deeply, sharing the same air. There is no definition, because in reality, neither of us is ready. But I feel it in my bones, that Roman and I are on the same path. We're side by side, equal for equal. And in his touch, in the energy that's coming from his very being, I feel he is on the exact same page. My entire universe is shifting, evolving to something new every few seconds. We need to fill in the others, I say. Nothing in me wants to break this moment, but I still feel an urgency in my gut, one that says the world is about to change, rapidly, once again. Tonight. Roman nods, standing straight.
We're going to be followed. I can guarantee we'll be watched. So it needs to be somewhere neutral, but as private as we can get.
I nod. I'm sure Elena will know of somewhere. I'll text the council and John. I retrieve my phone from where I dropped my bag. Big shit going down. We need to meet. Not the Nocturn, not anyone's house. No somewhere private. 60 seconds later, an address comes through with a time to meet in 30 minutes. Okay, obviously I need a shower, I say, holding my hands out. They're covered in blood. Give me 5 minutes and then we can go to your place? Roman nods. Thank goodness for vampire speed. I never could get ready this fast as a human. But I get showered, hair washed and everything, and changed into clean clothes in just the right amount of time. Ready? I ask as I step out of my bedroom. Roman nods and crosses to the door. He pulls it open, looking up and down the hall. No signs of royal house members. We walk out, and I lock my door behind us. Chapter 2. We're a ridiculous sight. I'm walking around in the 30-degree pre-dawn light with wet hair. Roman isn't wearing a shirt at all. Thankfully, the streets are quiet, and we reach the club in just a few minutes. I pace in Roman's living room while he showers. It's still only half repaired from when Sebastian trashed it, and then the police turned it upside down, gathering evidence to put Roman in jail for Sebastian's disappearance. My heart is hammering. A lot needs to come to light in the next hour or two. I'm about to meet with the people closest to me in this world. I made a promise to myself that I would tell Elena and Mason everything. I've hid so much from them. Guess tonight is the night to come clean with it all. But there is one gray area that doesn't just involve me. Roman steps out after just 4 minutes. He is, of course, dressed in all black, head to toe. We step out, locking doors behind us, and set out down the sidewalk. So, just a heads up, I begin as we walk at a quick clip. I'm planning to finally tell Elena and Mason everything, and fill in Sigrid and John on the parts I've held back. All of it? Roman asks, his eyes fixed in front of us. Yeah, all of it, I confirm. My nerves are making my stomach feel weird. It's been a day. And just because of how I reacted after our last conversation, I know Elena's going to be asking, what do I tell her about us? I don't know what you're talking about, Roman says simply. Oh boy, I let out a hard breath. Well, I've been honest with Roman about everything else. Better to keep this good habit going. When me and Elena were dancing at the party, she told me I'm in love with you. Vampires don't trip. I would think that's what happened, even though it's so small, but I know this as a fact. Roman hesitates, just a second, but it's entirely noticeable. Yeah, I say, cringing just a little. I kind of freaked out, like nearly blacked out. That's why I ran out of the nocturn. I really needed some air. Guess I never actually asked why you were outside, Roman says, his tone a little off, a little uncertain. That explains why you were talking crazy. Yep, I answer. So, circling back around, Elena knows she triggered my panic. She saw me literally run away from her unexpected statement. And then you and I disappeared for like 30 minutes. You came back shirtless. We both came back with messy hair. Elena's a smart woman. So, what do we tell them all? Roman lets out a sigh, and then a swarm of butterflies explodes in my torso when he reaches out and his fingers interlace with mine. I think it's nobody's damn business, but we know for a fact that all 4 of them are nosy. I'll go with whatever you want to say. I don't know what to say, even to myself. Part of me wants to panic and demand he be the one who takes charge and decides. But I'm trying to step up for myself. I'm trying to lean into my own authority and trust myself. We tell them the honest truth, that we're figuring things out, but it's really damn complicated. He gives my hand a gentle squeeze. Whatever you want. He's in no rush. Elena said those words, and now I have to think on them. She acted like she'd known Roman had feelings for me for a long time. Were there signs? Because honestly, until he saved me from my own engagement party, I truly thought Roman hated me. When did things change? Is it possible that Roman really was patiently waiting for me? I can only hold so much for one night. I shake that thought out of my head and focus on one crisis at a time. The address Elena gave us is to a skyscraper 3 blocks from Godfrey Tower. I notice Roman subtly casing the area as we travel, searching for house members spying on us. I'm sure they're here. But we slip into the building and enter the elevator, pressing the button for the 22nd floor. It would be hard to follow someone in a skyscraper if you don't know exactly what floor they're going to. Just as the doors open, I release Roman's hand, and instantly, the world feels a little less secure. We step out into a restaurant that looks like it was built for billionaires only. The place drips money. And it's entirely empty, except for one table by the windows and one server who walks away from it. Sigrid, John, Elena, and Mason are already waiting. Every one of them has already changed as well, though each looks like they're hanging on to reality by their last nerve. I hope you can tell us what the hell is going on, because I'm about to have a full-on freak-out, Elena says, her eyes wide with panic. I'm not sure I've ever seen her look so frazzled. Roman pulls my chair out for me, and I know not a single one of the other occupants of this table misses it. I take my seat, Roman sinking into the one next to me. I did some calling around, John says. There's an edge to his voice. He knows the danger of this world. He's by far and wide the most experienced of us all when it comes to the vampire world. That man was an actual royal, Orlando Badillo, of the House of Badillo in Spain. Roman nods. He keeps his hands folded on the table, his intense eyes sweeping from one council member to the next, to John, who we might as well elect now because he has so much more knowledge than the rest of us. That was Orlando Badillo, and those were his house members. What the hell are they doing in Chicago, and why were they looking for you, Roman? Mason asks. He's always so calm, so even, so caring, but he's scared. This is exactly what Chicago is trying to stay out of. I notice Sigrid studying Roman's face, a reflective expression on her own, and I know she alone is piecing the truth together. Roman takes 5 deep, drawn-out breaths through his nose. Beneath the table, his knee bounces up and down. Roman held this secret on his own for 24 years. He never told a soul that he didn't remember his life before his resurrection, not until he told me. But he can't tell them all the truth, which is vital to our survival right now, without telling them this too. Before I came to Chicago 21 years ago, I traveled around a bit with the only other vampire I knew of. When I resurrected, I had no idea there were others like me. I reach across and place a hand on Roman's knee. I can hear the way his heart is racing. I can smell the change of emotion from him. Nerves, fear, uncertainty. Roman's hand covers mine, and his knee stops bouncing. I'm sure the others can tell what is going on beneath the table, but I don't care. When I resurrected, I woke up in a landfill, Roman says, his voice sounding thick. From the blood all over me, from the shredded state of my clothes, it was clear I died a very violent death, and I was stabbed in the back as the final blow. I hate imagining it. Roman walking alone in a literal garbage heap, covered in dried blood. But the worst of it is coming. I couldn't remember anything, Roman says. His eyes are fixed on the table. I should be curious to see the reactions of the other 4, but I can't take my eyes off Roman. Not how I'd gotten there, not if I was from that area. I didn't even know my own damn name. Sigrid mutters a curse in Norwegian. Mason leans back in his seat, taking in a deep breath. There was a passport in my pocket that had the name Roman DeLuca, so of course I assumed it was my name. Roman continues.
I later learned it was a fake. Roman DeLuca didn't actually exist, though the passport was good enough to buy me into the name. I searched for the truth of who I was for a few years, but nothing ever came of it. So I let it go, and I moved into the life I've built.
We've known you for as long as we can remember, and this whole time, you never knew who you actually were before? Elena asks. She's never been one to beat around the bush. Did our dad know? Roman shakes his head.
He prodded at my past, but I kept things vague. I never told anyone. Not until I told Juliet last year.
I see all 4 sets of eyes slide over to me. But Roman's part of the story isn't over.
I woke up in a landfill in Mississippi, just an hour away from the house based there.
John curses this time.
You tangled with that massive mess in Mississippi. Roman, do you understand what is happening there? Their actual royal rejected the house system, and they've got some imposter posing as a royal, with a house full of crazies who don't really abide by any kind of rules, of any house to get involved with. Why the hell would it be the broken house of Conrath?
I've only heard the bare minimum of what is going on in Mississippi, but never this much. And until right now, I've never heard the name House of Conrath. I'd never thought of it too much, that there would most certainly be a connection until now. Now that I know who Roman really is. A royal.
I never considered it for years,
Roman says, not backing down from John's fear-driven aggression.
But then last night changed things.
Everyone grows quiet for a solid minute. It's as if we can all sense it, that something big is coming, that a shift is about to happen, that things won't ever be the same after the coming words are spoken. For half a second, when Orlando came to the door, I thought it was you, Roman, Elena says. She leans forward, resting her elbows on the table. The black hair, the blue eyes, the danger radiating off of him. I thought he was you, and then he grabbed that crown and called you brother. Weight instantly settles over everyone, now that the words are out. Each of us knows what this means.
Juliet and I led them away and talked.
Roman starts with what they know.
Orlando knew within minutes that I can't remember anything before my resurrection. But I can't...
He trails off. His gaze falls to the table, and he shakes his head. Orlando is definitely Roman's brother, I confirm for him. Roman is technically the rightful heir of the House of Badillo as the oldest child.
You're a royal,
Mason says flatly.
No, I'm not,
Roman responds, looking up and shaking his head.
Looks like you are,
John says.
Your father was Raoul, and he was killed by King Cyrus 19 years ago, if I'm remembering correctly. You're absolutely a royal, and if you're his oldest child, you're the heir to that house.
Then why would Orlando come looking for Roman? Sigrid asks. This isn't her world. She's been unusually quiet during this conversation. But even though she's surrounded by vampires, the royals and all their politics are foreign to her. If Roman is the rightful heir, why would Orlando come looking for him, unless he wants to give up his throne? Exactly, I say. Orlando isn't saying the truth yet.
He wants to meet tonight,
Roman says, his tone dark.
He wants to talk more.
Where is he now? Elena asks, her brows furrowed. The Carmen, I respond.
Any guesses what he actually wants?
Mason asks. Roman shakes his head.
I don't know. Maybe if I could remember, but he didn't give much away. I need to put someone on him. I'm sure he's watching us. We need to watch him.
My instincts are telling me that Orlando is here to cause drama, and little more. I know the type. To some degree, I am that type. I don't do well in calm, mundane situations. With my reckless nature, I seem to always be asking for it. But I don't know. What good does it do to stir up unnecessary concern when I truly don't know? I don't like being out of the loop, Elena says, the seriousness in her eyes reflecting her words. Find some way to get us in on that meeting without outing the fact that there is a council who governs Chicago. I am a little surprised when Roman nods. I can tell him you all are my friends. He has his house members. That will have to be understandable to him. But not you, Sigrid. The comment sounds harsh at first, but she doesn't look offended. I see no reason to put my charges under scrutiny if it is not necessary, Sigrid affirms. If we can keep our existence unknown, I think we all would prefer it that way. And might come in necessary, Mason says. I think it's best they not know we have a gifted who can alter their memories, or a human lie detector, or that freaking necromancers exist. Sigrid nods. I do wish to be informed of what happens, but I know we must be careful with our communication. Roman nods. I think until we have a better idea of what's going on, we need to keep council meetings to a minimum. Text messages, whatever needs to be said that shouldn't be overheard. I have an IT team who can set up a private network for us, Mason says. We don't know Orlando's resources. Best not to take any risks. Do things ever calm down in this city? John asks. He folds his arms over his chest and leans back in his seat. There's a little smirk on his scarred face. He doesn't handle the boring moments of life well either. It's obvious I get my recklessness from him. Not in a while, Elena says, and I don't know what the hell to make of the look she gives John. She and I need to have a serious conversation about her behavior toward my father at the party. The flirting, the staring, and John is reciprocating. What on earth is happening? Maybe you're right, Juliet, Elena says, moving on as her eyes slide back to me. You really did bring the drama. I suck in a deep breath. I'm not going to get a better opening. And you guys don't even know the half of it. What is that supposed to mean? She questions, her tone sobering. I look over at Roman, suddenly needing a little strength. I've kept secrets for so long now. The thought of exposing them all is kind of terrifying. Over the course of the next hour, I proceed to tell all of them every truth. About what my mother was, about the curse she placed on me as an infant. I tell them what happened with Pablo and how Roman was there to witness my second resurrection. I tell them the truth about how we trapped Archer King, and that it involved another of my deaths. We tell them how I've saved Roman's life multiple times, but that it led to my multiple deaths. I confess that Sebastian took the necromancer as prisoner, and that I allowed it. I tell them what I hoped we could do with him when John and I went looking for Ingrid's bones. He never knew this part, and I can see the devastation in his eyes. I report letting Marcus go, and then I fill them all in on what really happened the night Sebastian disappeared. Sebastian lost his mind, I say. My eyes are fixed on the table. He was totally convinced that Roman and I were having an affair, and he staked Roman. But he's still sitting here with us, Elena points out, confused. I nod. We discovered my gift that night. I touched Roman. I instantly died another death. But Roman came back. The table is silent for a good 60 seconds. What we're discussing is impossible. Vampires who drink blood and live immortal lives so long as they're not staked or beheaded is impossible enough. But coming back from the dead over and over, and the ability to bring others back as well, it's entirely impossible. Until it's not. You may be the most powerful vampire or gifted to ever walk this earth, Sigrid says, her tone low and serious. Complete power over death. I shake my head. I don't know what the limitations are. There are still a million question marks, and I'd really, really rather not have to test those limits. She gives an acknowledging nod. I simply implore you, my dear niece, to remember the great responsibility you have on your shoulders alongside this powerful gift. Many would use it for bad, terrible things. Always search your heart for your intentions. Be sure they are good. I nod, and for a minute, I can imagine how this all could be used for evil. So many would use my abilities to gain power, wealth, fear for themselves. You and I have never been and never will be black and white people. Sebastian said those words to me once, and I knew they were true then, and I know they are true now. I will never be all good. But now I have people around me who will undoubtedly keep me in check. You're right. Thank you, I say with a hoarse voice. Anything else you want to tell us? Elena asks with an arched brow. There's this look in her eyes, one that says she's disappointed in me that I didn't tell her all along, but there's also a hint of mischief there. I let out a breath because I know exactly what she's getting at. It's complicated, I admit, my tone snappy. We're figuring it out. Elena grows this smile, one that says, see, I knew it. What are we talking about? John asks, his brows furrowing. The fact that Roman and Juliet have been fated to fall for each other, Sigrid says, a coy smile curling in one corner of her mouth. You knew? I bark, my eyes snapping to her. She shrugs. I thought I was misreading things when you first came to town. You two were so savage toward each other. Surely I couldn't be seeing things correctly. But as time has gone on, it's grown stronger and stronger. You two are together? Mason questions. There is no jealousy there. We dealt with our feelings long ago, and from what I saw between him and Lily Roshan last night, I'm a thought of the past. But he is confused. Like she said, Roman answers, looking over at Mason. There is no sheepishness in his eyes, only cool confidence. It's complicated. I don't know why, Elena says. If it's fate, and you two have been looking at each other like you've been waiting to rip each other's clothes off for the last month. You've been out of your coma for 4 damn days, I call her out. That is my daughter, John growls, ignoring my comment. And that is freaking weird, Elena points out. But whatever. Glad you two idiots have finally opened your eyes. Just don't either of you turn into psychos over each other, okay? I'll try my best, I say, with a roll of my eyes. But I think on it for a second. What would I do for Roman? I might have only realized that there is something between us over the last 12 hours, but before that, he was the person I trusted most. I've literally died to save his life several times. Now that things are evolving, what other lengths would I go to for him? I've learned there is a line. Sebastian crossed it. Am I any better? Is there a line for me? Any other shocking news anyone wants to get off their chests? John asks. I have a date with Lily Roshan next Thursday, Mason says, way too casual for the news he's just shared. $50, Roman says. I might as well pay you now, I say. But you're going to have to wait. I don't have any cash on me. Excuse me? Mason asks, arching a brow. Nothing, I say. I'm really excited for you. Lily is seriously amazing. The smile that pulls on his lips tells me he thinks so too. Let us know what time Orlando wants to meet tonight, Elena says, as she stands, pushing her chair back. I will, Roman replies, and everyone gets to their feet, heading their separate ways. Chapter 3. I'm glad for a busy day. I end up covering in the emergency room for 2 hours. I deal with an allergic reaction to kiwis, a broken arm from a tumble down some icy stairs, stitches to a man's back, supposedly from standing up beneath some stairs and getting a scratch, but I see the blood on his girlfriend's shoes. And there is one man dragged in from the streets with alcohol poisoning. And then it's administrative work. It's nice to finally not feel like I'm drowning. After the last 4 weeks of practice, things are finally starting to feel kind of normal. With the most incredible assistant in the world, Holly, things work like clockwork. But I hear the words being whispered, the rumors. Many of our employees, vampires, were at the party and witnessed Orlando and the house showing up. They heard him call Roman brother. They saw him try to hand Roman a crown. The speculation on what it all means is varied, but all of it is close to the truth. I get texts throughout the day from Roman, sent to all the council members through the private chat Mason sets up. Orlando and the others have been at the hotel all morning. Found one of the house members following me, not giving him anything to see. So far, no signs of anyone we haven't been introduced to yet. That's good. The last thing we need is even more house members spying. Finally, just an hour before I'm done at the hospital, one last text comes through with an address and the time of 7 o'clock. "Are you okay today?" Holly asks when we're done going over what needs to happen tomorrow. She pulls a bag of donor blood from her bag and slides it across the table to me. "You seem on edge today." I just laugh, shaking my head. But still, I bite into the bag, trying not to moan at the coppery liquid as it hits my tongue. A little blood makes things so much better. "The strangers who showed up at the party last night?" I say, trying to decide how much to disclose. "They might mean trouble. The council is going to meet with them and try to find out what's going on." "There was something about them, wasn't there?" she says. "They seemed dangerous." I nod. "It's looking likely. Just lay low for a few days, okay?" She nods, and I grab my bag from the hook on the back of my door. I pull my coat on and head down the hall and out onto the sidewalk. It's a frigid walk back to my building. Spring still feels ages away, even though it's mid-February. I just want some sunshine. Ha, yeah, right. I'm a freaking vampire with extreme eye sensitivity to the sun. Even with sunshades, it's still disorienting and uncomfortable to be out during the day. The elevator rattles and creaks as I ride up to my floor. Once inside my apartment, I dump my things and head into the shower. I stand in my closet for a solid 5 minutes, unsure what is the proper attire to wear when meeting with a literal royal vampire. Guess I've been in the presence of one for nearly a year. Life was just a little less complicated not knowing he was the heir to an entire region of Europe. I settle on some black, faux leather pants, a deep green top with a sheer fabric covering my shoulders, details adorning the bodice, and some boots. I dab on some makeup and slick my hair back into a low bun. Glancing at the clock, I find I have 30 minutes until we're supposed to meet. I grab my phone and step out into the living room to call Roman. Only, my heart skyrockets right into my throat when I find Roman sitting in one of my chairs, one ankle crossed over the other knee. "How the hell are you so quiet I didn't hear you come in?" I ask, pressing a hand into my heart to calm it down. "Practice," he says. "I thought we better talk before we see Orlando." "Technically, we aren't together, so you can't break up with me," I tease, even though I only half joke. "We better talk" don't sound like words I want to hear. "Exactly," Roman says, cocking his head slightly to the side. "I think we need to be a little clearer. He shakes his head. "We've had one conversation, and heirs and shit like that has already been talked about. I don't want Orlando thinking there is an ounce of wiggle room on the subject." Rage and annoyance instantly flare hot through my blood. It's the reason Elena tried to keep Mason and me apart after I resurrected. As a vampire, I can no longer have children. Mason needed heirs. I couldn't give him that. And now, here it is again, in my face, only this time, the stakes are higher. We're talking about heirs to a throne. I will never be able to give Roman little princes or princesses.
I have never wanted kids, Juliet, Roman says, getting to his feet and crossing to me. And I wonder how my rage was showing that he immediately seems to know what was going on in my head. It's never crossed my mind to try and create my own born. Orlando can go to hell if he even brings it up. Roman tentatively reaches a hand out, placing it on my hip. It's so strange. Is this okay? Should he ask? Should I ask him to touch me? Where is the line of what is okay when we're not sure what we are with each other? My eyes rise to meet his. I think things need to be clear to Orlando, so there is no question as to where I stand and why, Roman says evenly. I try to find my words. I try to speak up for myself. I try to search for a snarky remark. But damn, I didn't realize how deep this wound ran. When it comes to the house, you and I need to be as good as married, Juliet, Roman says, his tone quiet and low, serious as the grave. Is that okay? His gaze doesn't waver. I see no doubt there. I swallow once, feeling like an emotional mess. You really mean it? I ask. My words shake. I don't want them to, but if my true emotions come out in front of anyone, it will always be Roman. You're not going to hold it against me that I can't give you any heirs? You're not going to harbor any regret? The look in his eyes intensifies. Never. I swear it on every time you've saved my life, Juliet. I rock up onto the balls of my feet, my hand lacing into his black hair, and I pull his lips to mine. Mason and I were living outside of reality, and eventually, that came to an end. Sebastian and I were all about connecting over our pain in the past. But Roman? I feel like Roman is all about my future. With Roman, I've growed. I've healed. And all that was before I even realized how I felt about him. His hands wrap around my waist, pulling my center toward his, gripping me tight. His teeth tease my lower lip. His 5 o'clock shadow scratches my chin, and it's the most incredible thing. His scent, the aura that just emanates from him, it's intoxicating as it fills me. I nod in answer to his question. He pulls back, just slightly, so he can look into my eyes. Okay, when it comes to the house, I'm as attached to you as every square inch of your skin. He lets out the smallest, relieved breath and leans in to take my lips once again. Roman DeLuca. I'm kissing Roman freaking DeLuca like he's my last breath on this earth. Someone I was once totally terrified of is holding on to me like I'm the only reason he's alive. And even though we haven't actually figured out where we are with each other, what we are, I feel his touch down to my core. I feel his want, his claiming, all the way down to my soul. Roman's phone chirps, and we both crash back down to reality. We have somewhere to be, and we have to get moving. Let's go, Roman says. He steps toward the door, but not before he catches my hand in his, our fingers intertwining. We walk several blocks and find the address is the John Hancock building. Just as we step inside, I find John waiting. Not going to lie, I'm nervous about this, John says, as Roman and I walk to join him. What you all are doing here in Chicago, it's damn unique. The possible consequences if the royals figure it out. Roman raises a finger to his lips, the clear signal to be quiet. And he's right. Orlando could easily have planted someone to listen to our conversation. John immediately shuts his lips and nods. Just then, Elena and Mason walk in, each of them looking godlike, powerful, intimidating, ready to handle anyone, even royals, especially flanked by their bodyguards, Tabitha and Patrick. Let's go, Elena says, and heads to the elevator without hesitation. 10 seconds later, it dings, and the doors slide open. The 7 of us step inside, and Roman presses the button for one of the very top levels. As far as the royals are concerned, Juliet and I are all but married, Roman says, his tone even, nothing but fact leaving his lips. I'm not letting there be any wiggle room in this.
Orlando isn't going to say shit about heirs. Everyone got it? There's a moment of surprised hesitancy as each of them digests what Roman just said. But each of them mutters in agreement. The unease that comes from Mason and Elena is palpable. Elena knows the harm she did by being so hardcore on Mason needing kids. Mason knows he has to have them, and he knew it back then too. But as Roman grips my hand tightly, he's so damn steady. I feel no question marks, no gray areas. He means it. He's sure. Something tingles across my skin. My heart does this weird little flutter. I feel my confidence grow just a little, and the peace I've been searching for my entire life saturates one layer deeper. It's a long ride up the massive skyscraper. Finally, the door dings and slides open. I think this space might be a club, but honestly, it's hard to tell. The floors are polished black marble. The walls and ceiling are also painted black. Floor-to-ceiling windows give the most incredible view of the city just after sundown. There's a bar to one side and a lounge area on the opposite side with white couches and overstuffed chairs. The center of the space is clear, maybe a dance floor. How the hell did Orlando get access to this space? Orlando is in the lounge area, talking to a woman with his charming look of complete attention. She's human. I can smell that immediately. There are 6 other human men and women here. With the 7 house members Orlando brought with him, it's a much larger crowd than I expected. It makes our entourage feel tiny. Andres, Orlando says with a smile as his eyes slide over to us. He holds his arms wide in greeting, but it all feels like a dramatic show. Dr. Juliet Doe, I am so happy you've come, and you've brought friends. If he's surprised or bothered by us bringing others with us, Orlando doesn't show it. He simply turns curious eyes on each of them. This is Elena and Mason Godfrey, Roman introduces them. And Juliet's father, John. Tabitha, Patrick, everyone, this is my brother, Orlando. Mason extends a hand to shake, but Orlando simply ignores it and wraps Mason in a hug instead, as if we're all just one big happy family. I don't know what game he's playing right now, but I don't like it. Andres never did have many friends, so I'm thrilled to hear he's finally figured out how not to scare everyone away with those dirty looks of his, Orlando says, releasing Mason, who looks extremely uncomfortable, and turns to John. He gives a moment of observation, noting my father's scars before hugging him as well. When Orlando turns to Elena, she holds a hand up, pressing her fingertips into Orlando's chest, keeping him at bay. I don't do hugs. Tabitha looks like she'd very much like to tear Orlando apart, limb from limb. But she holds it together for the sake of everyone's cover. Orlando smirks, and his eyes drop down the length of Elena. He gets this smirk, one that says he likes what he sees. Fair enough. Why don't you all come join us? Cautiously, we all follow Orlando to the lounge. There's already a man with his fangs sunk into a woman's neck. Her eyes are just barely open, a zoned-out look on her face. Another vampire woman is laughing at a human man as she trails her fingers up and down his chest. Gross. Orlando sinks down into a chair, his arms spread out, the picture of relaxation. Roman and I sit on the couch across from him, the others settling beside us. I have to say, so far, I like Chicago, Orlando says as a woman walks by him, skimming her hand down his chest. He looks up at her with hunger, with a look of predatory possession. You hear about the crime, the danger here, but so far I find it to be a very friendly place. Might want to be careful, I speak up, because I can't help it. The STD rates in this city are on the rise. Good to know. Thank you, doctor, he says, with a smile that's bordering on condescension. I did some digging on you, by the way. Congrats on the takeover of the hospital. Pretty impressive you got away with Sebastian Vincent's disappearance.
Gotta say, I'm a little confused why you and he didn't work out. On paper, it looked like a match made in heaven.
My skin is crawling. I hate that this man I distrust with every hair on my body has looked me up. I hate that everyone in the world thinks the same thing about Sebastian and me. Because, in the end, it all went down in flames and nearly caused a second Chicago fire. Some people can't be taken at face value, I say, leaning back, mirroring Orlando's pose of calm and ease. We'll see how you shake out, Orlando Badillo.
She's so damn perfect for you, brother,
Orlando says, with a smirk in Roman's direction.
Guess I understand why things didn't work out, doctor on doctor. Sebastian is a despicable coward who will be dealt with severely as soon as he's tracked down,
Roman says, his jaw tight.
You know,
Orlando continues, and how I'd like to erase that smirk from his face permanently.
I just caught it. Roman, which, by the way, I think it's hilarious you went by that name for 24 years, goes and falls in love with Juliet. How damn poetic.
Orlando put it together in 24 hours, yet it took me 3 months to put Archer King's prophecy together. He'd said I had the chance to correct one of the world's most well-known tragedies. Romeo and Juliet never crossed my mind until last night. Is Roman ever going to ask Orlando about the origins of the alias Roman DeLuca? I kind of doubt it. He said he has no interest in knowing who he was, and so far he's not asking Orlando any questions to solve the mystery of his past.
We're all very entertained by the irony,
John grits out, sounding the exact opposite of amused.
I think we'd all like to stop beating around the bush. You found Roman's booking photo. Can we assume that means you've been looking for him?
Orlando's eyes slide over to John, and some of the humor slips from his gaze.
Only since the day he took off from the house. It's pretty impressive, actually, in this day and age, that he's managed to keep any photos of himself off the web.
He's got resources, then. Scanning the entire internet for one face is a massive endeavor. Orlando found Roman's face in 8 days or less. John nods in acknowledgement.
So, can we assume you're here in Chicago to collect your brother and take him back to Spain?
Not necessarily, Orlando answers straight, surprising me. He takes a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and places one between his lips. He produces a lighter and lights it. Definitely not allowed to smoke in this building. But what would a freaking royal care? Then I think we'd all like to hear the answer as to what you're here for, then? Elena asks. Orlando takes a long drag before draping his arm, flicking the butt.
You all seem very on edge. You realize that?
Shit. He's way too damn observant. The way he's keeping an eye on Tabitha and Patrick, I wonder if he has realized they're bodyguards.
What is it anyone's concern if I travel anywhere I feel like being a tourist?
He asks, narrowing his eyes at Elena.
Would you be so concerned if I were to visit Atlanta, Los Angeles, Seattle?
Well, I don't live in any of those cities, so perhaps not, she points out, her own eyes narrowed. And the long-lost brother of a royal hasn't been residing in those cities, now has he?
You're used to telling people what to do, aren't you?
Orlando points out, taking another hit from his cancer stick. He didn't have the Godfrey's names until just a few minutes ago, so he couldn't have dug into Elena or Mason. He's just reading it off of her presence. And he's not wrong. People generally answer my questions when I ask them, she counters, not backing down for a second.
Would you believe me if I said I have missed my only living family member and simply wanted to know why he seemingly abandoned me? If I wanted confirmation with my own eyes that he isn't dead, because after 24 years, it's what I began to believe?
The room is silent, the weight filling the room like poisonous gas. After the way he's been talking, I doubt the others in the room will believe him. His tone tells me he doesn't think they will. But I hear something in his voice. I hear it in the undercurrents of his tone. Is that really all Orlando is here for? Family matters. I discovered just how much when my long-lost father showed up after 29 years of having no idea who he was. Orlando is telling the truth on that part. Roman is his only remaining family. Their sister died as a child. Their mother and father both met their demises. Could it really be as simple as wanting to reconnect? Doesn't make much sense considering Roman, Andres, is the elder son, Mason says, throwing the truth into question. You're putting yourself at a huge risk by seeking him out. Do you want the house, Andres? Orlando asks, his tone bored. No, Roman answers flatly. Orlando arches a brow and looks back at Mason with a half smile. See? I still don't think I buy it, and I get the feeling that neither do any of the others with me. I want to get one thing straight. Roman speaks up. I have no intention of going back to Spain with you. My life is here in Chicago, and I intend to keep living it. The royal's expression grows more serious, more irritated. He looks at his brother, and I try to understand the calculation there, the game. I need to understand the danger that he is. You sure about that? Orlando asks. We have a nice wing for you back at the house. How would you like to be tied to royalty, Dr. Juliet? Where people revere your man, where respect is commanded, where you don't have to work another day in your life. Interesting tactic, using me to try and tempt Roman. I'll pass, I say, not even considering what he's proposing. The hospital needs me. My friends are here. Besides, my Spanish is abysmal. That gains me another grin from Orlando. Estaré feliz de enseñarte. Ni en sueños. Roman snarls back, the Spanish words rolling off his tongue without a moment of thought. Orlando smiles again, entirely entertained by whatever he just said. You all will have to forgive my poor manners. I have yet to introduce my house members. He barely raised his voice, but each of those house members stands right then, coming to circle around their royal. I scan their faces, memorizing every one. My second in command, Javier, Orlando introduces, indicating the man with an incredible jawline and perfectly slicked back black hair. He is the one who accompanied Orlando into my apartment when Roman and I talked. His brother, Santiago. Then we have the lovely Lisa, and no one could forget Georgia. And then there is Lucas, Bruno, and Hugo. Guess we know who his least favorites of the bunch are. Is this the entirety of your house? Mason asks. Stars, no. Orlando chuckles. I couldn't leave an unattended region. Gabriella is keeping things in order at home. The House of Badillo is 71 members strong. Holy shit. 71 house members? I had absolutely no idea that the houses had anywhere near those numbers when it came to their members. 10, 12, maybe 18. 71 able-bodied vampires is practically a private army. Are most houses that big? Elena asks, unable to completely cover her surprise. A few, but not most, Orlando answers. The House of Badillo is an old one with deep allies. Few typically leave once accepted into the fold. It's hard to comprehend the loyalty and the ancient ties that come with these royals. From my understanding, they run back thousands of years to some war that split the vampire population into two kinds, the royals and the born. And that, too, was based on loyalty. Speaking of houses, Orlando suddenly changes direction. Have you all had the pleasure of meeting your regents yet? Something cold drops into my veins. From the silence and stiffness of those around me, I think I'm not the only one. No, Orlando says, and the look in his eyes tells me that he already had the answer to his question. Well, you all are going to get the wonderful opportunity. I've invited Charles and Chelsea Alloway to a party you all are hosting in their honor tomorrow night. The Alloways never could resist a good party.
They are very excited.
They're coming here? Elena asks, her tone a little strained.
To this very room, to be exact.
Orlando continues, casting his eyes around the space. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, the royals who rule over this area will be coming into the city where we hide from them. Orlando being here is bad enough, but he's here for his brother, not on business. He doesn't have say over this area. We aren't his charges, but we are the Alloways.
Chelsea is coming,
the one named Santiago asks, an interested eyebrow arching.
Keep it in your pants,
Javier, his brother, chides.
Trust me, you are not her type. You all ought to be honored and thrilled,
Orlando says in that condescending, feigned ignorant tone, cutting the previous conversation off.
Tuos de Royal is a rare event. Or are you all too partied out after your curious event last night?
My heart stops for 2 beats. If anything gives us away as to what we're doing here in Chicago, it will be that party. Any excuse for a party is a good excuse, Elena says with a smile. Finally, she's slipping into her best acting. Have you all got the details planned out yet, or could you use my help?
I would be delighted to have your help, Elena Godfrey,
Orlando says, his tone dripping with misogynistic sarcasm. The lowest growl rumbles in the back of John's throat, and I honestly don't know what the hell to make of that. Then we better not waste any more time, Elena says as she stands. Tell me what you've got in the works. Chapter 4. The council goes into crisis management mode. The first thought is to contact all the vampires in Chicago and give them a warning about the royals being here in the city. We could suggest they get out of the city for a while, but it seems more likely someone will end up doing something stupid and get us exposed. Curiosity has killed many cats. I call Echo and tell her that the blood trade needs to be paused for a few days. Roman meets with his team and impresses the need for extra secrecy, to not be seen as they patrol and watch the movements of the royals. We contact Sigrid, and she lets all the gifted in the city know that they really need to keep their heads down for a few days. Mason assigns all of his vampire employees overtime work. If we can keep them occupied, working where they won't expose anything, that's a good thing. So long as we keep the royals out of Godfrey Tower, no one will be any the wiser that dozens upon dozens of vampires come and go from that building every day. Remind me of everything we know about the Alloways, I say as I lean closer to the mirror, applying my mascara.
Chelsea and Charles are twins,
Roman says. He leans in the doorway of the bathroom, his arms crossed over his chest. He wears a black suit, of course, the top 4 buttons undone, of course.
Their mother led the house before, but Chelsea killed her 30-something years ago.
Shit, I say, raising my brows. Roman nods.
As far as I know, that was the last time King Cyrus was in the country, when he checked to see if Chelsea was his queen. They figured out she wasn't within a few days.
I don't know if that's fast or slow, I question, looking at Roman's reflection in the mirror while I apply a little blush.
Fast,
Roman says with a quick raise of his eyebrows.
The queen doesn't remember who she is when she first resurrects. It's taken weeks before, months.
For having no memory of being part of a royal family, you sure know a lot, I say as I dump everything into my makeup basket. I spin around, admiring Roman's silhouette. I cross the space between us, sliding my hand up his chest until I grip the collar of his shirt.
Knowledge is survival,
Roman says as his hands cover mine. Hunger sparks in his eyes, and it still amazes me that we're here, that touching him is on the table, that the intimacy between us runs far deeper than physical attraction. It's pretty damn sexy, I say, my tone low and husky, a smile flitting on my lips. I rise onto the balls of my feet and press my lips to his. Roman's hand cups the side of my face, and he deepens the kiss. His scent envelops me, making every hormone in my body go completely haywire. His other hand slowly slides down, coming to my lower back. Ugh, the things I would do for this man. The things I have done for him. And this was once a man I was terrified of, and now I trust him with every cell of my cursed and gifted being. Anything else I need to know? I ask. As much as I want to stay right here and get lost outside of my reality in my apartment with Roman, I know we need to get going. Roman steps back and watches me pull on my shoes. They're fairly hands-off when it comes to their rule, he adds. Of the 4 houses that reign over the states, theirs has the highest population. The number of problems they should have to deal with is overwhelming. Yet, in the 20-plus years I've been in Chicago, they've never stepped foot in the city. Which is shocking, I note. I grab my bag and sling it over my shoulder. We step for the door and walk out. I lock the door behind me. I mean, it's Chicago, which is drama on its own. And look at everything that's happened just in the amount of time I've been here. I know I wasn't the first chaos this city has ever had to deal with. Roman shakes his head as we step into the elevator. I can think of at least 3 instances when it should have been the Alloway's job to take care of things, yet it was the council that did what was needed. Hopefully this helps to our advantage, I say, letting out a hard breath. Let's just pray they have a great time at this party and go home. Roman's silence as we step out of the elevator is an answer that he doesn't expect that to be the case. It's raining outside, so we take Roman's SUV. The streets are crowded, and parking is a nightmare in a vehicle of this size, but finally, we step foot into the building. I let out a slow, controlled breath as we rise up the elevator. The fear John has created in me over the royals is real. I vowed that I would eternally stay off their radar, yet here they are, the leaders of not 1, but 2 houses. And hell, it's my life, so I know things can't just go smoothly. Roman places a hand at the small of my back as we step out. It's a reassuring gesture, one that reminds me that I'm not alone tonight. We're a team. I slide my hand into his, interlacing our fingers, a reminder to him that I'm here for him too, no matter what happens tonight. Elena went all out. Where the event room was all black and white last night, it's now washed in hues of red and gold. The decor is over the top, and there's no way she threw this party without spending well over 10 grand. Servers weave their way in and out of the guests, offering fancy little appetizers and carrying around champagne glasses filled with blood. There are a few familiar faces here. It's a party, after all, so we had to invite a few trusted vampires to represent the population. Dr. Roshan is among them, as well as Tabitha and Patrick. Ivana, who is a member of Roman's team, floats effortlessly among the crowd. There are a few other people I recognize as employees of Masons. The rumors about Roman possibly being a royal in hiding have spread throughout the city. Tonight, it will be confirmed to enough people it will solidify it all as fact. Among the crowd, there is Orlando's crew we were all introduced to last night. There are a dozen humans, and considering what this party is about, flaunting power, I know they're only here as bloodbags. It's immediately clear who is here from the House of Alloway. It's impossible to miss Chelsea and Charles. Each has fiery red hair. There's no mistaking they're siblings. And there are 5 other vampires with them that I don't recognize, apparent members of their house. Elena slips up beside us, looking as goddess-like as usual. So far, no one has died, and only 1 human has been turned into a blood bag, she says, her eyes scanning the crowd. Any interaction with the Alloways yet? I ask, keeping my tone low. Vampires have exceptional hearing. There are 40-something people here, and the music is fairly loud, but I don't need anyone overhearing our conversations. Oh, yeah, Elena says, raising her eyebrows. They're a treat. I don't know how to interpret that, but I get some first-hand experience right off the bat, because Chelsea's eyes slide over to Roman and stay fixed. She grabs Charles roughly by the elbow and drags him over with her.
Andres Badillo, Chelsea says, her tone dripping with flirtation. It's almost like seeing a ghost. Is it true you have actual amnesia?
Chelsea, it's nice to meet you,
Roman says coolly, extending a hand. He keeps it very formal and completely ignores her question.
Charles, welcome to Chicago.
Can you believe we've been in this area for over 40 years and this is our first time in the city? Chelsea lays a hand on Roman's arm and a prickly monster flares inside me. I'd really like to rip her hand from him and feed it to the rats that hide out in the alleyways.
You don't say,
Roman responds. He's trying to be cordial and relaxed, but it comes out sounding more condescending than I think he means to.
You hear about all the violence and murders, and whoever wants to dive into that,
Charles says with a chuckle.
Though I think the news exaggerates. So far, I haven't even seen a single gun.
He and Chelsea laugh as if it's the funniest thing ever said. Roman, Elena, and I just look at them, blinking in disbelief. We haven't been introduced yet, I say, cutting into their idiocy. Dr. Juliet Doe, Roman's better half. Chelsea's eyes sober, meeting mine. And immediately following, they slide down to my left hand. Not so serious as to put a ring on it, though. Thank the dark for that. A wicked, sultry smile curls on her lips as she looks up at Roman.
It's only a matter of time,
Roman says as he wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me in closer.
The woman is picky. In the end, a custom design was all that would cut it.
You like them high maintenance, then? Charles asks, a slight sneer in his tone.
Whatever my woman wants, she gets,
Roman says, his tone low and serious as the grave. He looks down at me, raising a hand to cup the side of my face, and he dips to take a kiss. It's slow but intense, hard and claiming. The little noise in the back of Elena's throat reminds me that this is the first time she's seen this, the evidence that something has seriously evolved between Roman and me. The noise rumbling out of Chelsea is something different. Annoyed, jealous, vindictive.
Why don't you introduce us to your house members?
Roman says as he straightens, tightening his grip on me in a message that's impossible to miss. Chelsea isn't going to gain 1 inch of space between us. Certainly, Charles says, lifting his chin with pride. He snaps his fingers, and slowly, I see the 5 others disengage with whatever they were doing and drift our way.
Andreas, Dr. Doe, I'd like to introduce you to the House of Alloway. This is Isabel Mote, Jameson Tilate, Bianca James, Benson Lind, and Lexington Dawes. Everyone, this is the long-lost brother of Orlando Badillo.
Amnesia is for real, then? The one named Lexington asks, an amused expression on his face, a blonde eyebrow raised.
Seems so,
Roman says, a warning in his tone. He's done talking about this.
Tell me, is Vermont really all trees and bed and breakfast joints?
You should see it in the fall, Chelsea says, too bright and too flirtatious. You wouldn't believe the colors.
Brother!
Orlando's voice booms over the crowd. He bears his arms wide open, walking right up to Roman and wrapping him in a big hug Roman doesn't reciprocate.
You look stunning and deadly as ever, and Juliet,
He makes this low, nearly pained-sounding groan.
Red is certainly your color.
It's definitely not. Purple seems to bring out my coloring best. But it doesn't stop Orlando's eyes from dropping down the length of me and slowly rising up.
If you'd like to keep your eyes, you'll watch where they wander,
Roman threatens.
Don't take things so seriously, Andres,
Orlando teases.
Sharing is caring.
Roman's hand snaps out, gripping Orlando by the collar. He drags his brother to his face, only a hair apart.
Leave Juliet the hell alone.
Orlando shoves himself away from Roman, his brows furrowing. Chelsea and Charles make entertained ooh and ah sounds, watching the drama unfold between long-lost brothers.
It isn't lost on me what Orlando said, that he was surprised Roman let him keep his limbs, something about it being over a woman. I'm not worried about whoever this woman might have been. But I wonder now how many times Orlando has poked at Roman's love life, all in the name of entertainment. Or how many times has he tried to take a woman from Roman just for shits and giggles? There is the brother I lost, Orlando says, a smile slowly curling on his lips. Nothing done in harm. Come on, it's a party. Let's have a little fun. As if the DJ was listening to Orlando, the music changes, the volume increases, and the dancing starts. Orlando bounces out onto the dance floor, taking the hand of one of the human women. He twirls her around and dips her low. He trails his nose along her corroded artery and sinks his fangs into her neck. My stomach turns a little. I've taken blood from unwilling victims before. I've killed 2 people, but it's still traumatizing to watch. At least at Roman nights, everyone knows what they're getting into. I hope these humans really know what they're here for. I glance over at Elena, who raises an eyebrow and cooks her head to one side for just a second. And together, all 3 of us step forward to join this madness. Chelsea, may I have just one dance? Santiago asks, taking the first opportunity he sees. She sneers. No hiding it, no shame. But with a groan, she extends a hand, and Santiago takes it triumphantly. I don't think there's actual attraction there. But Chelsea is a house leader, and Santiago is just any other house member. If he can get involved romantically with a royal, his whole life could change. Ambition can be found anywhere, human, gifted, or vampire. I've never seen anyone who can drink like Chelsea. Booze, blood, she guzzles it all down. I have to try and be sneaky as I start shuffling the humans out of here when they start looking woozy. That's the last thing we need, to have them turn into a bitten or end up dead. I've only just fallen out from under the suspicion of Superintendent Day. I would really like to keep her nose out of our business. Orlando is loud and obnoxious and absolutely enjoying the night. He doesn't let anyone not participate. He drags people to their feet and pushes them out onto the dance floor. Santiago keeps following Chelsea around, and she keeps ignoring him for the most part. Roman and I watch the party unfold, just waiting for the shoe to drop. Orlando is playing a game. No part of me doubts it. I wonder if Orlando can read our unease as much as he could when we met here just yesterday. Does he recognize the lines of worry on Mason's forehead? The tenseness of Elena's jaw? John's ever-watchful eyes? Or that Roman is always poised to attack, whatever the circumstances may be? I watch Chelsea and Charles. Long term, they are who we will have to deal with. They are the regents for this area. But when I look at them, I don't see leaders. I see drunkards. I see ridiculous laughing. I see adults who act like teenagers. I see no one who looks fit to rule. Sometimes leadership being passed down by blood is truly a horrible thing. Good sense and leadership aren't necessarily hereditary. Finally, around 4 a.m, Orlando crashes down into one of the lounge chairs. He waves Chelsea and Charles over, as well as Roman and me. Elena and Mason wander over, even though they weren't specifically invited. Not bad for 24 hours of planning, right? Orlando asks, breathing hard. He's all smiles, all show. If Chicago is this much fun, we need to return more often, Chelsea says as she grins and bats her eyes in Roman's direction. She's been rubbing up on him all night, and I've been strategically placing myself between him and her this entire time, trying my best not to tear her to pieces. If looks could kill, Santiago would have burned Roman to a crisp from the get-go. Trust me, this is all Orlando, Roman says smoothly, deflecting what could be a truly horrible outcome. Come on, brother, Orlando eggs. You're a Badillo. You naturally keep things interesting. It's in our blood. When he says interesting, There's something in his tone that hints this isn't necessarily the product of good, clean fun.
So, Chelsea, Charles,
Orlando says as he leans back into his seat and crosses one ankle over the opposite knee.
what do you think of my friends? They seem respected here, no?
Chelsea turns an evaluating eye at Elena. Charles assesses Mason with something hungry in his eyes.
What's not to respect?
Charles says, curling a smile for Mason's benefit.
It doesn't bother you that everyone in this room naturally looks to these four?
Orlando asks as he pulls out a cigarette and lights it. Since when has it been a crime to be an upstanding citizen? I ask, annoyance and worry flaring in my blood. You're looking at the CEO and CFO of one of the richest companies in the world. I'm a doctor. I catch myself before I finish saying the name. Andres is protective of this community.
Why so defensive, Dr. Doe?
Orlando questions, his eyes narrowing, even though I know he's not confused. Don't mess around, Orlando, I warn. If you need to get something off your chest, just say it.
You've never met a royal before, have you, Dr. Doe?
He asks, his eyes narrowing at me. Haven't had the pleasure yet, I say, though I can't keep the condescension from my tone.
You really ought to keep your attitude in check when you're around us, he says, his tone growing more serious. It's best not to forget who's really in charge when it comes to the vampires. And you ought to check your shit-stirring attitude,
John snarls. Orlando casts his eyes in John's direction, a cold-as-steel look. I can see the gears turning in his head, and I realize now that I do need to keep myself in check because my actions don't only affect me. I have people I love now, and I have to do what it takes to protect them.
Perhaps it's time to keep a closer eye on the Windy City, Chelsea, Charles,
Orlando says, looking at them with a dark expression. I wonder, if he were our regent and not them, would things be going differently?
Have you ever heard of any problems in Chicago?
Charles asks, as he arches an eyebrow at Orlando.
Seems we've been doing just fine. Why don't you stick to Spain and let us worry about the States?
Orlando doesn't say anything. It seems ridiculous that these red-headed idiots are equals to Orlando Badillo. I'm a million times more worried about him than I am them. But because they both have royal blood, they gain equal power.
Look at us, discussing work and politics at a party,
Orlando says. It's incredible how quickly he can flip the switch.
How very American of us. Elena, might I have the honor of a dance?
I know my friend well enough to recognize the flash of you in her eyes. But as he's just stated, he's a royal. And you don't tell a royal no, apparently. Let's all have a drink, Chelsea says, waving one of the servers over. It's one of the longest nights of my life. I keep waiting for something to explode. I keep expecting Orlando to do something truly crazy, or for the Alloways to get wind of what's really going on here in Chicago. But it's just a party. A really freaking long party. The awkwardness and stress are nearly enough to kill me. But finally, at 6 a.m, half of the attendees have left, each of them anxious to get to wherever they're staying for the day before the sun comes up.
Orlando, I'm so glad you invited us,
Charles says. His face is flushed, and I wonder what guy in attendance here is the reason for his now rumpled hair.
If you ever find yourself back in the States, you are always welcome to our territory. Thank you,
Orlando says, with the slightest bow of his head.
I know things will always be a good time with the Alloways.
I look down at my phone as it rings. It's the hospital. Excuse me, I have to take this, I say to no one in particular. Roman watches me as I walk out of the room. When the elevator opens, I step inside to find it empty. This is Dr. Doe, I answer. It's the emergency room, letting me know that the police were called in twice last night. Once for a stabbing, a second time for a gunshot wound. The second patient died before they could get them to the operating table. Yeah, the paperwork required will be a week's worth of headaches. At least I have some support staff now to help me handle it all. The elevator hits the ground level, and I step out past 3 people waiting to go up. After this insane night, I need some fresh air. I walk outside, feeling the presence of the sun dancing just below the horizon. The day is clear, so it's going to be a blindingly bright day. But for now, I stand out on the sidewalk, turning my face up to the sky. We take care of one disaster, and another one starts. I haven't even been in Chicago for a year yet, but it's already been more than I ever could have imagined when I learned what I am. I don't like this unknown, having no idea what Orlando really wants. I don't like the uncertainty about Roman's future now that we know who he really is. I wrap my arms around myself and take in one deep breath. You made it through some crazy shit, Juliet, I tell myself. You're going to get through this too. I have to say, I don't understand what it is he sees in you. I nearly groan at the voice I hear from behind. Do you have any idea how many royals were waiting for Andres to resurrect? Chelsea says as she walks up beside me. The alliances that could come from marrying into the house of Badillo, and then he goes and falls for a nobody? Life is mysterious, isn't it? I say, trying to ignore her. Chelsea shakes her head. I look behind us. She's alone, and I realize she's followed me. He has time. He's immortal, and with no one to protect you, he'll have options when you're out of the picture. I plan to be the first in line. Are you for... My words cut off as I turn to get serious, violence running through my blood. But something forceful and sharp jams into my chest. My eyes slide down from Chelsea's to the wooden stake she's just slammed into my chest. It's nothing personal, she says, wearing a wicked smile. But you don't deserve him. The breath doesn't pull in and out of my lungs. I feel them filling with blood. Cold creeps up my feet, up my forearms. Shit. Chelsea watches me with an evil smile as I fall to my knees in front of her, and then drop dead to the pavement. Chapter 5. The entire universe rumbles. I feel everything funnel, every star and asteroid, every bit of space junk, and all the moons you could imagine flow to the same narrow point, before it all explodes in a volcanic eruption. A gasp rips out of me as I sit up, my hands clawing at my chest. Someone curses, and I look up to find I'm in an alleyway. Santiago gapes at me in utter disbelief. There are trace amounts of blood on his hands, and I realize he's dragged me from the sidewalk here. Estabas muerto, he says in awestruck mortification. Via Chelsea matarte. My heart starts hammering faster. No, bad. This is bad. Witnesses to what I can do are bad. How are you alive? Santiago demands, crossing the alley. His expression shifts from shock to villainous curiosity. He grips me by my bloodied dress. I followed Chelsea, and then I watched her stake you through the heart. I don't know what you think you saw, I say, trying to come up with a plausible lie on the fly. But that Chelsea is a bitch. Don't go calling her names or she'll knock you flat out. Santiago shakes his head. I know what I saw. You were dead, gray on the ground. I moved your damn body so no one would call the police. That's impossible, I point out, trying to get my legs working. I feel sluggish when I first come back. I know I need to get out of here. I need to take care of this problem. But my brain isn't working as fast as it should be. You've done this more than once, he says, realization dawning in his dark eyes. You would not be so calm otherwise. You're being way too dramatic, and you're totally daydreaming, I say, getting desperate to get out of here. Santiago smiles and shakes his head. And I can see the devious plan shifting in his eyes. Forget trying to woo Chelsea.
I don't think so.
In a movement that's nothing more than a blur, he drags out a blade and plunges it down into my heart. Damn it. With a wet gasp, I die for the second time in the last 25 minutes. Way to break your own records, Juliet. It begins with the quaking. Deep, coming from the core of the earth, except it all happens within my own impossible system. Then, the noise penetrates every bit of consciousness I have, deep, low. It builds, and finally it all erupts. Automatically, my hands fly to my chest, and a yell of agony rips from my throat as I sit up. My chest is a cavern of pain. Surely someone has just scooped out my heart and has left my ribcage wide open. But there is no gaping hole in my chest. There is no stake, no blade, just my bloodied skin, smooth and even.
How many times have you resurrected?
My head rips in the direction of the voice, and I find Santiago sitting in a chair in the corner. My eyes dart around, trying to quickly evaluate the seriousness of the situation. I'm in a room. It's dark. There are no windows. There's only a bed, which I'm sitting on, and that chair he occupies. With vampiric speed, I dart for the door, yanking it open. Only to hiss in complete agony at the blinding sunlight that feels like it sears all the way into the back of my skull. Out of sheer survival instinct, I shove the door closed, plunging myself back into the comforting darkness.
It's only 8 in the morning,
Santiago says with a satisfied smile.
We have hours of daylight coming at that door, and don't think you're just going to cover your eyes and run for cover. We're nowhere near any form of shelter.
Shit. Where the hell could we be? I've only been out for 20 minutes. Is he lying?
How many times have you resurrected?
He asks again as he gets to his feet and slowly stalks toward me. I back away, though I don't have far to retreat in this small space. You don't know what you're talking about.
You're right,
he admits. His eyes never leave mine once. They're dark, so dark they nearly seem black. He's tall, built, dark hair and dark brows. He has thin lips and a strong, proud nose. He's handsome for a killer.
I don't know how you do it, but I know what my own eyes witnessed. Twice. How do you do it?
I shake my head, continuing to back away from him. It's nothing. I'm no one. But when Roman realizes I'm gone, he will realize you have gone missing from the party. Believe me, it won't take him more than 2 minutes to put it together. He's going to turn you inside out for this.
Santiago chuckles. Andres would, I don't doubt it. But trust me, Dr. Doe, he is not going to find us anytime soon.
I could point out to him that it's only a matter of time before I'm found, thanks to my beloved distant aunt who can track anyone with her son's magical blood tattooed into their skin. Those flowers on my left forearm guarantee I will be found. But I'd so much rather see the look of surprise on his face when Roman kicks in this door and pulls his heart out through his throat.
So tell me, Dr. Doe,
Santiago says as he looks down at me, so casual and composed.
How does it work? A fluke? A glitch in your DNA? Or is it a curse?
I know my poker face slips, because as my heart drops into my stomach, a satisfied grin pulls on his lips.
Our entire species came about because of a curse,
Santiago says as he stands in the middle of the room. His eyes are fixed on me, his hands in his pockets, but no part of him seems relaxed. Every bit of him is danger.
King Cyrus played with nature, and the universe cursed him to crave the blood of his former kind because of it.
The universe? Was it really the universe? Or an exceptionally powerful curse weaver?
I've come across cursed lands where nothing grows, and there is a chill in the air.
He takes another step closer to me.
And I myself have witnessed Queen Savon die once. Cyrus forced immortality on her and cursed himself once again to lose her over and over.
Santiago bends at the waist, so we're eye to eye.
What did you do to deserve a curse, Juliet?
It never occurred to me that anyone who didn't know about the gifted would have any idea about curses, outside the ones King Cyrus brought about. This is the first time I've heard of others. Deserve? I ask, playing it off. Did I ask for it growing up as an orphan? Being beaten and abused by the adults who were supposed to take care of me? Was I asking for it as I starved and wondered if I was going to die from the cold? Does that sound deserving to you?
We all have sob stories,
he says calmly.
But we've all done horrible things, despite or because of those stories. You know what you did.
Yes, I know what I did. I was born to a mother who loved me enough to save my life by cursing me to evade death. He stares at me for a solid 30 seconds, as if he can read the truth out of my eyes. I swear I will give him nothing.
Is there a limit?
He finally asks.
Or can you just die death after death, endlessly?
You don't know what you're talking about, I say petulantly as I look away from him. I'm not sure how I'm finding my way out of this one. It's one thing to talk your way out of things when people really don't know what's going on, but Santiago was a witness. He's seen the truth. Twice.
But I know one man who will be very curious to help me uncover the truth of what you're dealing with,
he says, his words going quiet and low. I don't know what that means. I don't get 2 seconds to think about it, because there's a flash of steel and it rips through my heart. Death comes seconds later. Chapter 6. When I wake next, I'm somewhere different. From the rocking motion and the noise, I think it's a train. Santiago questions me again. When I don't give him the answers he wants, he stabs me through the heart. Next, I'm definitely on an airplane. He drills me about my ability to overcome death. He kills me again. When I wake once more and we're in a dark room with elegant curtains and it smells like spices, I realize I am staying out far, far longer than my normal 20-minute deaths. I think it's actually been hours in between each death. How is he doing it? Where the hell is he taking me? When I next wake, I'm alone in what I think is, again, a train car. I'm slumped in a seat, alone in this tiny space. With a pained groan, I sit up, my chest screaming in pain. I look out the window to find it's nighttime. I am, indeed, on a train. It races down the tracks, and it looks like we're going through a canyon. Steep mountain walls rise on either side, trees lining nearly every surface around me. There are patches of snow here and there, signs of the passing winter. Where the hell am I? I breathe out as I look for any signs, any billboards, or anything to give me any indication where I've been taken. I'm nowhere near Chicago anymore, not with these mountains. There's snow, so I haven't gone south. A train ride, a plane ride, and another train ride. Who knows what else in between? Keeping my feet silent, I go to the door, only to find it locked. I could break it, no question there. But what am I going to find on the other side? I press my ear against the door, my eyes sliding closed. It's mostly quiet. I hear the rattling of the train and little else. But then there are footsteps heading my direction. Not just one set, but two. I take 2 steps back, adrenaline and fight coiling in my blood. The moment the door slides open, I kick out with everything I have, connecting with a jaw. Santiago goes stumbling backward, falling into the man behind him. I jump over them both, stepping on a hand and then a face as I go. Fingers wrap around my ankle, and I fall flat to the ground. Curling around, I find Santiago gripping me with white knuckles. I coil a leg back, ready to crush his face in. But before I get the chance, the other man jumps. He grips me by the front of my dress and flips me over into the aisle of the train. A vampiric roar rips from my throat, and I feel my eyes flash red. I flip around, taking my hands straight for the man's throat, squeezing with everything I have. But his much larger hands grip the front of my dress, and he pulls the both of us to our feet. I rear my head back and crack my forehead into his nose. He drops me, and I catch myself with bent knees, whipping around to search for Santiago. Except he's there with a dagger in hand, and he plunges it into my chest. Lights out.
What are we going to do?
I feel so groggy. The edges of everything are fuzzy. My brain weighs 1,000,000 pounds. My hands feel tingly.
There is someone out there.
Santiago's voice floats through the fog in my brain.
It's not a coincidence our car died before we could get to the town. You're being paranoid,
a voice I don't recognize says.
But maybe it's for the best. This plan. Are you really feeling so confident to just walk up to the castle and hope he listens to us before he chops our head off for fun?
A different kind of cold starts spreading out over my skin at those few choice words. I try rolling. I try to bend a leg. Anything. I have to get out of here. But my blood feels like it's filled with cold molasses.
Why the hell did I call you if you're going to be this cautious?
Santiago asks, impatient and annoyed.
We need a plan,
the newcomer responds with annoyance.
We're not even supposed to be here. Neither of us is a royal. They could kill us for just setting foot in this town.
Town. Castle. My heart starts beating faster, burning through the molasses.
We need to move. If someone really is out there, all we need is 20 seconds of explanation,
Santiago says.
The second he realizes she can't truly die, we'll have his absolute, undivided attention. And we can finally get out from under that sad excuse of a royal,
the other man growls. So, not everyone in the House of Badillo is thrilled about Orlando's leadership.
You really think he'll make you a royal?
The other man asks doubtfully.
It's all about blood, and you can't change that.
They're my terms, Santiago says.
He'll just kill you if you tell him what you have, and you don't turn her over. You underestimate how desperate he is to get Savan back,
Santiago says. And all the blood drains from my face. Savan. I know that name. Castle. There's only one that's applicable to the vampire world. One eye peels open, revealing a ceiling that looks old and dusty. The other struggles to lift. What the hell has he done to me? It's bad enough I've died about a dozen times in the last, well, I don't know how long it's been, but he's obviously drugging me, so it takes me much longer than usual to wake from the dead. My medical brain can't help but start considering the long-term side effects I could be left with. There has to be some benefit to being a vampire, though. Surely this cursed blood can burn out whatever the drugs are doing to me. I take a deep breath as I feel my lungs begin to unfreeze, like tar beginning to dissolve out of them. My head lolls to the side, and I get a good view of where we are. It looks like a cottage, a really old one, and one that's probably been abandoned for a while. The windows are cracked, and moss is starting to grow in the corners. It's little more than one room and a kitchen by the front door. I'm lying on a dusty rug on the ground. Santiago and the other man stand in the kitchen arguing. The moonlight streaming through the windows gives me a pretty good idea it's long past midnight, whatever time zone I'm in now.
She's waking up,
Santiago points out.
Either grow some damn balls, or we need to kill her again.
They debate. Kill me, drag me to the castle doors, no biggie. But I hear something outside. Footsteps. They're quiet, nearly silent. One set is quietly joined by another. 2 people. I catch their scent just a second before the entire world explodes into glass. 2 figures erupt through the windows. Without 1 second of hesitation, Roman's fist pops into Santiago's face, knocking him flat to the ground. He's kneeling on his chest the next second, chaining Santiago's ankles and wrists. Sebastian headbutts the other man, who lets out an unearthly roar. He crashes back against the wall, and the entire cottage shudders. Sebastian's hand wraps around the man's throat, and he comes nose to nose with him, a snarling roar climbing up my ex-fiancé's throat. Roman throws another set of chains to Sebastian, who catches them out of the air. In a fraction of a second, he's wrapped the man. It all happens over the span of about 3 seconds. And now, both Roman and Sebastian have daggers pressed to my captors' chests. "Are you all right?" Roman asks, his brows furrowed over vivid blue eyes that find me in the dark. His chest heaves, the adrenaline radiating off of him. Drugged, I say stupidly, my brain still struggling to come out of the fog. What? Sebastian, what the hell are you doing here? Ending this man's pathetic excuse for a life, he says savagely, his voice that of a demon. And, with every ounce of humanity missing from his eyes, he sinks the dagger into the man's chest. Roman curses loudly. He wasn't ready for the man to die. He needs information. Sebastian yanks the blade out, and the man drops to the ground, dead weight, his skin instantly turning gray. Sebastian bends to wipe the blood from the blade on the man's sleeve. Santiago is yelling obscenities in English and Spanish. But he doesn't gain 1 inch of room with Roman on his chest and the blade pressed into his skin. A tiny bit of blood starts seeping into the fabric, a sign his skin has been punctured. Sebastian turns, his blazing red eyes fixed on me. And my heart does a wild thing as he stalks toward me. I scramble to pull myself into a sitting position, but my limbs are slow and stiff. Fear, relief, anxiety, anger, hatred, memories. They all pummel me as our eyes meet again for the first time in 2 months. Don't touch her, Roman warns in the darkest tone I've ever heard from him. But Sebastian doesn't heed him. He drops to his knees in front of me and grabs my wrist, pressing 2 fingers into my skin to feel my pulse. What did he dose you with? Sebastian asks, his tone deadly and urgent. I can smell it in your blood. I shake my head. I don't know. I feel kind of dull, sluggish. Desflurane or isoflurane, Sebastian guesses, his hand moving to my forehead. Maybe halothane. I push his hand away from me, my brows furrowing. I can't believe you're here, after all the shit you pulled. Actually, I can't believe Roman left your head on your shoulders. A temporary negotiation, Roman seethes. Now, you're going to answer my questions, and you'll give me the truth, or I'm going to cut your fingers off, one by one, he says as his attention returns to Santiago. Roman grips him by the front of his shirt and hauls him into a sitting position, his back leaning against the cabinets. Rotten hell, you ungrateful royal, Santiago says as he spits in Roman's face. Roman's eyes squeeze shut as he lets out a slow, controlled breath through his nostrils. He wipes the spit with the sleeve of his shoulder. His eyes are scarlet when he opens them again. He grabs Santiago's left hand and slices his thumb off in one clean cut. Santiago lets out a bellow that will surely wake the entire town. I might not remember you, but I'd guess you never were a very smart man, were you? Roman glowers. You may have gotten only 20 seconds of evidence, but you should know, when it comes to Juliet, neither one of us is very reasonable. So, you're going to answer my questions, aren't you? Santiago breathes hard, feral huffs, as he stares at Roman without saying a word. Why have you brought Juliet to Roter Himmel? My hands immediately feel icy when it's finally confirmed where I am. You know what she can do, Santiago says, not really a question. Sebastian's eyes flick over to me, and in them, I see an entire conversation. I never told him myself. I never admitted to the man I was going to marry that I can't die. But he's witnessed it with his own eyes. When he staked Roman, and I learned about my gift, the ability to die for people. And then he witnessed when I woke from death once again, just minutes later. I see it in his eyes. He knows the whole truth now, and somehow I know Roman had no choice but to tell Sebastian everything. I know what she can do, Roman says, his words low and dangerous.
Then I don't have to explain why I've brought her to Roter Himmel,
Santiago says between clenched teeth. Roman lops his index finger off. Santiago roars in agony again as the digit falls to the ground with a wet thud.
You really do. I ask you a question, you answer. That's how this works.
Santiago breathes hard through his nostrils, his eyes sliding over to where his 2 fingers are lying in a pool of blood.
King Cyrus will do anything to get Savan back. He's done it over and over, but over and over, he's always lost her to death. If what Juliet can do can be replicated, I know Cyrus would do anything to get his hands on it.
In 2 long steps, Sebastian crosses the cottage. He cocks a fist back, and it collides with Santiago's jaw. I hear a crack.
You were going to sell her to the king and let him experiment on her?
Sebastian seethes. His entire body vibrates, barely under control.
And you thought he'd make you a royal as a reward,
Roman states, evidence he overheard the earlier conversation.
Stranger things have happened in this world,
Santiago grinds out. Sebastian curses under his breath.
Idiot. The king would sooner make you his court's pet, just for the hell of it. Who have you contacted?
Roman breathes as he leans on the man a little harder, the tip of the blade digging just a tiny bit deeper into his chest.
Who else knows about this plan?
Just Isaiah, Santiago barks out, sounding panicked.
I had no reason to share the reward with anyone more than I had to, and now he's dead. Did anyone see you come into Roter Himmel?
Sebastian demands as he stares down at Santiago. The man pauses for just a second too long.
3 cars passed us on our way into the valley.
I think he's lying based on his hesitation, but we can't count on that. If anyone did see him and Isaiah enter Roter Himmel, we need to move. Soon.
Cyrus will have guards, spies watching the valley,
Sebastian says as he walks to the now broken windows and looks out.
This scumbag is lying, but it seems doubtful they would have entered without anyone knowing.
No one has come bursting through the doors yet, I point out. We are not exactly being quiet.
At least you picked a secluded spot,
Sebastian says. I don't know what the layout of the valley is, but we must not be too close to the castle, and whoever else lives here.
Does Orlando know just how much you resent him?
Roman asks. And I see Santiago's expression go slack. I see panic creep into his eyes.
I would imagine he would see your actions as treason,
Roman continues.
And I have a feeling everyone else in this valley would see it the same. But that isn't enough reason for me to kill you.
His blue eyes slide over to meet mine.
How many times, Juliet?
I know what he's asking. He's asking how many times Santiago killed me between when I was taken and now. I don't know why I hesitate. Santiago has done a bad thing to me. He literally murdered me 12 times. But I know Roman. His words, the one when he said he would throw himself in front of 1,000 stakes just so he wouldn't have to watch me die again, live deep inside of me now. I know the vengeance Roman will execute.
She's never going to tell you, and that's answer enough,
Sebastian says, proving that he does know me better than I wish he did. 12, I say, just to further unravel any small connection that still exists between us. There's nothing but darkness left in his eyes as Roman looks back at Santiago.
I just wish you could die more than one death,
he says darkly. He carves a line into Santiago's arm, and then a number, 2. Santiago's cries of pain and fear grow more frantic by the moment.
A death for a death.
Roman carves a number 3, and then a 4 into Santiago's flesh.
But even that would not satisfy my need for revenge.
Santiago is writhing, a chorus of yells and screams as Roman continues carving numbers into his skin. 5, 6, 7. Blood pours from Santiago's arm as Roman switches to the other arm.
Let this be the last lesson you'll ever learn,
Roman says, his tone stone cold as he carves an 8 and a 9.
Touching a woman out of greed?
10. 11.
Will be the last thing you ever do.
12. Santiago looks a nightmare. The number of deaths he caused me carved into his very skin, blood pouring down them.
May you burn in hell for your sins,
Roman says, and he plunges the dagger straight through Santiago's heart. His eyes flash wide for just a second, his mouth agape in the shape of a shocked O. He stares into Roman's savage, furious eyes. And then, the light dies in Santiago's eyes. His skin grays, and his body falls still. The room is silent for a few moments, the weight of death heavy in the air. Sebastian mutters a curse at Roman's savagery. Roman stands, and it's kind of amazing the way the entire atmosphere changes as he crosses the cottage and pulls me to my feet before wrapping his arms around me.
I'm sorry,
he breathes as he tucks his nose into my hair. There was nothing you could have done, I say as I cling to him, reveling in this feeling that's nearly indescribable. I feel safe. I feel calm. I feel warm and at ease, despite everything that's just happened. Chelsea is a bitch. She killed me because she was drooling all over you. Santiago saw her take me out and then watched me resurrect. Roman squeezes me tighter, as if he can absorb me and protect me from anything bad ever happening again. But it isn't the only feeling filling up the room. There's something different permeating the space. Betrayal and anger, and it draws my eyes upward. Sebastian stares at Roman and me, clinging to each other like the last breath we'll ever take.
You still expect me to believe there was nothing going on between the two of you?
He says, his tone cold but exhausted.
So I get to cut your tongue out now?
Roman growls as he turns, glaring Sebastian down, taking one menacing step toward him. Sebastian holds up 2 hands, conceding.
It doesn't matter anymore,
he says, but it sounds like he's talking to himself.
I know what I did. I know I broke everything. Juliet is free to move on down the line.
Hot, angry tears sting the backs of my eyes. My throat feels tight. My hands curl into fists. The curses flow freely as Roman steps forward. His fist connects with Sebastian's jaw, snapping his head backward. Sebastian staggers backward, catching himself against the kitchen cabinets. His eyes flash red, black veins sprouting over his skin. But he doesn't fight back.
You don't get to say a damn word,
Roman seethes. His shoulders rise and fall as he breathes hard, vengeance filling his entire body.
This is your last warning. One more thing, one more jab. You make her feel even an ounce of guilt, and I will take your tongue, then pull your insides out.
Sebastian's eyes hover on the wall, refusing or unable to meet my gaze. I feel like a damn mess. I never, ever expected to stand in a room with the two of them together again. I honestly thought Roman would rip Sebastian apart the moment they laid eyes on each other. Whatever this agreement was, Roman must have been truly desperate. But being in this room, it brings too many emotions to the surface. I loved Sebastian. I will never deny it. The things I felt for him. Sebastian did horrible things in the name of love for me. But I did some questionable things for him too. I'm not entirely innocent. I gave Sebastian my whole heart. He understands part of me in a way no one else on this planet ever will. But he betrayed me. He tried to control me. He treated me like I was an object and not an independent person capable of making her own decisions. The things he broke inside of me may never heal. The bridge between us has eroded, decayed, and tumbled into a cavern as deep as the ocean. And Roman. I still have no idea how to define what I feel for Roman. It feels deep and mysterious and solid. And we still don't know exactly what we are to each other. And now, we're all 3 together in the same room. I feel like I need to explain. I feel like I have to defend myself. I feel the need to throw myself between the two of them. But I know I don't owe anyone but myself anything. How did you find me? I finally ask. Getting the words out feels nearly impossible, but I force them around the knots in my throat. I can't dwell in my emotions, or they're going to consume me whole. Roman's eyes darken as he looks back at Sebastian. Sebastian's eyes don't leave the wall when he speaks. I had Sigrid's phone tapped. Anytime she said your name, it came through to me. It's my turn to let a curse slip. Where does it end? First, I learned Sebastian had been tracking my location on my phone. Then he literally paid his bodyguard to follow me at all times. And now this? 2 months after our relationship went down in flames? I can't find any words. Silently, I just shake my head. Sigrid was coordinating with Roman on your location. Sebastian moves on when I don't have anything to say to him. Her gift never fails, but you kept glitching out. Every time you died. Roman puts the truth together. He stands there, slightly between Sebastian and me, his arms folded over his chest. He kind of looks like a ticking bomb, just waiting to go off. Sebastian nods. You'd disappear for a few hours, then reappear hundreds of miles away. When I realized what was happening, when I considered where that asshole might be taking you. He shakes his head, the rage building in him again. I was closer. Roman and I struck a deal. I would get to you first and make sure they didn't execute their plan. I'd keep you away from the king until Roman caught up. And, in exchange, I had to promise not to kill him, Roman says resentfully. Not yet. We both deserve some closure, Sebastian says darkly. His eyes slide from Roman over to me, and I should be relieved that I see regret in his eyes, but it's too late. I don't need closure. I got it when I gave Sebastian his ring back, before I ever found out he was poisoning the gifted and vampires of Chicago. Where were you? I ask, ignoring all the details that make this emotionally complicated. You said you were closer? Rome, he answers, his voice sounding slightly hoarse. And something fractures a little more in my heart, which I didn't think was possible. It was one of the conversations we had early in our relationship. We both said we wanted to travel to Rome, and we made a deal that we'd go there together someday. He and I ended, and he left the country to go to the place we were supposed to visit together. What did Orlando say? I ask, moving on. When you realized I was gone, and so was Santiago. He doesn't know, Roman says, letting out a hard breath. The whole royal situation is complicated. I didn't say anything to Orlando because I wasn't going to give an explanation about why Santiago would take you. I'm going to have to come up with some justification for why I disappeared for a few days. My fingers lace into my hair, my stress levels rising. Too much. I can feel it creeping up inside me like it did before I broke down and called Sebastian begging for help. I have my limits. I've learned that now, and I'm getting dangerously close to them. I swear, Juliet, I won't let Orlando do anything to Chicago, Roman says, as if sensing where my head is. It's you I'm worried about, I explode, not caring that my former fiancé is hearing every word I say. I know everyone doesn't trust Orlando when he says he just wants to be reunited with you, but I can hear it in his voice. He really does miss Andres. He's a powerful man, Roman. I don't think he's just going to leave you alone and let you go back to your life in Chicago. Roman steps forward, taking my hands. His blue eyes bore into my own, conviction burning them bright. Do I seem like the kind of man to let someone make me do something I don't want to do? I let out a breath. It's not in relief. It feels a little defeated. No, I answer, but I still don't know if Roman will have any choice when it comes down to it. I will work this all out, Roman says, hooking a finger under my chin and lifting it so I have to look into his eyes and see the promise there. I trust him. I believe him, but I'm still scared.
"This is all very heart-killingly sweet," Sebastian says, his tone tight. "But we need to make a plan. Every second we stay in Roter Himmel is a risk."
My eyes lift to his, and Roman pivots, looking out the broken windows.
"Our best bet is during the day. The town should be quiet then. I think we take off along the mountains, not the road. We're less likely to be spotted that way."
Good thing I wore my hiking gear, I snort. Both sets of eyes slide down the length of me. I'm still wearing my red dress, though it's stained with an impressive amount of blood and ripped in more than one place. My feet are bare, and I wonder where exactly I lost my shoes between Chicago and Austria.
"I could raid one of the houses, get you something to wear,"
Roman says, dead serious. I roll my eyes. I'll be fine. I'm a damn vampire. I think I'll survive a little barefoot hiking. Sebastian's eyes linger on my feet, and I hate that it's genuine concern on his face. He doesn't like the idea of me walking barefoot. What time is it, anyway? I ask, walking to the window and looking out for the first time. And my breath is taken away. The mountains around us are spectacular. They're massive and completely encircle us. There's a huge lake pushed up against one side, one single road stretching along the side of it and then disappearing into a canyon. This cottage is only 100 yards from the road. But down the road, about a mile or so, I see dozens of houses. I'd honestly expect more luxury from the king's royal court members, but they're just normal looking. But there, in the middle of the actual town, the road turns. It runs up the hill, and it disappears into the gates that surround the castle. A castle? I've never seen one in my life. You see them in movies, on TV, but seeing this in real life? I feel something tug inside me, and I almost feel emotional. There's history here. There's a darkness in that castle, weight that covers the entire valley. This is where my kind come from, where we all originate. Me, both the men in this building with me, my father, my best friends back in Chicago. We're all here, all what we are, because of the person who resides in those walls. A flash of dim headlights sends us all ducking for a moment. Silently, we watch as a car rolls down the road. It's nice, and one of those brands you've never even heard of because they're so rare. There's this feeling as it gets closer, as if a cloud of dangerous mist is billowing out in front of the vehicle. The world feels older as it approaches, more sinister, far more precarious. All three of us watch in silence, tucked out of view as much as possible. The car rolls closer and closer. We see a woman driving the vehicle. She looks deadly and stoic. And then, in the back seat, we see a man. He's looking down, as if reviewing documents or even looking at a phone. But even doing something so mundane, the power radiates off of him. He has dark hair, every strand perfectly placed. Even from here, I can see his intense, dark green eyes. His lips are pursed, focused, the top slightly fuller than the bottom. He's beautiful in the deadliest way. And with the aura of peril that radiates off the man, I know exactly who he is. King Cyrus. In just a span of 2 seconds, the man drives by, unaware of two non-royals here in his sinister town, literally named Red Heaven. The vehicle continues down the road, headed into the town, the three of us utterly frozen and silent. The king of vampires, the creator. Holy shit! The words slip out of my lips in a terrified, reverent whisper. Now it's Roman's turn to let out a curse. Almost without thought, he grabs me, enveloping me in his embrace, protecting me, as we watch that vehicle bearing the king roll up the road and then disappear behind the gates of the castle. Think you've ever met him? I ask. Roman simply shakes his head in unknowing, still staring at the castle.
Seems everyone who ends up in Chicago is good at keeping secrets,
Sebastian says.
Who would have known our very own Roman DeLuca was actually Andres Badillo, a true blue royal?
You caught him up on the details then? I ask, as Roman and I release each other.
He needs to understand the weight of the situation,
Roman says. So now that we've seen the king, there are 2 bodies on the floor, and there's enough tension in the air to choke us all. What's the plan? I ask, because I can't help but revert to my natural ways. Are we letting Sebastian just walk after everything that happened?
I'm coming back to Chicago with you two,
Sebastian answers, without giving Roman a second to respond. I arch an eyebrow at him. You realize the entire population of the city hates you now, right? You don't poison the masses over one woman and just expect everyone to forgive you.
I don't give a damn what they all think of me,
he says. I feel his eyes on me, but I refuse to look at him.
But you were just kidnapped by someone from a royal house. You've got the most powerful gift a gifted can have, and a curse to enhance it. There's a royal with unclear intentions in the city you're about to return to. I'm not letting you go back to Chicago with this indecisive asshole as your only protection.
Hell no, I grind out, taking a step toward him to put an end to this, but Roman catches my wrist, holding me back. After all the bullshit you put me through, you're not coming anywhere near me again after we're out of this country. We look at each other for several heated seconds. I'm breathing so hard. My adrenaline is kicking in. I'm ready to fight and punch and kick and scream. Sebastian has always looked like he's 2 seconds away from erupting into a storm of wrath, and right now is no different. Do you know that the superintendent of police investigated me for weeks? I ask, my voice shaking with rage. She thought I murdered you. Roman spent days in prison when they found your blood in his apartment. You've wrecked way too much, Sebastian.
And I will find a way to atone for my sins,
he says, his voice quieter and lower than I expected with how he's trembling.
I swear, somehow I will make it right.
You will never win me back, I say, the absolute confidence of finality in my tone. There is nothing you could do to make me want you back. You broke. My voice falters, fracturing just a little, and something stings the back of my eyes. You broke me, Sebastian. You broke us, and there is no putting us back together. I watch Sebastian swallow, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down.
I know you will never forgive what I did. I know there is something broken in me, because I don't know what I would have done differently if I could go back. But somehow, I have to make it right, Juliet.
I let out a hard breath, and I feel the energy leaking from me. I deflate. I lean back without meaning to, but Roman wraps a hand around my waist, pulling me against him with physical support. It feels like there should be a million more things to say. What happened was enormous. Surely we could still argue over all that's happened for ages. But I'm too tired. I'm drained. My nerves and emotions are shot. Can we just not talk anymore? I say out loud, though I don't mean to. I can't anymore. We have a few hours until the sun comes up. I think we all need to give ourselves an emotional timeout until then. There are 3 strong personalities in this room. My request shouldn't work, but silence is the answer I get from the both of them. Sebastian slides down the wall next to one of the dead men. He sits with his forearms braced on his knees, and he stares at the ground, deep in thought. Roman walks to the window, scanning the surroundings. He's still in security mode, even though he's halfway across the world from his job. So I walk back to the rug on the floor. I'm not physically tired. After dying and being knocked out for so many hours over the last few days, I should be well rested. But I'm exhausted. I lay with my back facing the cottage, tucked up against the wall. And the rest of the night passes in perfect silence. Chapter 7. I'm nervous as we wait an entire hour after the sun comes up on a perfectly sunny day, but not as nervous as Roman and Sebastian are. I can hear both of their hearts hammering. I see the nerves in the tension of their shoulders, the thin line of their lips. They're both ready for anything. But as the sun blazes in the sky, each of us don a set of sunshades, Roman and Sebastian both having brought a pair for me. On perfectly silent feet, we aim for the mountains, completely avoiding any structures. If I were human, there's no way I would make this climb in the 3 hours it takes us. It's steep, like the only thing climbing this mountain are goats. The way is rocky and treed, and there isn't a clear path the entire time. My feet get cut every 10 minutes, but thanks to my vampire abilities, I heal in a constant cycle. I look like I just walked out of a war zone by the time we drop down into the next valley over. My hair is insane, my dress is nearly shreds, and I'm dirtier than I might have ever been in my life. But we don't see a single person as we travel down the valley until we get to a town. It's beautiful, clearly a tourist destination with a number of hotels and cafes. It's not hard to see why people travel from all over to visit. Do any of them have any idea that just an hour farther drive, they'll arrive at a town that is completely inhabited by vampires? A town ruled over by a millennia-old king? I stay out of view when we step into the first hotel we come across, and Roman pays for one night. No one needs to see me in this state. The desk clerk tries to make a fuss about it only being noon, too early to check in. But when Sebastian slides her 300 euros, she stops her whining and hands over a room key. "I'll be back in 30 minutes, Sebastian says, as all three of us walk down the empty hall. "You need something to wear. If anyone sees you like this, they'll call the cops for sure." No doubt. I look like I've been the victim of some serious abuse, and then thrown in the back of a livestock transport trailer. Okay, I need a size small shirt and pants. My shoes are— "You're a 7.5. Sebastian cuts me off. "I know what size you are, Juliet." I blush at that, and a low growl rumbles in the back of Roman's throat, but Sebastian just walks back out into the brilliantly sunny day. "Why didn't you just rip his head off the second you saw him again?" I ask Roman, as he swipes the key card and pushes the door open to a tiny but clean room. "Because, even though you hate him, I'm pretty sure you'd never forgive me for executing the bloody end he deserves," he says as we walk inside. Roman's eyes sweep the room, and he ducks into the bathroom for just a moment, sweeping the area. I don't have anything snappy to say to that. Would I be upset if Roman tore Sebastian apart? Everything he did was awful, but does he really deserve that? Do I really hate him to that extent? "See," Roman says, arching an eyebrow just slightly. "If you really wanted him dead, you wouldn't be hesitating." A curse slips out of my lips, and my fingers rise to tangle into my hair. This is all so complicated. Why can't this just be simple and clean-cut? Roman, I turn to face him, my heart doing spasmodic gymnastics in my chest. How can you deal with this? With me? I'm a mess. My heart has led me down some misguided paths that have had serious consequences. Why would you want— But I'm cut off by Roman wrapping a hand behind my neck and pulling my lips to his. His kiss is fierce, solid, sure. All the tension in my body relaxes, and my hands come to rest on his chest, my fingers slowly gripping the front of his shirt. "I'm not threatened by Sebastian," he says against my lips. "Not even for a second. And do you want to talk about complicated? I'm a damn royal with amnesia who doesn't have an ounce of interest in going back to Spain with the brother who is a threat to everyone in our city. If anyone can handle me, it's you, Juliet. And if anyone can handle you, be damn sure I can." And something that's been broken in me, something that fractured the first time I got in trouble as a toddler, doesn't feel broken anymore. I always thought Sebastian and I were two sides of the same coin. We understood each other's darkness. We both dealt with horrific trauma. But so much of our relationship was stuck in that darkness. It wrapped its fingers around every aspect of our relationship. But Roman? We're both damaged in different ways. But he's lifted me up, pushed me without resenting the person I am, shaped my past. And I feel it again as I pull Roman back to my lips. He tastes like the future and everything I never thought I'd find in a person. I breathe out, resting my forehead on his. Things are going to get messy. Just don't give up on me.
Never,
Roman says, stealing one last kiss.
Go shower. We need to get out of here as soon as possible.
And I know he's right, so I turn and head straight into the bathroom. When I'm done scrubbing the grime and blood off me, I hear the door to the main room open and close. The door to the bathroom cracks slightly, and I hear a shopping bag being set on the counter, and then the door shuts once more. I find my cell phone on the counter, which I dropped when Chelsea staked me, as well as a small supply of necessities. A brush and some minimal toiletries, a new pair of sunglasses, and I pull an outfit out that is as perfect as I could ever pick myself. Jeans, a black button-up shirt that hugs me just perfect, a black coat, and some sturdy, fuzzy boots. Damn, Sebastian. He knows me way too well. I step out of the bathroom, steam billowing into the room. I find Roman and Sebastian both on their phones, furiously tapping away, talking calmly and quietly.
We need to get out if you're ready,
Roman says, tapping his phone one last time before putting it away.
Jay has a contact who is going to meet us at the airport with a fake passport for you so you can get on a plane.
Our ride should be pulling up in 2 minutes, Sebastian says, finishing up his own travel arrangements. That easy? I ask. Surely, after being killed 12 times and a few days' journey to get here, it can't be as easy as calling for a taxi and booking a flight.
I'll believe it's that easy when it's over,
Roman says, his tone a low growl. He steps forward, taking my hand. He puts the keycard on the TV stand and opens the door, pulling me through behind him after he's scanned the hall. Sebastian follows silently, his eyes boring holes into our intertwined fingers. I can just feel it. It feels really weird to be traveling internationally, but having no bags. Not even a purse. The driver seems surprised and confused as well when he pulls up for us. The three of us stuff into the back seat. Roman very pointedly puts himself in the middle, seating himself between Sebastian and me. They're both protective when it comes to me, but in entirely different ways. Our fingers interlace once again, and the driver pulls away from the curb, no clue about the complicated love triangle of vampires in his back seat. An hour later, we're pulling up to a small but beautiful airport. Sebastian pays the driver, and all three of us head toward the doors. Just inside, it's nearly impossible to miss the man with solid white hair, yet can't be any older than 30, just like Jay Casper. No money is exchanged. No words are said. Roman simply plucks a passport from his slightly extended hand as we walk right by, not even a moment's hesitation. Maybe it really is that easy. We don't even get a second glance from anyone as we get through security, though I feel wildly blinded for 60 seconds when I have to take my sunshades off to be scanned. But 40 minutes later, I'm seated in a comfortable first-class seat, and the attendants are making a fuss of getting everyone settled. I cling to Roman's hand as the plane pulls away from the terminal. My heart starts pounding harder. I've still flown less than a dozen times in my life. The fear hasn't ebbed. Across the aisle and back 3 rows, I feel Sebastian's eyes on me. I feel his anxiousness. Once upon a time, it would have been him sitting beside me, whispering dirty thoughts into my ear to distract me. But he ruined that. Roman pulls our intertwined hands to him and presses his lips to the back of my hand. I lean into him, pressing my forehead to his, taking a deep breath in and out.
It'll be over in just a few minutes,
he reassures me. I nod, knowing it's true. And then it's done. The plane is in the air, and we rapidly climb before leveling out. I let out the breath I've been holding and tell each of my muscles to relax, one at a time. But it only kind of works, because then I remember what we are returning home to. What are we going to do about the mess we'll be facing when we get home? I ask as I lean my head on Roman's shoulder. What are you going to tell Orlando? Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll be gone, he says, though his tone tells me he's obviously not counting on it. Not a chance, I state. Roman takes a deep breath. I think I'll tell him I needed some time to process, to think. And it won't be a lie. This is all a lot. He's going to be livid, but I know I can handle him. I hope he just accepts it, I say. He's freaking scary, but I can tell he does love you. Which feels like a cruel joke when I don't remember him or any of it whatsoever. I squeeze his hand. Nothing has come back? Roman shakes his head. Not yet. There's been nothing so far. No hints, no dreams, no feelings. Which is fine by me. He told me this months ago, when he first confessed that he didn't remember anything from before his resurrection. He doesn't think he was a very good person before. He'd been stabbed in the back and left in a landfill. He doesn't want to remember who he was before, even if he now knows the simple checklist of facts. I don't know if Sebastian is going to survive the first 24 hours of stepping foot back in Chicago, I say, moving on to my next biggest worry. The whole city now knows what he did. I don't understand why he's insisting on returning with us. He knows he doesn't have a chance at getting me back. What's the point? Roman shakes his head. Honestly, I don't get it either. I don't know what his endgame is. But I promise you, one wrong move and I'll finish the council's sentencing. Which is death. The council's actual sentence was that Sebastian was banished from the city, unless he was captured and returned to be punished for his crimes. It was never said aloud what that punishment was, but the rest of the council was all in agreement as to what the punishment should be. And if Elena and Mason disagree with the deal between you two and want to see it finished immediately? Roman shakes his head once more. They already agreed to the deal. They were part of the plan when Sebastian called and told us he was closer. I arch an eyebrow. Wow, Elena is going soft. Only because it's you, he affirms. She's a savage, through and through. I let out a little disgusted sound. Did you see the way she and John have been looking at each other? It's so weird. Roman chuckles. A little. But when you think about it, you've known Elena way longer than you've known John. He might biologically be your father, but you've still only known him for 2 months. And he's had 29 years to grieve your mother. It might feel fast to you, but really it's not. I sigh. I know. And they both deserve to be happy. I'll get used to it, eventually. Roman places his lips to my forehead, letting them linger for a long moment. I take a deep breath in, and for the first time in my life, I feel like I have a partner. Someone who walks by my side as a complete equal, who will help me through the hard parts of life, and who I can be a support and help to as well. There are 2 layovers before we make our final descent into Chicago. I make a deal with myself that I will not get nervous or scared or reckless. I will be calm. I will be confident. I will be smart, and we will all get through this crazy situation. I hold my head high when the plane lands. Roman texts the rest of the council that we've arrived. One reply after another comes in instantly. Orlando has been looking for Roman, and he's not pleased that he has disappeared. We take you home, Roman says, as we stand in the aisle, waiting to unload. We act as if we did nothing wrong. I have no doubt Orlando will come to us within the hour. You have your team watching him? Sebastian asks from behind. Roman nods. All the house members are still in the city. Jay will be picking us up. I'd like to make one quick stop before we go home, I say, a sly smile pulling on my lips. 40 minutes later, we pull up to the police station. Roman tells Jay to wait at the curb. And together, all three of us, walk in through the front doors. "I'd like to speak to Superintendent Day," I say to the man sitting at the desk.
"She's busy,"
he says in a bored tone. He doesn't even take his eyes away from the screen in front of him, just continues typing away. "She'll want to see us," I say, and I step around the desk and aim for where I know Teresa's office is. The other officer yells after us, but vampires walk pretty damn quick when they want not to be stopped. I knock twice on her door before I let myself in.
"Get out,"
she growls, without looking up at us, not realizing who has just walked in. I don't think so," I say, folding my arms over my chest as I stop in the middle of her office, flanked by Roman on one side and Sebastian on the other. "Thought you needed to see this." Superintendent Day's eyes are annoyed as she looks up, but when she sees Sebastian, they flare huge in surprise. "Dr. Vincent," she says, shock and panic in her tone. She stands, though she stays put on her side of the desk.
"Hello, Teresa,"
Sebastian says, in that suave, cool way of his. Sebastian saved Teresa's life after she was shot in the line of duty a few years ago. She developed a loyalty to him that set her on a savage path to prove I did something nefarious to him.
"You're back,"
she says stupidly, her mind unable to reconcile the sight of him to the extreme belief that something nefarious had happened to him.
"Yes, as you can see, I'm still alive,"
he says, arching an eyebrow.
"I wasn't too happy to hear you had my former fiancé under investigation. My stupidity shouldn't have fallen on her. Roman being arrested for it, on the other hand."
Sebastian sounds way too damn amused.
"Where have you been?"
she asks, sounding annoyed and maybe a little humiliated.
"Licking my wounds,"
Sebastian says, already over this dramatic show.
"Satisfied I'm not dead now?"
Teresa opens and closes her mouth, and I can't help but smirk at her. "Things are probably going to be messy for a little bit," I say. "There's some potentially threatening people in the city, but we're taking care of it. So if you hear of anything happening that doesn't have an explanation, well, now you know why you shouldn't go sticking your nose in every case." Without another word of explanation, all three of us turn and file out of her office. No less than 4 officers are standing outside, clearly trying to hear what we are talking about. I flash them a dangerous smile, and as if they can sense I'm a predator, each of them jumps back to work, pretending like they never even saw us.
"To be honest, I don't even remember her,"
Sebastian says as the 3 of us load back into the SUV.
"I've patched up more than one cop in this city. I'm surprised she latched on so hard."
Are you really, though? I want to ask, but don't. I wonder if Sebastian is aware of how flirtatious and charming he is. For some people, it's just ingrained into who they are. I don't know if he can help it any more than I can help being sarcastic and snarky.
"Trust me, neither of us will ever forget that woman,"
Roman says darkly as Jay pulls away from the curb. We drive across town, and no one stated it, but it was as if everyone but Sebastian knew exactly what needed to happen. Jay pulls up in front of Sebastian's building.
"I'm not—"
"You are," I interrupt him. "We're not messing around here, Sebastian. You're not following me around at all hours. Go home. I'm going home. You need to realize that you're on thin ice, and the entire supernatural population of Chicago is pretty pissed at you. Careful what you do and where you go." He just stares at me for a moment, and I can see a million thoughts run through his head. He's annoyed at my boldness, but also impressed. He wants nothing more than to glue himself to my side, but he can see the death in Roman's eyes if he breathes wrong. So, finally, he opens the door and steps out. The car doesn't move an inch while we all watch him walk up to the doors and then disappear through them. "Let's take the long way back," I say to Jay. "I don't want him deciding to follow us and finding where I live."
Still don't understand why he's breathing,
Jay responds as we pull away and merge back into traffic.
though there's a good chance he doesn't make it through the first hours back if anyone else sees him.
Oh, definitely. I agree.
This isn't a permanent move,
Roman says darkly.
He helped me get Juliet back. I don't plan to let him stay for long if he survives.
Chapter 8. Roman's phone starts buzzing in his pocket as we roll through an intersection. He pulls it out and tips the screen to show me it's an out-of-the-country number.
Orlando,
Roman says as he answers.
Evaporating into thin air within days of reuniting with your family is a pretty shitty move, Andres,
Orlando snaps.
I don't have to explain myself,
Roman counters calmly.
Oh, you really do,
Orlando says coldly.
But not today,
Roman says firmly, no room for arguing.
I need sleep. We can talk tonight.
And Roman hangs up before Orlando can argue further. Why do I feel like you're antagonizing a very surly tiger? I ask, tipping my head to one side and staring at Roman.
He might be a royal, but no one is about to boss me around,
Roman says, still too calm for how nervous I am.
Especially an obnoxious younger brother.
I just shake my head at his audacity and watch as we roll up to my building. Jay parks out front and turns around to face us in the back seat.
You going to make time to debrief on whatever shit is about to go down?
He asks. Roman nods.
We'll meet at the church in 5 hours. I wasn't lying when I said I need some damn sleep.
Jay gives the kind of huffing laugh that says he doesn't believe sleep is what Roman has in mind. But Roman never gave a damn what anyone thought, so he doesn't react as he climbs out the door and holds out a hand to help me out. It feels like something big and small at the same time. The fact that we are returning to my apartment together. That Roman is planning on doing something as mundane as sleeping. But that he didn't even hesitate or question where he was going to do so today it makes me feel all fuzzy and comfortable inside. The elevator shakes and groans as we rise up to my floor. I realize I lost my key when Santiago grabbed me, but Roman doesn't miss a beat as he pulls out the spare I gave him the day I moved in. It feels like ages since I was here last. Even though it was only days ago, so much has happened since then. I was kidnapped, killed, over and over. I was dragged to the place a freaking king resides, and it was planned to hand me over to said king in hopeful exchange for royal granting. I don't know if this place exactly feels like home yet, but it's still a breath of relief when we close the door behind us and lock it. Roman crosses to the fridge and pulls it open. He draws out 2 blood bags and tosses one to me. I didn't realize I was thirsty until it's there in my hands. Like I've been starving for weeks, I tear into it, sucking down every last drop. When the thirst isn't completely squashed after it's gone, I grab another and gulp it down as well.
Mind if I borrow your shower?
Roman asks as he dumps the empty bag into the trash. Go ahead, I say, nodding in that direction. Not that he doesn't know where the shower is. He just nods and walks through my bedroom, disappearing from view. I lean back against the counter and shake my head. It's still weird. We're something. Maybe not defined as boyfriend and girlfriend, but we're something to each other. And Roman asking to use my shower just feels so formal. Sebastian would have just walked on in and teased me about joining him. Mason would have asked me what color tile I wanted the bathroom remodel to have. But Roman assumed nothing. He's not putting me on lockdown, even though I was just kidnapped. We're here together. But what level of together are we? I plug my phone in and lay it on the counter. I can't believe the screen isn't shattered. It took quite the fall when I died from Chelsea's steak. The battery is dead, so I plug it in and wait a few seconds until it powers back up. Instantly, I get a million notifications, missed calls, unanswered texts. It seems the whole world was trying to find me when I was kidnapped. I desperately need some girl time. I text Elena, ignoring all the rest. Can we go out after Roman and I deal with whatever mess is waiting with Orlando? She responds with an expletive. Finally, I thought I'd lost all best friend and secret keeper status to Roman. I smirk at that. You're always my number one girl. You didn't have to make that last distinction. Just let me stay in the fantasy of being your number one, period. You want to tease? I text back. May I remind you that you've been making googly eyes at my father since the moment you two met? Fine, you win. I laugh at her, and it feels good. It feels normal, uncomplicated. I lay the phone back on the counter and wander into my bedroom a minute after I hear Roman turn the shower off. He stands in front of the mirror, combing his fingers through his wild black hair. He wears black boxer briefs, and nothing else. A curse slips over my lips, and Roman's eyes slide over to me. And for the first time in any kind of situation like this, I see a slight smirk pull on his lips. This is just ridiculous. Here I am trying to take my time getting over all these complications and not rush things between us. And you're there, looking all like… I sweep a hand up and down, indicating every bit of his incredibly perfect body. I mean, damn. And in one of those incredibly rare moments, a full smile crosses Roman's face. It's bright and perfect, and one of the most heart-stopping things I've ever seen. He crosses the space to me, and one of his hands slides around my waist to my lower back, pulling my center to his. His other hand hooks under my chin, and he tilts my face up to his. When it comes to you, Juliet, I'm never fighting fair again, he says, low, seductive. I'll use every advantage I've got. I just smirk and shake my head before he closes the distance between our lips, and my entire body lights up like an electrical storm. His hands are strong and sure as they slide down my back, rounding over my ass, pulling me tight to him. My hand wraps around the back of his neck, the other sliding up the smooth, firm surface of his chest. He lifts me clean off the ground, and I wrap my legs around his waist. He presses my back against the wall, causing the most amazing pressure between my legs. My mouth opens, and he doesn't hesitate as his tongue strokes against mine. My hands explore, making their way up his biceps, over his shoulders, traveling down his back. All this glorious skin. I want to trace every one of his tattoos and memorize them. I want to know what every surface of him feels like. Roman pulls us from the wall and works his way over to my bed. Gently, protectively, he lays me back on it, pressing the weight of his body into me. His mouth moves in unison with mine. Warm hands travel up my arms, pulling them up above my head before he pins them together on the bed. He dips his head down, kissing along my jawline, slipping down my neck. His tongue slides out, getting a taste of me before he bites at the skin there, soft but possessive. My eyes roll back in my head, my body arching off the bed to meet his. Roman's hand releases mine, and with reverence, he slides his hands from my hips, up my sides, slipping beneath my shirt. But they stop there, holding me close to him, gently, worshipfully. I thought I'd kill the entire house of Badillo when I realized Santiago took you, Roman says, tracing the tip of his nose up the center of my belly. I've never, ever felt rage like that. If it weren't for the safety of all of Chicago, there would have been a lot of bodies. He shifts his weight forward and combs his fingers back into my hair. When Sigrid told me where you were. He shakes his head. I see pain in his eyes, fear. Nothing has ever made me feel like that, Juliet. His voice is little more than a whisper. I'm breaking and healing all at once. Roman's words have a power over me like no one else ever has. They reach into the very core of my being. They fill me, complete me. I place my hand to his cheek, and he leans into it just slightly. I know you might still need time,
and I'm not asking anything different from you.
Roman says, the intensity in his eyes building.
But I want to be very clear, Juliet. You are everything. You are the most important thing in this world to me. You're the first thing on my mind when I wake, and everything in my dreams when I sleep.
Emotions bite the backs of my eyes, and my insides feel slightly shaky. He presses his forehead to mine, his eyes sliding closed. He takes in a steady, deep breath. His body is so calm, so confident. He opens his eyes again, staring all the way down to my soul.
Let me be very clear. I love you, Juliet. Forever. Until the end of my immortal life. I love you.
Those words have only been spoken to me a few times in my life. But they have never, ever had the explosive impact like they do when Roman confesses them. Roman loves me. I love you too. I breathe out, an emotional quiver in my voice. I'm shocked at myself that there is no hesitance, that the words come out immediately. I still can't believe we're here, that we found our way to each other. But you're my future, Roman, and I'm done being hesitant and embarrassed and questioning myself. It's you, Roman. You're it. I know it with everything in me. I love you. I do. I love him. And with the confession of the truth, something explodes in me. The dam breaks. It floods me with fate and cosmic kismet. Roman and Juliet. It was always going to be us. Roman's lips claim mine, and this kiss is different. It's confident. It's sure. It's natural and new and meant to be. My fingers lace into his hair as I pull him closer to me, tighter. His hand wraps around my waist, lifting me off the bed slightly. It's over. My guilt, my shame over the fact that I was with Mason, and it was all about being physically selfish. That I was with Sebastian, and we were too broken to ever work together. I'm done with the guilt. I'm done being embarrassed that I've been with 2 other men in under a year. Because it doesn't matter. I had to figure myself the hell out. I had to find my path here, however rocky it was. I had to go through all that to see my soulmate. And it's Roman freaking DeLuca. He is my it. My person. My forever.
I love you.
He growls into our kiss. And the confidence, the surety that grows in his voice is astonishing. It's like we've both broken through this barrier, this hesitance, this questioning. It's over. The period of figuring things out. We're there. It's me and him. Roman hauls us up onto the bed properly. He rolls, lying on his back, and he pulls me on top of him, my knees on either side of his hips. A smile spreads on my face as I look at him. My heart feels so warm, so peaceful, so right. I lay my hands on his bare chest, and he covers them with his own. And he smiles too, one that seeps into his eyes, softening everything in his expression.
We'll take on the world come dark,
Roman says. There are promises there. There's action. There's self-assuredness.
But the last 4 days have been hell. Stay with me?
I lean forward and gently press my lips to his. Always, I promise. I slide off him and curl into his side, my head resting on his chest, one leg laying over his. He pulls me in close, pressing his nose into my hair. This feels like forever. This feels like fate. Archer King was right. His prophecy is fulfilled. We corrected one of the world's greatest tragedies. This Juliet can't ever die. And she brought Romeo back from the dead. Even death hasn't ripped us apart. I won't let anything else, either. It's me and Roman. Forever. Chapter 9. Whatever it was bad, wasn't it? Lily asks hesitantly. I nod without looking at her. This is going to be very, very complicated, explaining mine and Roman's disappearance without telling the truth of it. My curse might be known among the council now, but the general public can never know. Even if I adore Lily. Even if she is the daughter of a born vampire and will one day be one herself. Even if I'm pretty sure she's going to be Elena's sister-in-law soon. Things never really stop here, I say as we walk down the hallway together. I feel so disoriented, so out of step since I've been gone for the last few days. But everything is running smoothly at the hospital. With the right staffing in place, things are finally running without my constant attention. We deal with one issue, but there are 3 more layers to it, always, and you'll never guess who we had to make a deal with to take care of the latest issue. Who? Lily asks, in complete rapture of my words. Sebastian, I state, raising my brows as we step through the emergency room doors. She's about to start her shift, and I'm headed to check on things. Lily stops in her tracks. As in, he might walk back into this hospital? Your former fiancé who tried to take out the supernatural population of Chicago? I nod. The hospital is his. I just kind of took it over when he disappeared. But legally, I have 0 claim. I keep expecting to see him walk in the doors any second. That stirs all kinds of complicated emotions. Memories, fears, happy, sad, angry. It's all a tangled mess. Lily shakes her head. He's putting himself in danger. Everyone knows what he did now. I nod. I don't get it. I don't know if he's so delusional that he thinks he can fix things between us or what. Diana, our lead nurse in the ER, walks up and hands me a clipboard with something to sign. Glad to see you're back. You disappeared for a few days without leaving word. Everyone was pretty damn worried. I smile at her and hand over the signed paperwork. I appreciate that, and I'm sorry I can't really give any explanations. I'm okay, though. She just gives a smile and a nod before wandering off, headed back to her duties. So, I say, looking back at Lily. I heard you and Mason had a date. Lily blushes hard, her eyes dropping away from mine. We did. I'm sorry, I intended to talk to you about it, but then you kind of disappeared before I had the chance. I don't want things to be weird between us. I know you and Mason had... I hold a hand up, cutting her off. It's not weird, and I'm being 100% genuine when I say I'm happy for you two. To be honest, I think you guys are perfect for each other. She blushes harder. I'm really happy to hear you say that, because things went really, really well. I really like him, Juliet. As you should, I say, bumping my shoulder into hers. Mason Godfrey is one of the best people on this planet. She lets out a relieved-sounding chuckle. I'm so glad you're okay with it. We are actually going out again tonight. Go get 'em, girl, I encourage as I walk down the hall to take care of what needs to be done. 3 hours ago, Roman and I left my apartment. He headed to the church to meet with his security team. It's a whole new game with the royals here. Security is more important now than ever. And I came here to work to make sure things hadn't fallen apart while I was elsewhere occupied. But I watch the clock with dreaded anticipation. Sundown is at 5:30, and Roman will be expected to meet with Orlando soon after. No way in hell am I going to let him go there alone. I don't know what could happen. Santiago kidnapped me. Who isn't to say that Orlando won't try to kidnap Roman? Or manipulate him? Or what if Roman pisses Orlando off so much that he tries to kill him? That sends a drop of cold fear down my spine. I died for Roman once. But can I do it again? Can I give my life for his more than once? There are no clear rules in this game of gifts and curses. Something sharp and tight wraps around my throat at the thought of Roman dying at Orlando's hands, or anyone's hands, for that matter. I've only just found my place in this universe, and it's with him. I'll be damned if I let anything happen to him. But What if I can only die for him once? What if that's it? I'm not willing to risk that. So, I'm absolutely going with Roman to that meeting with Orlando. With only 5 minutes until sundown, I hang my coat on the hook in my office and grab my bag. I pull my phone out and find a text from Roman. "I'll meet you outside." And when I walk through the doors, he's there, hands tucked into his pockets, those blue eyes watching me every step I take toward him. I hardly slow as I close the distance between us. My hands tangle into his hair, and I bring my forehead to his, staring wildly into his eyes. This could get messy, Roman. I've got this smart mouth, and if Orlando threatens you, I can't make any promises that I won't completely wreck the world. Roman's hand comes to my cheek, his thumb brushing over my skin in a calming way. "I don't expect anything less," he says, and a tiny smile pulls on his lips. He tips them forward, meeting his to mine, the movement ridiculously comforting for how short-lived it is. "But let's not burn down the world before we know if there's any danger." I'm breathing just a little too hard, but I nod, looking out at the streets that surround us. Let's go find out. His hand slips into mine, holding it tight and sure. And we set out down the sidewalk together. It still boggles my mind that people have this kind of money as I walk into the hotel where Orlando and his house members are staying. Even though I make plenty of money now, I know there are people in the world who make my yearly salary in a week, and they stay at exactly this kind of hotel. Just how much money does the king supply the houses with? He's had thousands of years to accrue money. I'd imagine he's gotten pretty damn good at it after that many years. I hold my head high as I walk through the lobby, giving the slightest of nods to the desk attendant. Roman pushes the button for the penthouse, and we wait for the elevator. I try not to bounce on the balls of my feet as we wait, and it's a long one since the building is massively tall. Finally, we step inside and start rising through the building. Neither of us says a word. Neither of us has any idea of what to expect from this meeting. There's no plans, no expectations, and neither of us likes being at this much of a disadvantage. We need to get Orlando to leave Chicago. The doors open, and we step out into a luxurious penthouse. Brilliant white walls and polished marble floors. Chandeliers hang from the ceiling, and the furniture looks too pristine to sit on. A loud cheer fills the air, and when we step into the main living space, we find all the house members gathered around the large table, some kind of game set out in front of them. "You cheat!" Javier yells out, though he still sounds jovial. His accusation is thrown at Orlando, a testament to his confidence in his security as Orlando's second-in-command. "Never, my old friend," Orlando says, with a wicked grin as he pulls a stack of chips toward himself. All eyes jump up to Roman and me at that moment. And the cheer that filled the space just moments ago evaporates in a second. "Give us the room," Orlando says simply, and every house member finds somewhere else to be. It's still a bit of a marvel to me that with his word, no one hesitates. They just do what he says. How must it be with King Cyrus? Roman doesn't wait for Orlando to give him directives. He just heads toward the sitting area, never letting go of my hand. We settle onto a sofa, his left side touching my entire right side, no bit of space between us. Orlando's eyes darken as they fix on Roman. Slowly, like a panther, he crosses the space. He never looks away from Roman as he sinks into a chair across from us. "You need to get over this attitude that I have to check in with you," Roman speaks up. His voice is level, but serious, confident, and dark. "You might be acting royal, but I'm still older, still every bit as much a royal as you are, and I do not answer to you, little brother." Goosebumps wash down my skin at Roman's words. Roman has always been confident and dangerous, but those words? I believe he is the royal his blood claims him to be. I believe he could fit into that world of politics and manipulation and courts. I see Andres Badillo.
I could believe that if I were seeing royal-level decisions being made,
Orlando says, as he crosses one ankle over the opposite knee, a hand wrapping around his ankle.
First, you choose to live among common-born, and then within days of our reunion, you up and disappear.
Roman stares at Orlando, heat and tension rising in the space. I can feel the danger rising off him, building beneath his skin.
It's been a hell of a week. You don't know my life. I have my own business to attend to. There were things I had to take care of. And, as I said, I do not answer to you.
Orlando's hand tightens around his ankle, and he runs his tongue along his upper teeth, his gaze fixed on Roman.
I'm trying not to take it personally, the fact that you don't give a damn about being reunited with your only remaining family after 24 years, because I know you don't remember anything. But you're acting like a self-centered ass, and it's starting to feel personal.
People do bad, terrible things when they're offended. Pride is too often delicate and the beginning of too many villain origin stories. My hand tightens around Roman's, warning him to proceed with caution.
Things might be different if you were more straightforward about what you want,
Roman says, keeping it cool.
But you aren't, and I can't take that as anything but a threat. So forgive me for not booking a weekend fishing trip to catch up.
The hesitance from Orlando makes me wonder if he really doesn't know. Does Orlando really know what he wants from Roman? Or did he simply get an alert when Roman's picture went into the police system, and he reacted without thinking, determined to track down the brother who disappeared years ago?
See?
Roman points out.
You don't belong here. You realize that?
Orlando says.
You are a descendant of Malachi, the seventh son. You haven't run away to another respectable house. Of all places, you are hiding in the crime-riddled city, under the rule of the House of Alloway, of all houses. You have settled in a country that is not your own. You couldn't even speak English until you were 15. Andres, you should come home to Spain.
No. Roman responds immediately, flatly. I see something darken in Orlando's eyes. Little alarm bells start going off in the back of my brain. I know what it looks like when someone is getting pushed toward a ledge. I've been that person for most of my life.
You have friends there, Orlando says, his jaw clenched. You have a legacy there. You have power and influence, and you have family there. I have friends here, Roman says, his tone firm. I am a part of the community here. I don't need power, and I don't give a damn about influence. And maybe things can change, and you, as my brother, will become a factor. But for now, my family is here in Chicago. So, this is where I will stay.
Roman brings the back of my hand to his lips, and he presses a gentle kiss there. Family. Roman has claimed me as family. And that means everything. This isn't about blood. This is about choice. Some families are the ones you choose. Roman and I are a family now. For just a fraction of a second, Orlando's eyes flash red as they slide over to me. I wonder if Roman realizes what he's just done. He's made me the main reason why Orlando will never have his brother return to their homeland.
You're a doctor, Orlando says, addressing me directly for the first time tonight. Can't you fix his brain? Can't you make him remember who the hell he is?
This guy is getting under my skin. I tend to have a short fuse, and he's burning through it way too quickly. I'm afraid not, I say, lying on the fly. We've run tests, and from everything we can see, the damage is permanent. There's a shift in Orlando's eyes, and I see something like grief and relief and anger flash through them all at once. He had hope. Until I delivered those words, lies, he had hope that he would get his brother back someday. And I just crushed that.
Did you kill Santiago?
Orlando asks. And panic instantly rips through me at the sudden change of direction into a lane we haven't discussed how to handle.
The two of you disappearing at the same time is no coincidence. Yes,
Roman answers. He doesn't hesitate. There's no apology in his reply.
I assumed he deserved it?
Orlando questions, though from his tone, it doesn't sound as if he really cares.
He did,
Roman answers, before changing the subject flawlessly.
Things will never go back to the way they were, Orlando.
His tone is calm, and I think I detect just the smallest hint of compassion in it.
We've gotten out on a rocky start, but in time, I'm willing to give this another try. For now, I think you should go home. You have a region to attend to.
And you truly don't want it? Orlando asks, narrowing his eyes at Roman.
You've at least been a part of this world, even if you couldn't remember before, for 24 years now. You know the system. You know the roles there are. And even with all of that, you don't want the crown, the house?
Confidently, Roman shakes his head.
I'm happy with my life here.
There's a hurricane of emotion going on inside Orlando's head. His eyes may as well be windows. Anger, betrayal, hurt, disappointment, relief, confusion. Those eyes slide over to me, and I wonder how much he hates me right now, how much he blames me for his brother not wanting to return to Spain.
I do not understand it,
Orlando says, his voice shaking, hinting at how he is barely keeping control.
Not one bit. But you're right, Andres. You are the elder brother. You do not answer to me. So, if you wish to stay here in this smelly city, it's your prerogative.
Relief slips from my chest, my poker face slipping as I try to hold it all together. My grip on Roman's hand loosens just slightly.
Thank you, brother,
Roman says, with the slightest bow of his head.
I appreciate you respecting my wishes.
Orlando studies Roman for a few more moments, brushing 2 fingers over his lips in thought.
I expect you to send us off in style. You would receive the same treatment at the house of Badillo. Of course,
Roman offers, calm and cool.
Let's make plans to spend Christmas together,
Orlando says, as all 3 of us stand, each ready to get this stress-anxiety meeting over with.
We made some great memories in Switzerland. Perhaps it's time to make new memories since you lost all the others. I think that's reasonable,
Roman says, and from his tone, from the ways I know his voice now, I think that maybe he will actually consider it.
And if there are any wedding bells in the future, I will be exceptionally offended if I do not receive an invitation,
Orlando warns, meaning every word. That much is obvious. Stay on your best behavior, and we'll seat you at the table with all our favorite single ladies. I tease, because I can't help it.
Human ones,
he insists.
Somebody has to produce an heir, and it seems it will not be Andres doing anymore.
I flip him off as Roman and I step into the elevator, and maybe things will be mended between the brothers, because Orlando just laughs, a full-bellied, head thrown back kind of laugh.
See you tomorrow night, 8 o'clock,
Roman says, as the doors close between us. Once the doors are fully closed, Roman is the one who lets out a relieved breath. Yes, all of that calm and reserve truly was a show. You were amazing in there, I assure him. You didn't rip any heads off or threaten any lives. Roman chuckles.
Trust me, it wasn't easy. And when he started in on the air speak again...
Do you really think he's going to leave? I ask. I feel slightly more able to breathe with every foot of space we gain between us and Orlando. But I won't truly be able to breathe again until he's on an airplane bound for Spain. I saw the disappointment in his eyes when I said your memory loss was permanent. Orlando really does care for you. With his attitude, it's hard to imagine that getting him to return to Spain is going to be this simple. Roman shakes his head.
I still don't trust him. I'm just having a hard time accepting his reasons for being here. But maybe that just says something about me, that I've never cared for people in a way that's normal.
You're not the only one, I admit. When you're constantly forced to watch your back, It's nearly impossible to believe that anyone can have pure motives.
I'm going to send someone to Spain,
Roman says. He's still holding onto my hand, his grip tight. I might have relaxed a little now that we're not in the same room as Orlando, but Roman has not.
Orlando has to leave, and I'm not going to just take his word for it. I'm going to send someone tonight. They need to get Orlando's attention there. He's the regent, the one in charge of that area. If problems arise, it's his job to take care of them.
It's genius, I say, truly impressed at Roman's ability to think outside the box. So long as he is a hands-on type of ruler.
It's a gamble we'll have to make,
Roman says, as the doors slide open and we step out into the lobby.
I need to go get things in motion now. Are you headed back to work?
I shake my head. I made plans with Elena. I think I'll head to Godfrey Tower now. Roman nods and snakes a hand around my waist. He pulls me in closer, hooking one finger under my chin. He leans in and presses his lips to mine. In all this time of stress and anxiety, I live for these moments. I can't wait for the day when things become normal and we finally have the chance to figure us out. But for now, I lean into his kiss and savor the darkness, the complexity on his lips. I love you, I say, my voice soft but even. No matter what happens, we're going to get through this. Chicago is going to be safe. And then we're going to carve out a very boring life for at least 2 months. Roman chuckles.
After the last year, 2 months sounds impossible. But I believe you. Somehow, we will make it a reality.
He leans in and presses one last kiss to my forehead.
I love you too.
We walk out the doors together before heading separate ways on the sidewalk. Chapter 10. It's a 15-minute walk to Godfrey Tower, but I don't mind it. After everything that's happened, I need a few minutes to sort out my thoughts before I have to share it all with my best friend. Well, second best friend. Never saw that one coming.
Welcome back, Dr. Doe,
Poe says as I walk through the doors.
Since I haven't seen you in ages, and I'm honestly dying to know, how do you really feel about Lily Roshan spending time in the Godfrey penthouse?
Poe, I say, shaking my head. I know you love a good bit of gossip, but don't make this a thing. I'm happy for Mason. I am thrilled for Lily. I've already picked out the dress I'm going to wear to their wedding. Okay, I really haven't yet, but it might as well be a done deal. Poe places a temporary pass for me on the desk and leans forward as if he's about to share some big secret.
Well then, there is this other rumor circulating around the city.
You need a new hobby, I say as I grab the pass. There's a whole actual life out there. No more need to live vicariously through anyone.
But I live for these juicy details,
Poe calls after me as I walk away toward the elevators. I just chuckle to myself and swipe my pass. In a miracle of all miracles, an elevator immediately opens. I step inside, and I don't even have to press any buttons. My pass gives me a direct ride to the penthouse level. It is eerily quiet when the doors open to the large space that exists between the twins' penthouses. I strain my ears, listening for Mason. But when all I hear is silence, I assume he is at work right now. But I'm not here for him. I go directly to the door on the right and don't bother knocking. The moment I open the door, music hits my ears, playing through the speaker system that runs through the entire penthouse. I have always teased Elena that she has the worst taste in music. It's all pop music, uppity and jumpy. Boy bands? Elena knows every single one that has ever existed, it seems like. A scent hits my nose as I walk inside, and awkwardness fills me to the brim. John, my father, has been here. And recently. Elena walks out from her bedroom, her phone pressed to her ear. She speaks business jargon, sounding official and rather annoyed. But her eyes flick over to me, and as soon as she realizes I have arrived, she ends the call. Will you go to Miami for me? She asks, sounding like she is truly dreading it. I need to go close this deal, and they won't do it over the phone. Do you know how much sunshine there is in Florida? No, I say, as I shake my head, a content smile pulling on my lips. I've missed this, spending time with the very first person I ever learned to love. Can't say I do. I still haven't ever been to Florida, and now that the eyes are a little bit of a problem, I'm not sure I'm in too much of a hurry to visit. And of course, the sky there is bipolar, she says as she makes her way into the living room, settling into a massive, overstuffed couch. One second you have sunshine, the next the sky goes black, and it dumps rain for the next 30 minutes. And you better watch out, because you never know when a hurricane might roll through. I cross the room and sink into the couch beside her, tucking my legs up into my chest and wrapping my arms around them. But isn't it nice that things are starting to look a little bit normal? 10 days ago, you were lying in a hospital bed, and I had no idea how or when I was going to wake you up. Well, now we have a royal walking around our city, and who the hell would have ever guessed that Roman DeLuca should actually be sitting on a throne? I don't think there is any such thing as normal anymore, Juliet. But at least some things are being set right in this world. It looks like you and Roman are figuring things out, she says as she raises an eyebrow at me. I let out a sigh. I'm not all that good at this girl talk thing. She knows this, yet she never hesitates to dive right in. Somehow, you were right, I admit. I still don't know how you could see it because I sure didn't. You pretty much gave me a heart attack when you told me that I was in love with Roman at the party. When did you become a psychic? Elena lays her hand over mine, the one stretched over the back of the couch. I know it has never been and never will be your fault, but sometimes it becomes glaringly obvious that you are a little emotionally stunted. That would sound insulting, but she says it with the most loving, genuine smile in the world. Something changed the day you walked out on your engagement party. Roman disappeared and then returned a few minutes later, and everything was different after that. The way you looked at him, the way you gravitated toward him. I saw it in your eyes, the both of you. You were keeping each other's secrets, and you only trusted each other. Roman has never trusted anyone in his immortal life. And I know you trust me, but it was different with him, Juliet, she says as she shakes her head. Things settle inside of me as I face the truth and reality. I really did not think I was falling in love with him. I was in no state of mind to fall in love with anyone after what happened with Sebastian. I've always been one to save myself because there were no other options. But during that time, I shake my head. I needed someone right then, and Roman was the very last person on this planet I expected to fill that role. Sebastian had been convinced that he and I were having an affair, but the thought truly never ever crossed my mind until you said what you did at the party. Elena nods. I know, babe. I don't want to feel like I have to make that definition to everyone in my entire life, but I do. Chalking it up to going through 3 relationships in less than a year. It would leave any girl feeling a little defensive. So, have you told him yet? She asks, raising an eyebrow. I feel my face blush. I don't like this conversation, yet in the weirdest way, I'm craving it. Yes. And he undoubtedly said it back, Elena says. A statement, not a question. I roll my eyes. Yes, but can you finally tell me what the hell you meant at the party? You said Roman had been in no rush. Elena just gives me this look like I'm a huge idiot. Juliet, you don't have that kind of insane emotional reaction to someone you don't have feelings for. Roman took one look at you, and you set every alarm bell off in his system. He's pretty emotionally stupid, too, so I think it took him just as long to figure out what the hell he was feeling as it took you. But you two figured it out eventually. Is she right? Has Roman been holding on to some kind of feeling for me since the second we met? I shake my head. I don't want to think that. Maybe that's why he hated me so much early on. I was with Mason, even though everyone knew it wasn't going to work out, including me and Mason. Then I was with Sebastian, and it looked like it was a match made in heaven, except we were both the same kinds of broken, and our pieces couldn't fit together. And then there was that protective side of Roman that came out the night of the engagement party, when he saw that I was breaking, that I was scared, and he stood up when I couldn't do it myself. Maybe this was there all along. So, I might not be your best friend anymore because best friends aren't supposed to be the last to know your secrets. Elena razzes me because it wouldn't be us otherwise. But can I at least be your maid of honor at the wedding? Wedding? I blurt out, my eyes turning huge. You need to slow the hell down because my head is still spinning every time we even kiss. She laughs, a genuine and uncomplicated thing. Ugh, I've missed this. This right here almost feels like the old days. You know, the ones before you were a vampire and everything went completely crazy. Speaking of crazy, I say, leading us into the next phase of the conversation. I can tell John has been here. What's going on with you two? Her smile turns into a little bit of a cringe. Okay, I realize how shitty of a friend I was being there for a while, because I've been so scared of what you were going to think of this, and I gave you so much crap about being with Mason, so, first off, I'm so sorry for the way I acted. I gave her a half smile. I appreciate that. It was hard, even if you were right in the end. She shrugs. Still, I never wanted to cause you pain or put a divide between us. And so, I hope that maybe you might be open to listening? Ugh, this is so complicated. So weird. But this is about two of the people I care most about in this world. I'll listen, of course. Elena takes one deep breath, letting it out in a huff, as if she's gearing herself up for this huge thing. Sometimes there is just a spark, okay? Two people meet, and they don't even know each other yet, but it isn't all about physical attraction, and there's just something there. You know my track record with men. They've sucked, and honestly, I was okay with just being single for the rest of forever. But when I saw John, I closed my eyes. You have to separate him right now. When Elena is talking about him, John is not your dad. I take a breath and open my eyes again. I haven't felt like this in, well, to be honest, ever, Elena admits. She looks so worried, so scared about what I'm going to say. There's tension in her shoulders, her spine, her nervous hands in her lap. And talking to him? Most men think I'm just too much, but I don't feel like that around John. Elena and I are so alike in so many ways. We both have smart mouths. We're both sarcastic. Neither of us is soft or sweet. John has never made me feel like I'm a mess. He's never acted like I'm a handful or like the way I think or talk is going to push him over the edge. John just loves me. If John can love me, why couldn't he love Elena? But you're my best friend, and I understand what finding a family member must mean to you, Elena says. She leans forward and takes my hand in hers. So, if this is not okay to you, if this is hurting you in any way, just say the word and I won't look at him again. And he says the same thing. We both love you and would never want to put you in a position where you are uncomfortable. Uncomfortable really isn't that bad. There are far, far worse ways to feel. I am uncomfortable with this because it's complicated and new, and I think it's just going to take a few damn minutes to get used to it. But for John, for Elena, I can be uncomfortable. I can put in the mental work to sort through my feelings. I can be happy for two of my favorite people on this planet. If you're happy with him and he's happy with you, how can I not be happy for the both of you? I say, my brows furrowing together as I convey my genuine feelings. I love you, and you deserve to be with someone who makes you feel like the goddess you are. So, if that's John, I'm not going to give you shit about it. Her expression of worry breaks with joy and appreciation. She throws her arms around me, squeezing with that vampiric strength she has. Thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect you to be so damn sweet about this. This is why you're my favorite person in the world. I know, I say nonchalantly, and we both laugh. She sits back with a sigh, and I've rarely ever seen her look this happy and light. Okay, I don't want to be a mood killer, but I seriously have to ask, I say as I prop my head on my fist, elbow to the back of the couch. You agreed to not kill Sebastian if he came back to Chicago. Why? Elena's expression instantly darkens, and her brows furrow. You were kidnapped, Juliet. An associate of a royal house took you, whisked you halfway across the globe. Sebastian was close. We were all desperate. So desperate as to make a deal with Sebastian? After what he did to you and so many others? I ask doubtfully. Elena shakes her head. We don't let the royals control us here, Juliet, and it's the worst case situation to have a royal here. But that man, he was taking you straight to Austria. To the king. You have so many people who love you here. Do you know what that desperation felt like? I don't know if I do. Maybe I'm too broken. Or maybe I've just never been placed in that position. There isn't much I wouldn't do to protect Elena. Or Mason, or Sigrid. I'd burn down the whole world if I had to in order to keep Roman safe. I don't know what that level of desperation feels like, but maybe I can imagine. What are we going to do about him? I ask, hating the complicated feelings buzzing inside of me. He's here, in Chicago. I don't think he has any plans to leave. He wasn't particularly thrilled when I told him he couldn't follow me around. And it seems pretty likely he's already following me again. What was the extent of this deal? There weren't specific terms worked out, Elena admits, and I can hear the annoyance at herself in her voice. This is a businesswoman who is ruthless and thorough. The deal was with the council, but there's nothing to say any other vampire or gifted he hurt won't take him out in the next hour. I nod. It makes my chest hurt, thinking that it's likely to happen. If he knows what's good for him, he'll leave Chicago and won't look back. What do you think his plan is? Elena asks. I shake my head. I honestly don't know. I think he knows there's no reconciling between us. He hasn't shown up at the hospital. Echo hasn't said anything about him trying to take back the blood trade. I don't know what he's doing. I don't like it, Elena admits. Sebastian is organized, calculating. He always had his next move planned. There's no way he's just hanging out in that penthouse, taking it easy and licking his wounds. I shake my head. I don't think so either. I assume Roman is watching him like a hawk. Probably, I say, letting out a breath. Honestly, I've just kind of tried to forget that he's even back. So, moving on, where is John? She smiles at just the mention of his name. He's at the Nocturn. I mentioned the idea of renovating the upper floors into living spaces, and he was all over it. He's been over there planning and taking measurements. I stand. I think I should go see him. It would be good for us to have a little talk. Elena stands too and kisses my cheek, pulling me in for a brief hug. Thank you, babe. I love you. I roll my eyes at her and head toward the door. I love you too. Get a dress. We're having a send-off party for Orlando in the house tomorrow. He says he'll leave now, but I'll believe it when I see it. Well, that's the second best news I've heard all day, she says, a tentative but hopeful smile on her lips. I call a goodbye and walk out the door. The elevator plunges me down through the center of Godfrey Tower and lets me out at ground level. I stop into a shop on my way to the Nocturn and pick up a new dress. It's a crushed velvet, emerald green affair, one that hugs my curves in all the right ways. I have some black heels at home I'll pair with it. I try not to linger on imagining the look that will be in Roman's eyes when he sees me in it. I finish my walk to the Nocturn and use my key to open the door. Some part of me expected to hear hammers going and saws ripping through wood when I walk through the doors, but I don't hear anything other than the faint sound of breathing on the upper floor. I leave my bag by the door and climb the stairs. Finally, I reach the top floor, and there, I find John standing at a table with huge pieces of paper in front of him that I realize is an old blueprint of this building. His eyes flick up to mine, and there isn't any hesitation when he crosses the space and wraps his arms around me, hugging so tight I'd be bruised if I were human.
It took everything I had not to rip Orlando's throat right out when we realized what had happened,
John says, his voice a low growl. Just another day in the life of Juliet Doe, I say, shrugging as much as I'm able, considering how tightly he's holding me. There's a noise in the back of his throat, low and angry.
You don't have to keep going by Doe. In fact, I wish you wouldn't. Just the name is a painful reminder of what was taken from us.
I let him go and look into his eyes. I'd never really thought of that. I nod. I'm definitely not emotionally attached to it. If anything, I kind of hate it. Because you're right, it's a constant reminder. But Juliet Bonnie just doesn't have the right ring to it.
But Juliet DeLuca sure does,
he says as he arches an eyebrow at me, a light smirk on his lips. You and Elena need to knock that off, I say firmly, though I'm fighting a chuckle. It is way, way too early to even think in that direction. I still have whiplash that the man I thought hated me endlessly is someone I unknowingly fell in love with.
John chuckles. Give it time. I've only known the man for 2 months. He's got that darkness in him I've seen before. But it's the good kind. The kind that makes him make decisions for the greater good, not just for himself.
It's true. I've never thought of it that way. Roman has always made decisions that are for the greater good of everyone around him. Sebastian made decisions that benefit what he wanted, no matter if they hurt those around him. Their darkness is not the same. Look, I just wanted to come here and tell you that I'm not going to have a problem with you and Elena being together if that's what you want, I say, jumping right into it.
You're sure?
He asks, looking up at me from beneath his lashes.
I don't want this to hurt you. I loved your mother with everything I had in me. I've loved her for a long, long time, and I'll never stop.
I nod. I don't know if I can really understand, but I'm doing a lot of emotional growing and stretching in the past hour, all for the sake of people I love. I know. It's more just, you're so old. He barks a laugh, exactly what I was going for.
Forever 30, Juliet. I'm physically only 2 years older than you. Let's keep a little perspective.
I scrunch my nose. Well, physically, Elena is only 25, and you died over 250 years ago. You're basically an ancient bag of bones. He scoffs and shakes his head as his eyes rise to the ceiling. But he's just as entertained as I am. And it's such a relief that we have this in common, the need to diffuse difficult situations with sarcasm and teasing. He lets out a sigh, and his eyes slide back to mine.
Seriously, though, thank you, Juliet.
No problem, I say, bumping my shoulder into his. Now, why don't you show me your plans for this place? And he does, with excitement and enthusiasm. He shows me his plan for a grand central kitchen and a dining room that is more of a hall that can feed dozens of people. He has plans for a grand room that will be 2 stories tall. There will be dozens of bedrooms. There is a plan for offices and guest bedrooms on the floor just above the ballroom. It's a grand, centralized place to run all things supernatural in this city. I wonder if this is what houses look like, if this is how they operate. If so, it's kind of beautiful, because I catch the vision of it. Living together, safe, organized, efficient. I'm starting to love the idea of us all living under one roof, the council and our loved ones. It would be like the family I never had, the safe environment I always craved. My eyes get a little misty as John shows it to me, but I make sure he never sees. We might not have gotten what we deserved when I was a child, but it was never too late. Not for immortals like us. Chosen, biological. I'm the luckiest girl in the world when it comes to family. Chapter 11. The dress feels like heaven as I pull it from the hanger. It hugs my every curve as I pull it up over my hips, up my chest, tucking my arms into the full-length sleeves. I roll my shoulders back as I look into the mirror, adjusting the square neck until it's lying just right. Not bad, if I do say so myself. My heart decides to relocate to my throat when I hear the front door open and then close. A smile curls on my lips, and goosebumps flash over my skin. I pull my shoes on and then slip outside of my bedroom. Roman stands there in the living room, one hand tucked in his pocket, his jaw going slightly slack as he takes one very slow, long look up and down the entirety of my body. I bite my lower lip, knowing I'm blushing, but I'm staring just as shamelessly. He wears black, as always. Shirt, suit jacket, shoes, and that suit was absolutely tailored to Roman's body. It highlights every one of his best features, which is all of them. Absolute perfection. The words fall from Roman's lips with raw reverence. My feet don't stay in place. They cross the room, and I reach out, gripping his tie and pull him into me. His lips are hot and eager. His tongue immediately seeks out mine, his hands wrapping around my waist. I'm desperate, starving for him as I return that kiss. Every neuron in my body is awake and humming for this man. The jackpot. I scored the absolute jackpot. Mason was beautiful. Sebastian was seductive. But Roman is a god, and every touch, every possessive grip he has on my body makes me feel like his chosen goddess. Damn Orlando, and damn this party, Roman says as his mouth moves to my neck. Let's buy an island in Iceland and never have to talk to another person again. I can't get enough, Juliet. My head tips back, and he laps his way up the other side of my throat before biting my earlobe gently. Make it somewhere just a little warmer, and you have a deal. The Netherlands, Roman says. I've got the money. All you have to do is say yes. It's tempting. So damn tempting. To step away from all this drama, all this conflict, to just drop off the face of the earth and not have to get involved or fix things anymore. To just spend as much time as we want figuring us out, in every sense of the word. But neither one of us would ever do it. Not now. Not when so many are counting on us. Not when everyone we love is still here in this city. Save it for a 5-year anniversary present, I say, smiling as his lips once again find their way back to mine. His hands slide down over my bottom, and he gives a possessive squeeze, eliminating any air gaps between our bodies. It's a promise. This isn't my real life. A healthy, exciting, equal relationship? A hopeful future? Real, true possibilities. My life has been hard. Every moment of it, from the second I was born. It isn't easy now. There's still real shit to deal with. But I am so happy in this moment. I feel like death has to be seconds away, because how could it get any better than this? But as I look into Roman's eyes, I see that it can. I see those promises. I see that future. I inhale deeply as I claim one last kiss, my eyes closing, capturing this moment in my heart forever. He squeezes once more, and then we release each other, save for one hand. Come on, I say, regret spilling into my tone. We can't be late. Orlando has to be babysat every moment of this party. Roman gives an annoyed sound, but follows right after me out the door, locking it behind us.
I met with John today,
Roman says as we ride down the elevator. He braces a hand on the wall, one on either side of my head, boxing me in. Those blue eyes bore into me with such intensity, I'm pretty sure my panties are melting right off.
I asked for the 3rd floor of the nocturn, for just the 2 of us.
My heart skips a beat in my chest. Is that your way of asking me to move in together?
I'm not messing around here, Juliet,
he says, his voice low, rough, raw.
I'm done. There's no more search, no more doubt, no more questions. I've found you. I love you. And that's a vow until death.
Something takes hold of my soul right then. Roman has a way with words that infuse themselves with every white blood cell in my body, every electric current that keeps me alive.
When all this mess is sorted out, I'll let Jay take the lead for a while. I'm going to build you anything you want on that 3rd floor, Juliet. I'll build us a home.
The idea was already calling to my heart, but Roman creating it with his own bare hands? It's the hottest thing he's ever said to me. Why the hell did it take me so long to see you? I say, as I shake my head and wrap my arms behind his neck, drawing his lips to mine. You're perfect. He deepens the kiss, and I feel all of his promises in every grip he has on my body. We're done. No doubt, no messing around, no kid stuff. We're in this for forever. The elevator dings, and the doors slide open. An old woman standing there gives us an embarrassed squeak when she catches our intimate moment. Roman doesn't blush, though. He simply takes my hand and strides out like it's everyone in the world's job to acknowledge what is between him and me. The venue is a private club we rented out for the night. I'm not even sure who took care of the details, but it's all been arranged. Roman and I are the first to arrive. We speak to the owner, who says it's all paid up. Apparently, we've provided our own DJ and bartender, though the owner doesn't seem too keen on it. But he leaves just a few minutes later with confirmation that we have the place to ourselves until 3 in the morning. I have a feeling this is going to be the longest night ever, Elena says as she walks in, immediately followed by John. She looks just as much a siren as she ever does, wearing a long, shimmery dress that is so close to the color of her skin she nearly looks naked. At least we have an end in sight, I say, keeping my tone quiet. Orlando could show up any moment, and the last thing I want is for him to get set off. Several of Roman's security team members walk through the door. I have no doubt they've got all kinds of weaponry attached to their bodies, ready to throw down if things get ugly tonight. Just a minute after, more people from Mason's teams walk in. Tabitha and Patrick watch everything from the outskirts. This is a game of trust. Those we can trust in our city to keep things quiet and calm while trying not to look guilty to the house. There are 20 or so of our own people already here when I hear the doors being pushed open, and Orlando's loud voice fills the room.
I looked you up,
he says. Mason is at his side, looking very uncomfortable and very annoyed at his company.
You're worth more than half of the countries that surround mine. We've been very fortunate,
Mason says, humble but irritated.
Come on, tell me what the real number is.
Orlando goads as his house members filter into the space, mixing with the city residents.
It was just an estimation online. A real businessman never reveals all his cards,
Mason says as he walks toward our circle of Roman, myself, Elena, and John. It's an obvious dismissal that this conversation is over. I have a feeling you've got access to a few dollars yourself, I say, trying to ease some tension, putting some tease into my words because Orlando seems to like it. I bet you booked one of those fancy flights where the seats lay all the way down, and you've practically got a little bedroom to yourself.
Oh, sweet Juliet,
He says, turning on the charm and the smolder.
We've done one better. Charter jet is the only way to go.
Ah, I say, giving just a slight bow of my head. Of course, very posh. Orlando laughs, his head tipping back. He claps a hand on Roman's shoulder.
You sure you don't want to come with us? We could make a quick pit stop in Las Vegas.
He waggles his eyebrows. I really wish everyone would stop with the wedding talk. It's nobody's damn business.
I've got to catch up on a lot of work, brother,
Roman says coolly, not rising to Orlando's wild joviality. Orlando makes a slightly disgusted face.
I still don't get it. You choose work over not. But as you said, you're the elder brother. You make your own choices.
I see it. Roman bristles. His anger and annoyance levels are already rising, and the night has only just begun. Orlando's pocket vibrates loudly. He seems annoyed at it, but when he looks at the screen, he immediately walks across the room and answers it. We should probably be talking. At least trying to act like we aren't eavesdropping on the conversation, but none of us are that smart. We all stand there, silent, quiet, trying to hear what is being said. But the room is just too loud, with the music pumping through the speakers and everyone talking. Echo walks in with a huge black bag slung over her shoulder. Her eyes scan the room, and as soon as she sees me, she walks straight over. Why the hell is Dr. Vincent back in the city? She asks, her voice low, worried, but angry. You've seen him then? I ask. She nods. He was just looking to buy some supply. Didn't say anything but congratulations on taking over the blood trade. It was completely terrifying, and I'm not a fan of feeling scared. She truly does sound annoyed.
We had some complications, so we had to allow it,
Roman says simply, a warning in his tone for Echo to take his word and move on. She glances at him warily and crosses the room to set her bag on the table in the middle of the room. She dumps dozens of blood bags out. Like ants swarming ice cream dropped on the road, the vampires descend on the free blood. It's not fresh, but cold blood is better than no blood. Echo looks over at me as she heads straight back for the door, her delivery complete. I don't blame her for being scared or concerned. There are too many high-level players involved right now. Just as she walks out, Orlando walks back toward our circle.
Everything all right?
Roman asks. Orlando takes in a deep, annoyed-sounding breath.
Just some little shit causing drama in a public way at the bar closest to the house.
Roman had a plan. Cause trouble back in Spain, drawing Orlando back. There's no way his plan is as simple as Orlando is saying. If I know Roman, this is only phase 1 of Orlando's troubles.
And that warranted them calling you?
Roman questions, though he sounds casual and innocent. He's brilliant when it comes to this kind of thing.
It's a party, brother. Are you so American now you've forgotten it's rude to talk about work?
Orlando says, as he claps a hand down on Roman's shoulder before bouncing off to dance with some woman from Mason's team. The lot of us glance at one another, nervous and on edge, before we all step forward to intermingle with the party. I'm talking with one of Orlando's house members, though it's not much of a conversation. She is just telling me about all the things she hates about America. But my eyes get drawn to the door when it's pushed open, and my heart drops down into my feet when Sebastian walks through. He only scans the crowd for 3 seconds before his eyes fix on me. His expression is dark, serious, very Sebastian-like. He stalks through the crowd, making a beeline straight for me. Excuse me, I say to the woman without looking at her. I meet Sebastian halfway, my heart hammering 1,000 miles per minute. What are you doing here? Trying to get yourself immediately killed? Now most of the vampire community is going to know you're back in the city. He gives me this look, something appreciative, and somewhat surprised that I still care.
But that's not going to happen in this room tonight. No one is going to risk exposure. That would take explanations.
I'd sure as hell like one, I hiss. What are you doing here?
Evaluating this little shit to see if he's the root of the problem. Santiago thought he could take you, throw you to the king. I'm just here to see if Orlando is the breeder of such behavior,
he says, keeping his tone low and quiet. And you're going to do what about it, exactly? I ask, absolutely astounded at his audacity and utter lack of fear for his own well-being.
You don't have to worry about me anymore, Juliet,
Sebastian says, his dark eyes fixing on me.
Enjoy the party.
And without a word, he strides off into the crowd. I don't have to worry about him anymore, he's right. But I can't help it. I watch as he walks through the party, watching the house members, observing Orlando from the shadows. It doesn't take long before our local vampires start noticing him. I see it as their expressions darken. As hands curl into fists, they whisper to one another. Tension begins leaking into the room. But Sebastian was right. Here, in a room with the royals we are so desperate to get rid of, they can't do a damn thing. Sebastian is safe here. My eyes seek out Roman, and I find him across the room, standing in the shadows, watching Sebastian like a hawk. His arms are folded over his chest. I can see every muscle in his body is coiled, and at one little wrong move, he'll snap. He's completely lost his mind, Elena says quietly as she walks to my side, showing his face to everyone here. I shake my head. I don't like it. Something about this feels calculated.
Why am I getting a vibe from him that's making me want to rip his limbs off one at a time?
John asks as he walks up to my side, something protective and dangerous about his stance. That would be Sebastian Vincent, Elena clarifies. Juliet's ex-fiancé who put me and two others in this room in a coma. An animalistic noise resonates in the back of John's throat, and he takes half a step forward before I catch his wrist, stopping him. Not here, not now, I hiss. The house will leave after tonight, and then we can deal with shit from the past. Right now, we just have to make it through this night. I really don't want anyone else walking through that door, but it pushes open again, and someone I recognize from Roman's team walks in, wide-eyed, with adrenaline radiating off of them. Wildly, they scan the room. But Roman has crossed the room in 3 seconds, his eyes fixed on the woman.
What is it?
He asks quietly, his tone on alert. We finally got him, she says. She seems nervous, but also excited.
Who?
Roman demands. Norman, she answers, and Roman instantly stands straighter. He looks over his shoulders, tracking Orlando in the room. When he finds Orlando drinking from a blood bag, swaying to the music with 2 women on either side of him, Roman strides toward the door.
Take me to him,
Roman growls. Oh boy, this is bad, bad timing. The moment Roman walks out the doors, I turn to see Orlando's eyes catch sight of Roman's retreating form. His eyes stay fixed on the door for just a moment in contemplation, and then his feet are moving across the space. Shit. How long is the flight from here back to Spain? I ask, casually stepping in Orlando's way. But Orlando doesn't stop. With serious, fixed eyes, he steps around me and goes straight for the door. Slightly panicked, I follow after him. I was thinking about that trip to Switzerland. I start rambling quickly as Orlando goes straight for the second elevator and presses the button. He curses something under his breath about the buildings in this city being too damn tall. I've never been to Europe. Does it really look like the pictures you see online? The doors open and Orlando steps inside, and not knowing what else to do, I step right in after him.
You're not very good at this,
Orlando says, without looking at me. He stares straight ahead at his own reflection.
hiding when something more serious is going on.
Oh, there's always something bad going on in my world, I say, trying not to let the panic set in. It's kind of just the norm when your mother gets murdered within hours of your birth. Things kept getting progressively worse from there. That gets his attention, and he looks over at me with furrowed brows. But we don't have that far until the ground level, and the elevator dings and slides open. Orlando doesn't wait to hear the rest of my story. He strides straight out, following after Roman's retreating form out the front doors.
3 years,
Roman says as soon as he walks outside. He's facing a man being held between two of Roman's best security team members. The man has long hair that falls into his face in dirty, tangled locks. And the look in his eyes, there's something absolutely chilling in them. I glance at Roman, and there's a look of utter hatred and disgust on his face. Roman takes a step forward.
5 women, 3 children, and the call to the newspaper.
Roman shakes his head. The man, Norman, someone called him, spits in Roman's direction, yanking hard against his captors, but he gains no room.
You act so noble, DeLuca. The number of bodies you have dropped shadows my count tenfold.
A sound deadly and angry resonates in the back of Roman's throat.
But the hands of your victims were clean. Mine were not.
What did this Norman do to cause this level of disgust from Roman? Women, children, a call to the newspaper. Exposure is one of our greatest threats.
Was it arrogance or stupidity that brought you back to my city?
Roman asks darkly as he stops in front of Norman, their noses only 6 inches apart.
This city doesn't belong to you,
Norman growls.
Quit pretending you're king. Let us vampires be vampires.
He sucks in a wet gasp. Roman's hand plunges into the man's chest, more than wrist deep. I'll never forget the sound of tissue tearing as Roman pulls his fist back. Norman's eyes are wide, getting just half a second to take a look at his own heart in Roman's clenched hand. And then, the light dies in his eyes. His body goes slack. Roman's guards let him fall to the ground, landing on his face. The slow clapping coming from beside me makes my blood go cold. Orlando takes a step forward, toward his brother. He smiles, something wicked and utterly pleased in his eyes.
Bien hecho, hermano. Well done.
Slowly, Roman looks back at Orlando. His fingers squeeze harder on the flesh he holds, and his jaw flexes and tightens just once.
An old enemy of yours, I presume?
Orlando asks as he walks forward before stopping right next to the body. He stares down at Norman's corpse, observant, curious.
The man was a menace,
Roman says, dropping the removed organ on Norman's back.
Killed innocent people, made a scene, thought he'd get away with talking to a journalist.
Orlando looks up at Roman, his eyebrows slightly raised, satisfied surprise in his expression.
It's in your blood. I think I have an idea, brother.
I really don't like Orlando's ideas. Roman squats beside Norman and grabs a hold of the hem of his jacket. He uses the fabric to wipe the blood from his hand. When Roman does not respond, Orlando dives right in.
You may not want to return home to the house of Badillo,
he says.
But you were obviously born to do this. You've been doing the job of a royal without even remembering you are one.
Roman stands, facing the brother who looks so much like him. Orlando folds his arms over his chest.
Chicago is under the jurisdiction of the House of Alloway, but every vampire who has ever met them knows they're incapable idiots. With time and proven effort, I know the king to be a reasonable man.
My skin feels cold the moment the king is mentioned. My palms feel practically numb.
You are more than capable of ruling this area, brother,
Orlando continues, a grin slowly growing on his lips.
And governing it does need. You have the royal blood. You have the skills. I think you treat this city you quizzically love so much as if it were your right to rule it. I propose you rule Chicago as the House of DeLuca. And, in time, we will get Cyrus to recognize it officially.
Oh. Oh. This I never would have seen coming. A truce of sorts. Orlando gets to keep his throne, but he gets to keep his tie to Roman open. The honor and prestige are still there, even if Roman has no interest in returning to Spain.
Deal,
Roman says, shocking the hell out of me. I see it in his eyes that he's calculating every repercussion and outcome of this decision and deal.
You'll back me with the king if the opportunity arises?
1000%, Orlando says, with a maniacal grin. He extends his hand, and after only a moment of hesitation, Roman shakes it.
Let's go share the good news. Everyone important is already gathered, aren't they?
I don't know what to make of that last part, but Roman doesn't react in any way that gives me something to worry about. He simply turns with Orlando, leaving the body to be cleaned up by Roman's crew, which he's now allowed to have without detection from Orlando to worry about. Together, they walk back into the building. I catch Roman's eyes as he passes by me. He has a damn good poker face. He's almost playing it off like he expected this was always the way things were going to go. Even though this is so far out of left field, my head is spinning. Once again, he proves himself every bit the capable royal his younger brother is. We all pile into the elevator, and Orlando talks excitedly about forming a house, about literal, physical locations, about how to pick people Roman can trust. He starts calculating if the Alloways were to be murdered, could the king make the switch official soon? How the hell did this day take a turn in this direction? The elevator opens back up, and we walk back into the party. But it no longer seems like a party. No one is acting happy and easy. There's tension in the air. It's too quiet, except for the loud pumping of the speaker system. They all have eyes. They all saw Roman leave, followed by Orlando. And they can sense that something is different as soon as the two brothers walk back in.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Orlando shouts as he walks through the crowd to the front of the club, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows.
You have all been very generous hosts to the House of Badillo. I've never visited Chicago before, but I have to say, the danger that surrounds this city, well, the reputation seems well suited.
We all gather around. Everyone holds on to his every word. No one is going to relax until he and his people are on a plane and in the air. The other council members gather beside me, Sebastian hanging back in the darkness. I search out Roman's hand, interlacing our fingers, and waiting with so much anxiety, I think I'd like to raid the hospital pharmacy for the first time and find a sedative.
Reuniting with my brother was something I wasn't sure would ever be possible,
Orlando says, further confirming to more people that Roman is, in fact, a royal.
After so many years, I had to assume him dead. But then his picture came up, and here I found him. Learned he has a beautiful girlfriend who is the feistiest thing I've ever met.
He laughs, and a few others laugh with him for his sake. I just meet Orlando's eyes and try to smile, but I know I'm doing a shit job.
Who would have guessed that my brother would choose to stay here, in the city he loves? Who would ever guess that he would refuse to return to the country of his birth?
The tension in the air doubles at Orlando's acknowledgement of the elephant in the room.
But my brother is a born leader. He is absolutely capable, and it seems a shame to let his talents go to waste. So...
Orlando draws the words out with dramatic effect.
He and I have devised a plan. You will look at Roman Di Luca, as he seems to prefer to be called now, as your local regent. His royal blood gives him every right to rule, and since your current regents are a couple of idiots, it's long past time for a change. And if we have any luck, this will be ruled in officially by the king in no time at all.
Orlando looks over at Roman, and he looks absolutely pleased and so proud. He slowly walks forward, pacing before the crowd.
As you know, the king values secrecy above all else. It is how our kind existed for millennia. As royals, this is our #1 job. So, to help you along in your newly appointed role, brother, I'll take care of one little issue that's been overlooked for a few too many days."
Something shiny and sharp flashes under the dim lights. And suddenly, Elena gives a gasp that quickly turns wet. Orlando stands before her, a knife clenched in his hand, buried deep in Elena's heart.
"Parties with hundreds of vampires tend to draw attention,"
Orlando hisses as he watches the panic in her eyes.
"Let's not let that happen again."
Screams slip from more than one throat. Mason bellows and darts forward, catching his sister. John bursts forward, taking a swing at Orlando, who simply steps out of the way. Roman catches my father, blocking his death-driven dive at the Royal. Tabitha explodes into a hurricane of Russian curses and swinging blades. One of Orlando's men takes her out with one perfect punch. I stare in horror as I watch Mason lower Elena to the ground. Her skin turns gray as death takes her.
"Let this be a lesson and a reminder,"
Orlando says, his bravado turning serious.
"We can never slack. We can never get too careless. And anyone who is found to be putting our kind in danger will be dealt with."
Mason is screaming with rage and grief. Two of the house members flank him, ready to take him down if he tries to turn on Orlando. My eyes are huge when I look back up at Orlando. He's a damn monster. But he's a monster with power and backup. His house members have stepped up, protecting him, drawing their weapons. This could turn into a bloodbath at any moment.
"You will recognize my brother as your new ruler,"
Orlando says, breathing hard with the adrenaline filling the room.
"But first, I will clear his way. $10,000 to the first person who gives me the names of the other Chicago Night Council members."
Chapter 12. The room is utterly silent for 10 whole seconds. Eyes are shifting. Nerves are making everyone in the room look guilty. Who will be the first to talk? Who is going to betray us? And how the hell is it going to factor in when Orlando learns his own brother was a key founder of the council? Mason rages again, lunging at Orlando before being tackled to the floor by the house members. My eyes shift down to my best friend lying at my feet. One problem at a time, and this one is pretty damn urgent. "We have to get her out of here," I say in a whisper as Orlando starts monologuing again. John's welled, red eyes rise up to mine, and I see them widen for a second as the realization hits him. He sniffs and nods. Mason sobs and continues to curse Orlando from the floor as he watches John hook his arms around Elena, pulling her up easily. Through the crowd, me and my father work our way out. I make sure to catch Orlando's gaze, giving him the evil eye. It's justified. She's my best friend. I'd be pissed if she were going to stay dead. So, this is all part of the show. I can't worry about what's going on in there right now. I don't know if there's a time limit to my gift.
"The man is a damn maniac,"
John seethes as we wait for the elevator.
"Juliet, I thought—"
"I know." I cut him off as we step into the elevator. I press the button for the 3rd floor instead of ground. "We just need to get somewhere safe, quiet, private. I'll be dead for about 5 minutes, but Elena will immediately come back. At least, that's how it worked with Roman."
"Juliet, I don't know if I can handle watching you die,"
John says, shaking his head, and more tears well in his eyes. I wave him off. I've died a couple dozen times now. Trust me, it's no biggie. And I promise I will come back. The elevator slides open, and I breathe a sigh of relief. The lights are turned off, and there's not a soul around. I wave John forward until we tuck into a hall with no visible cameras. He lays Elena on the ground, and I look anywhere but at the huge bloodstain on her dress. "You ready?" I ask as I kneel next to her. "It's going to happen fast. Stay calm, okay?" The look on his face is absolute terror and dread, but he gives me an unsure nod. I grab Elena's arm, and an instantly agonizing, familiar pain rips through my chest. My ribs break. The pain darts directly into my heart, and I drop to the ground, dead, once more. The surge begins, a deep rumble, the passing of air like I'm strapped to the front of a jumbo jet. Faster, faster, until finally I pop back into existence. It's the sound of cursing that hits my ears, and with a gasp for air, I sit up from the ground. Holy Mother of Louis Vuitton! Elena screeches as she scrambles back from me, her back hitting the wall behind her. You really can come back from the dead. I stretch out my muscles, working through the death that's crept into my limbs. Told you. Did you time me? I ask John as I climb to my feet. My father looks at me with complete and utter disbelief. Not really, but about 4 minutes, maybe 5. I nod, stretching my neck to one side and then the other. Seems pretty consistent then. It's still a learning process. This was only the second time I've used my gift. I'm still figuring out the parameters. Elena shakes her head, looking like she's seen a ghost. You were so dead. And now I'm not, I say, getting antsy. I grab the handkerchief out of John's pocket and wipe away the blood on my chest. It was Elena who was staked, yet there's blood on my chest just like it was me who was. Look, I'm sorry. I would love to stay here and process your shock with you, but I really need to know what shit is going on upstairs. John, take Elena back to the church. No one can see her until further notice. That means no work for you, got it? What church? She asks, reminding me that we haven't filled her in on every secret shared between Roman and me. I shake my head. Just go with John. But seriously, no one can know you're back for now, okay? And I think it's better if Tabitha continues to think you're dead for now. "'Kay," she says with a nod. She is still staring at me like I've grown 2 extra heads as we go back to the elevator. I press up, they press down. Their elevator opens up immediately. Stay out of sight, I say again, staring at her with wide, serious eyes. She just nods, looking a little too shocked for comfort. I'd rather not have her brain glitch out on us while she tries to process, but at least she isn't alone. 20 seconds later, the elevator opens for me, and I step inside to ascend to the club. When I step out, there are 4 of Roman's team members waiting to go down. The look in their eyes tells me they're dying to tell me what's going on. But the open door behind them leading into the club prevents any sharing of information. I can only give them a nod as I walk by, heading back inside. Roman stands at the back of the room, with his arms folded over his chest. I find Sebastian across the room, watching the scene, darkly. And Mason sits in a chair away from everyone, tears soaking his normally happy face. But right now, Mason looks like he is radiating death. I pray that he remembers what my gift is, but honestly, he'll be a better actor if he doesn't. Orlando is questioning Ivana, but the woman isn't giving anything away. What's going on? I ask quietly. He's questioning everyone, Roman says simply. He's holding a lot in right now. I can tell. He, too, looks like he's 30 seconds away from exploding. I give a nod. I hold Roman's gaze for a second longer, silently asking the question, has anyone given us up yet? Roman simply shakes his head. Well, that's a massive miracle. Orlando turns away from Ivana, his eyes sweeping the space until they land on me. Casually, predatorily, he saunters over. And what about you, Juliet? Do you have any information to give about the Night Council? I put on my best actor's face. I will my eyes to well, though I don't let tears fall. It isn't hard to summon. All I have to do is let the stress surface. You need to stop playing games, Orlando. These are real people, real lives. You just said you trust Roman, so let him do his job. Orlando gives a slight crook of his head, one that acknowledges that I didn't answer his question. But what kind of brother would I be if I just left things a mess? One who displays a little confidence, Roman says darkly. Orlando grins as he looks over at Roman.
Oh, I have confidence, Roman.
He says the name with sarcastic drama.
But I have always loved a good conspiracy, and my source gave me one of the best I've heard yet.
His source. I haven't paused yet to consider how Orlando knew about the Night Council. Really, it probably wasn't that hard to figure out Elena was part of it. She was very obviously in charge of the party the night I was announced to the community as the new council member. It wouldn't take Sherlock to figure that one out. But who the hell told him there is a Night Council in the first place?
I'll leave when this is taken care of,
Orlando says as he claps a hand down on Roman's shoulder.
Someone will talk. The reward has gone up to 20,000.
He says loudly so everyone in the room can hear him.
I'm staying at the Carmon Hotel. Come find me if you'd like to do the right thing.
Orlando walks right out the doors, his house members trailing after him. It's silent for a good 60 seconds once they're gone. The shock of what's just happened lies heavily on everyone's tongues. And no one here, besides Roman, Sebastian, and maybe Mason, knows Elena isn't still dead. Eyes start shifting around. They go to the guilty parties. Mason, Roman, myself, and Sebastian. No one gave us up. But it isn't safe to talk right now. Anyone could still be listening from the house. And who is the one who betrayed us? I don't want to think it's anyone we've trusted, but who the hell knows?
Go home,
Roman says in a low, rough voice.
I'll handle this.
The tension in the room is thick. No one moves at first, but Sebastian peels away from the wall. Mason wipes his face and strides toward us. We need to have a council meeting, right now. We need to warn Sigrid. But just how much do we dare push our luck? If the council gathers right now, it might be way too obvious. Sebastian, you feel like making some breakfast? I ask. I need to change first, but it's been way too long since we all got together. It's dark times like these that we need to stick together. The surprise in Mason's eyes only lasts a second before he realizes what I'm doing. We need to get together, but there's every chance each of our places is being watched. But until tonight, Sebastian has had zero ties to the royals' presence.
Of course,
Sebastian says smoothly, instantly catching what I'm truly asking.
I'll get the food cooking. Come by whenever you're ready.
We step into the elevator and ride down in silence. I hate this level of paranoia. It might be different from when I learned Sebastian was stalking me, but it makes my skin crawl too. Nowhere feels safe right now. We all go our separate ways when we walk outside. Even Roman heads off. If anyone is following us, watching us, we need to lose them if possible. I go by the hospital first. I check in on things, but my brain is entirely absent. After 20 minutes, I head back to my apartment. There, I change and scrub my hands clean. I tried to be careful not to get Elena's blood on me, but there's still a smear of it over my left thumb. When I'm clean and ready, I head back outside and take a route I would normally never take to head to Sebastian's building. I honestly can't believe I'm about to walk in there again. After everything that happened, after everything that went down, I never would have dreamed that I'd voluntarily walk back into this place. I ride the elevator up to the top floor, and the doors open to a familiar, beautiful, nearly pure white penthouse. The smell of food actually does waft through the air. I try to push back the memories this place invokes. The first time I cooked for Sebastian here when he was having a bad day. The times we spent making out on that couch. When Sebastian proposed to me in the living room. Ugh, why? Why did he have to come back? Why did everyone feel so damn desperate that they were willing to make a deal for Sebastian's safe return to Chicago? I round into the kitchen and find I'm the last to arrive. Roman stands with his hands braced on the countertop, his jaw clenched so tight, surely his teeth are going to fracture. Mason looks pale as a ghost as he sits at the island, his fingers interlaced and white from the pressure. Roman pulls his phone out and calls Sigrid. When she answers, he puts it on speaker and lays it on the counter. Mason does the same for Elena, and it feels like a miracle that we're still able to talk to her.
I've already caught everyone up on what's going on,
Roman says. There might have been a brief intermission, but he never stopped working. He never does.
It's only a matter of time before someone caves and tells Orlando who the rest of us are. Then we take control of the situation,
Sebastian says as he lays a plate of bacon on the counter.
We don't wait until someone cracks. One of us should go to Orlando.
Are you crazy? Elena barks from the device on the counter. Did you not witness him stake me?
Yes, but here you are talking to us,
Sebastian says as he braces his hands against the counter, his eyes sliding to mine.
People move on when they think their enemies are dead. What better way to get rid of the house for good? Why would they ever take a second look if they think we are all gone?
One of my brows arches. Sebastian has a point.
You want me to just hand the council over, one by one, to die at my maniac brother's hands?
Roman growls, his eyes dark. He might be right, I say, hating that I'm siding with Sebastian at the moment. I think Orlando is being genuine when he says he wants to clear the path for you by taking out anyone who thinks they have any right to govern the city. If he can kill us all, Orlando would have no reason to think anything wasn't going according to plan. I humbly request that my name be left out of this scheme for the sake of my people, Sigrid says from the phone. Unless any of you have reason to believe otherwise, the house does not know about the other half of the population of this city. If it can be avoided, I would rather not put my kind at risk. I nod. We didn't tell Superintendent Day about the gifted. I don't know why we couldn't get away with leaving the gifted out of the conversation with the house.
The fewer people we put at risk, the better,
Mason agrees as he brushes 2 fingers across his lips.
So what's the plan then? Let Orlando take us out, one by one? Not going to lie, I don't love that kind of anticipation. You can be the first then,
Sebastian says. All attention shifts back to him.
I think it should be me. Not that I need the money he's offering, but I haven't been involved yet. Hence, you're all here when I know you'd all rather just kill me and get this over with. Orlando will believe me, that I have no loyalty to the council. The bad blood is hard to miss.
No one says anything immediately, because it's extremely uncomfortable how true Sebastian's words are.
I'll feed Orlando Mason's name, and then Juliet. He won't know Sigrid was involved. And then someone is going to have to betray me and give Orlando my name as the last council member. Then he will have no reason not to leave the city.
The apprehension on each of their faces is real. It's a risk to them, a huge gamble. We're talking about their second death, and there isn't supposed to be any such thing for vampires. I'm sitting here totally alive, you guys, Elena says, in that no-nonsense voice of hers. I got stabbed through the heart. You all watched me die. But Juliet is the real deal. I feel good as new. Mason lets out a hard breath, leaning back in his seat.
I hate the plan, but I do think it's the best plan. But I'll keep that stipulation. I go first, and I want it over within 24 hours or less. I've got enough to stress over. I'd rather get this impossible death over with, sooner than later.
With pleasure, Sebastian says, fighting the smile that's trying to curl on his lips. He turns and scoops a stack of pancakes onto a plate. No one is eating anything. Anticipating looming death will do that to an appetite.
Once you've died, you can't be seen again until after the house is confirmed on the ground in Spain,
Roman says.
But we all need to think of a plan of explanation for everyone who will think you're dead, but definitely will see you walking the streets again.
True. How do we explain it? One issue at a time. Chapter 13. The plan has to work. Roman will stay on the ground, doing everything he usually does, keeping the city safe and under control. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like the plan to draw Orlando back to Spain by causing issues there is going to work. Whoever this woman he has there taking care of things in his absence seems to be exceptionally competent. One part of our plan is failing, but fingers crossed everything from here on out works. Sigrid slips off into the dark and unknown. Sebastian will go to Orlando and tell him what he needs to hear. Mason will head for work. He will wait for the signal from me, and then he will head down to the cafe on the corner closest to Godfrey Tower. He'll be seen walking in by Orlando, and if all goes according to plan, Mason will be followed out the back of the building into an alleyway where Orlando will kill him. I'll be waiting in the shadows, and when Orlando is gone, I'll do what I do. Damn, I hope it all goes right. Once it's all ironed out, the council meeting is ended. It's a little ironic that we're doing exactly what Orlando wants to kill us for, and we're plotting each of our own deaths. Roman heads off in one direction. Mason takes off for Godfrey Tower, which leaves Sebastian and me alone, for the first time since before our engagement party. But not before Roman gives Sebastian a very growly, very colorful warning to stay on his best behavior. It's noon, and a surprisingly sunny day for February. Sebastian and I both don our darkest sunglasses, but my eyes are still searing with the light. We've got a 7-block walk ahead of us. The L doesn't run in the right direction. We could take a cab, but that puts the two of us in way too close quarters for my comfort. Sebastian looks over at me as we cross an intersection. I can nearly hear the chaotic thoughts leaking out his ears. "What?" I ask with a slightly annoyed sigh. He looks forward again. "I have about 1,000 things I want to say, but I don't know how the hell to start." I roll my eyes. I'm just so over this. How about your plan to apologize to the entire supernatural population of Chicago? That might be a good beginning. "I know the damage runs too deep," Sebastian says. "1,000,000 I'm sorries is never going to repair what I did. And besides, I still only regret doing what I did because it made you hate me." "You're a piece of work," I say, with a shake of my head. "I'm aware," he answers darkly. "I never pretended to be any golden boy. Besides, it's only a matter of time before one of these amateurs is successful." I stop suddenly on the sidewalk, my eyes widening as I look at the back of Sebastian's head when he takes 2 steps past me. Does that mean someone has already tried? "It means 3 someones have tried to kill me since I came back to Chicago," Sebastian says, a bored and impatient look in his eyes. I start walking again, and my gut is full of indecisive vipers. "And what did you do with them when they were unsuccessful?" "There are a few people who don't completely hate my guts," Sebastian says as we walk down the sidewalk. "After I incapacitated them, I had Evelyn make them forget what I did. She wasn't particularly thrilled to be participating, but money is always a pretty solid motivator. She needs a pile of it to go back to college. I paid for a full ride to finish her degree." That's sweet and manipulative, and it sounds exactly like Sebastian. "Met your dad, too," he adds, without looking at me. Oh boy. "He had some pretty angry words to share," Sebastian says. "Beat the shit out of me. Can't say I blame him. I had a daughter, too. Put things in a little different perspective." Ugh, it always breaks my heart. Sebastian had a son and a daughter, and he lost both of them the same day he lost his wife. It sent him down the dark path that eventually brought us together. I ignore those parts because they are some of the most complicated. Does Roman know there have been attempts on your life? I ask hesitantly. Sebastian shakes his head. "Roman kept his end of the bargain. He has no obligation to protect me, and I'm not asking for it." Roman said he knew that if he really killed Sebastian, I wouldn't be able to live with it. And now, hearing that 3 others have tried to kill my former fiancé, Roman was right. I will never love Sebastian again. I will never forgive him for what he did. But apparently, I don't actually want him dead. I realize now that it's been quiet for several beats too long. The thoughts are radiating off of Sebastian again.
You and Roman really never, while you and I were together?
He finally drops what's really been building. The cause of so much anger and betrayal, and one attempt at murder. Roman and I never did anything, I say. I don't have to explain myself, but I do want Sebastian to understand. When you and I were together, I was 1000% in, Sebastian. I loved you, and I truly thought I saw the rest of forever with you. Things ending between you and me? I shake my head. They never had a thing to do with Roman. Sebastian looks over at me, and I see his eyes studying the truth on my face through his sunglasses. Does he believe me? He was so convinced before that Roman and I were having an affair. But can't he see it all over me? I might have kept a lot of things from Sebastian when we were together, and just as Archer King predicted, my lies were my downfall. But that confession I just gave, it is absolute truth.
You really never realized how Roman looked at you from the moment he met you?
Sebastian asks, to my surprise, with genuine curiosity in his voice. I look at Sebastian, feeling just a little unsteady, confused, disconnected. People keep saying that Roman has been waiting for me, that there was something from the beginning. But apparently, I'm the world's most clueless woman, because I truly had no idea. Sebastian continues studying me. Sebastian knows me in ways no one else does. There are just some ways that no one else in this world will ever understand me, and I him.
I believe you,
he says, his voice low, soft. He looks ahead.
But now?
Now things are different, I confess. My confidence doesn't waver. I take in a deep breath, preparing myself for whatever is about to come. Things changed. Somewhere along the way, Roman became everything I need, and it was like all of the pieces of the puzzle just slid into place. Sebastian swears under his breath, looking away at nothing in particular. This is not about you, and it's not about the history between us. I push on, determination coursing through my veins. I didn't go looking for this, but somewhere along the way—
You don't have to explain it, Juliet,
Sebastian says, in a hard tone between clenched teeth.
Everyone on the damn planet can see it just looking at the two of you. Like you two were written on the books of time as always being meant to fall for one another. Every bit of me wants to deny it, but I saw the change between you two in that cottage in Roter Himmel.
Is it true? Is it really that obvious? Maybe Sebastian isn't so far off. Archer King also made a prophecy about Roman and me, long before I had any feelings toward Roman but fear. There are words at the back of my throat, something like, I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry, and I can't regret anything in my past, because it's led me right to where I need to be. You don't deserve to be miserable and alone forever, Sebastian, I say gently. I wasn't the one, and yes, I think you have some work to do on yourself, but you're one of the smartest people I know. You're so damn capable, it's astounding. Heal, Sebastian, and then you can find someone you can rise with. He is quiet when I'm finished. I know there are dark, heavy thoughts rolling through his head. I know there's a weight on his chest. I know he wants to argue with my words, but he simply stays silent. I want Sebastian to heal. He's done terrible things, but he is capable of so much love. It just can't be with me. Orlando's hotel looms just 1 block away. We wait for the light to change.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I believe everything you've said, Juliet,
Sebastian says, as those dark eyes slide over to meet mine.
If I had the choice, it would still be you and me forever. But I can admit that it's not what was supposed to happen. I don't have to like it, but I'm not going to stand in your way. You love Roman. Roman loves you. There will be plenty of problems the two of you have to deal with. But I won't be one of them.
It's as if a vice falls from my chest. Air comes into my lungs just a little easier. I don't feel so heavy anymore. I didn't need Sebastian's blessing, but now that I have it, it feels as if an anchor has just been cut loose from my feet. Thank you, I say hoarsely. He attempts a small smile, but turns away when the crosswalk signal comes on. Without another word, we go our separate ways. Him to speak to Orlando, me to get into position and wait. I think maybe houses aren't as perfectly run as I once assumed. Orlando had spies when he first arrived, but we've been doing all kinds of shady things, and Orlando hasn't caught us over any of them. As I wait in an electronics store across the street from the hotel, I don't see anyone even watching at the door, much less watching subtly from the shadows. My guard is up, and I'm constantly scanning the people who pass by, the people who pause. But none of them throw up any red flags, and I'm fairly sure I'm paranoid enough to see if something was off. 10 minutes go by, then 15, and when it's been 21 minutes, the doors to the hotel open, and Sebastian steps out into the sunlight, sunglasses in place, Orlando at his heels, accompanied by Javier and one other house member. They take a right and set off down the sidewalk. I trail behind them a good 100 yards. Good thing I've got this vampiric eyesight, or I'd never be able to keep track of them. Sebastian leads Orlando and crew through the streets until, finally, the place is just ahead. Poor Mason. Anticipating what should be an impossible death can't be fun. Vampires are supposed to stay dead when they get staked through the heart. It's a hard rule. Yet, he watched that very thing happen to his twin sister, and he's talked to her and seen her since. So, he just has to trust in my seemingly impossible gift. "I'm here," Mason texts. And it's just in time, because right then, Sebastian steps into the coffee shop. I peel off to the side, entering the alleyway from the other direction. I haul myself onto a fire escape, tucking myself behind a mound of garbage and broken wood that shouldn't be there. I stay back, a good 30 yards from the back door to the shop. My ears strain to pick out voices from inside. I can hear people talking, but with this much surrounding noise and from this distance, I can't make out any words. My wait isn't long, though. Just 30 seconds later, that back door bursts open. Orlando's fingers are gripped around the lapels of Mason's suit, and he shoves him back until Mason's head smacks back against the brick wall of the next building. "You think you can just do the job of a royal without royal blood?" Orlando says, his voice quaking with adrenaline, mania, and rage. "Someone has to give a damn about this area," Mason says, his voice filled with venom. "But it won't be you," Orlando growls. And I nearly scream when Roman's brother shoves a stake into Mason's chest. My hands fly to cover my mouth. I know I'll bring him back in just a few minutes, but seeing the way Mason's eyes widen, hearing his wet gasp, all I can think is that one of the very best people on this planet is about to die. Orlando mutters a curse as he yanks the stake from Mason's bleeding chest. Mason goes to his knees, and I watch it as his eyes lose their life. His skin turns gray. "You know, I thought money would be a great motivator to get someone, anyone, to speak up," Orlando says as he looks at the stake in his hand, dripping with blood. "But you're the only vampire in this whole city to come forward. I think maybe that says something about you." Sebastian steps into my line of sight. "It says I have no loyalty to anyone in this city but myself." Orlando gives him an appraising look. "Javier will give you half now, the other half when you get me the names of the other council members." Sebastian nods. "I'll get them. Give me a few days, and you'll have your names." Orlando nods and tosses the bloody stake into a dumpster filled with food scraps. No one is diving through that filth. He gives a nod to his house members and walks back into the coffee shop. Sebastian hesitates for just a moment, and I see his eyes cast around for me. Either he doesn't see me, or he knows better than to actually look for me and potentially give my location away. He casually strolls back through the door, and I hear it close behind them. I pull out my phone and text Patrick, Mason's bodyguard. Once you see them leave, wait 2 minutes and then meet me out back. Got it. My eyes fix on Mason's body, and I realize what a miracle my gift is. Being able to die for people? Lots of people say they would do it for their loved ones. I can actually do it. Mason lies there, still and motionless. To any other vampire, there would be no coming back. But in just a few minutes, he'll wake right back up. They're gone, Patrick texts. I look down the alley, and right on time, a black car parks at the curb. 2 seconds later, the large and intimidating-looking man rounds the vehicle and walks down the alley. I swing down from my hiding spot, landing with ease on my feet. Everything went smoothly? Patrick asks as he squats and scoops Mason's limp form into his arms. All according to plan, I say with a nod. I follow after Patrick and scan the road when I reach the car. No one can see anything. I pull the back door open, and Patrick settles Mason into the seat, as if he were going out for an errand. Patrick and I both round the car, and simultaneously we drop into our seats. Please don't freak, I say as he puts the car into drive. He is going to wake up instantly. I'll immediately die. I'm going to stay dead for about 5 minutes, but I will come back, I swear. Patrick shakes his head. I still can't believe you kept this a secret for this long. I didn't believe it when Mason told me. But then Elena told me her story. I give a nod, and my heart is beating faster and faster. I still don't know if there's any kind of time to limit when I can die for someone. Every second counts right now. Okay, here it goes, I say, cracking my neck one way and then the other. I press my hand to the side of Mason's neck, and pain instantly explodes from my chest as if I were the one staked. And then, death comes to greet me once again. Chapter 14. I barrel through death, defying all the laws of nature. Life funnels back into me, a result of a curse and a gift, both given to me by the mother I never got to meet. My eyes fly open, and I sit up with my hands sweeping around me as if fending off an enemy. Holy shit, Mason says, jumping violently. I groan at the discomfort racking my body. I blink slowly, letting my surroundings come into focus. I'm at Roman's secret church, lying in the bedroom I once lived in for 3 weeks. Gaping at me in shock like I'm the ghost of Alexander the Great, Mason stands at the end of the bed. I can still hardly believe it, and I just witnessed it. Elena stands beside me. Her arms are crossed over her chest, and she shakes her head. How did you keep this a secret for 2 months? Don't be dramatic, I say, as I slide my legs off the edge of the bed and steady myself for a moment. It hasn't been that long that I knew I could do this part. Even 5 minutes is way too damn long. Roman strides into the room. His eyes instantly lock on mine, and nothing in the world could get in his way as he stalks straight toward me. He places a hand to the side of my neck, tilting my face up before he kisses me. Hard. I think I should die more often if this is the welcome back I can expect, I say breathlessly. Absolutely not, Roman says firmly, even as Elena gives a whoop, egging the whole thing on. I honestly thought you'd kill her before anything even close to this might happen, Mason remarks with a shake of his head. Come on, I made lunch. Roman moves on as he pulls me up to my feet. The tense set of his shoulders, the erratic beating of his heart, are all tells of just how hard this is for him, to know I'm dying, again and again. I hope he didn't see me when I was carried back into the church, dead. Roman swore he'd take 1,000 stakes before he'd watch the light go out in my eyes again. If I can avoid putting him through witnessing it, I will. Looks like everything went okay, I observe as I follow the scent of food. Is Sebastian here? No one could miss the wariness in my voice.
No,
Roman says darkly.
and he's never going to find out about this place.
Apparently, there was a whole mountain of secrets you two kept for each other, Elena says, arching a brow at me as we grab food in the kitchen. I bite into an apple slice and simply shrug my shoulders.
How long are we going to let this stretch out for?
Mason asks as he piles food onto a plate.
Because I know there's a process to this so we don't get caught, but I can't stay dead for long. Elena and I need to get back to work. Sebastian is supposed to be investigating,
Roman says as he leans back against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest.
I don't think we dare move forward until tomorrow. And I don't know if Orlando will leave immediately after he thinks Juliet is dead, but I'll do my best to get him on a plane.
This guy is a serious pain in the ass, Elena says, annoyed, as she shakes her head. I feel like he keeps teasing every other day that he's going to leave, but then he never does.
For real, though,
I say.
And you still don't remember him?
Mason asks.
Or anything else from before your resurrection?
Roman shakes his head.
No, and I'm glad for it. Have either of you heard of any troubles from the house toward the gifted?
They both shake their heads. Everyone is laying low. I don't know how they have this much patience. After everything that has happened in the last year, I'm surprised anyone is still here at all, Elena remarks. An ache forms in my chest. Sigrid is one of the people I trust most on this planet. She was kind to me. And when she knew my secrets, she never made me feel bad about them or tried to pit them against me. I haven't visited my distant aunt in too long. I miss her witchy-feeling house and her warm smile.
Let's try to keep it that way,
Roman says. He steps forward, wrapping his arms around my waist as I get my food.
When you're finished, I have a surprise for you.
He whispers the words into the shell of my ear, his tone low, seductive. My entire body turns electric. I look over my shoulder with an arched brow. I pick up the pace. Who needs to chew their food anyway? 10 minutes later, Roman and I are seated in his SUV, and he pulls out onto the main road. What's with the secrecy? I thought we didn't do secrets between us. Roman reaches across the console and takes my hand. Confidently, he raises it to press a kiss there.
Surprises and secrets are far from the same thing. It's been all work and no time for the two of us. I can't take another day of it.
My face flushes, and my chest breaks out into a swarm of butterflies. Roman's words. They will never cease to consume me in the very best way possible. I think I like surprises, I say, a fact that has never been true before this moment. Roman takes us across downtown and pulls up to the nocturn. He parks and walks around the vehicle to open my door for me. And it means everything in the world when he intertwines his fingers with mine without hesitation. He stands tall, confident. He's so grounded in us that it kind of takes my breath away. He leads me up the stairs and unlocks the door. It's silent when we step inside. I wonder where John has been hiding these last few days.
Your father has made some incredible progress,
Roman says as he leads me up the stairs.
Who knew a pirate could transition so smoothly into general contractor?
I laugh, but it fades off when we step out onto the top floor. The space has been demolished, but in the cleanest way possible. Everything that's needed structurally is still in place, but everything extra? Gone. It's a blank canvas ready for the vision of my father. I was seriously here only 3 days ago.
John has been working almost nonstop since the idea of fixing this place up came to the table,
Roman says, as we circle about. There's a table in the middle of the space, and I see the plans lying on it. But I kind of don't want to spoil the surprise.
I think he's trying to keep himself occupied so he doesn't go into war mode with my brother.
I nod with a chuckle. He's fought a few royals in the past, but this is amazing.
Come on,
Roman says, leading me back down the stairs. My excitement builds as I walk down the floors, imagining what it could be like. A home for us all. A central place where we're all one big family. Where we laugh and cry and come together. We step out onto the third floor. My face flushes when I remember what Roman said.
I haven't had a chance to make many plans yet,
Roman says as we step forward.
but I wanted to find out what you'd like first.
A home. Roman said he was going to turn this into our home. Together, the two of us. He asked for this floor, for us. I don't know who would ever tell him no, because we are both council members and this building belongs to the council. But the fact that he thought of this, that these kinds of thoughts are growing and building in his head, I wrap my arms around Roman as I look around at the space. It's dusty, dated. There are too many walls from former offices to see very far. But the windows are beautiful, even if I have to hide from the sunlight that comes through them. The hardwood floors are fantastic. A gigantic bathtub, I say as I step forward, dragging Roman along with me. And a big kitchen. I don't particularly love cooking, but I really like watching you. Roman chuckles at that.
I think that could be arranged.
We turn down a hall, and there are a dozen doors breaking off either side. One by one, I open them, trying to imagine what this place could be. A big living room where all our favorite people can gather. I think we need weekly game nights when all this insanity is said and done. Roman makes a noise, one that says he has little interest in inviting lots of people into our home. But I just grin at him like a loon and continue opening doors. What do you want? I ask, as I finally reach the last door. It's a corner office with windows on two of the walls. I wander inside, and Roman follows in after me.
I don't need much,
he says. I feel his eyes on me from behind, but I don't turn. I stare at the windows without really seeing them.
A kitchen where you can watch me cook.
His footsteps approach, and his arms wrap around my waist.
A gigantic bathtub, and a bedroom insulated well enough to keep all sound in and out.
Roman, I say in surprise. My face feels hotter, and a flame sparks in my lower belly. I lift a hand, caressing the side of his neck. His lips press into my own, tender, holy, confident. Sex is not something we've talked about. The passion is there. The hunger is always just beneath the surface. But this relationship has developed slowly. One mistake and one realization at a time. I don't know when we'll get there, but there is absolutely no rush, and I'm enjoying every step of the journey. He spins me in place, his hand coming to the side of my neck, tilting my face up to his. Those intense blue eyes study mine, so vivid, so full of promise. They're almost overwhelming in their sincerity.
I'm going to marry you someday, Juliet. Maybe in this very space. But it's going to be ours. And the rest of the world could burn for all I care, so long as it's you and me together as we go down.
I close the gap between us, hungry and starving for him. My arms wrap around his shoulders, and his hands grip possessively at my hips. His tongue is hot and curious as it invades my mouth. I bite at his lower lip, not being gentle, as I fist his shirt in my hand, pulling him closer, closer, closer. When this thing finally does happen, we might have to go into seclusion for a month, because it's going to be wild and loud and absolutely untamed, because that is how I feel with this god of a man. I'm going to flaunt you all over the place the second the house is gone, I say, as my hand tangles into his wild black hair. Roman DeLuca is mine, and I want the whole damn world to know it. I love that proud, slightly vain smile that pulls on his lips. His is an ego I don't mind inflating.
Come on, the surprise isn't near finished.
We walk back out to the SUV, and Roman points us toward the magnificent mile. He finds somewhere to park and looks at me with this predatorial grin before he climbs out and walks around to open my door. I expect this from Elena every other day, but this doesn't feel like a Roman move, I say suspiciously.
Just trust me tonight,
he says, dropping his lips to my ear, his words low, his lips brushing my skin. I'll trust him tonight, and every night, for the rest of my life. Roman leads us to a store I've never been to before. When we walk in, it smells like money and wealth.
Pick a dress,
Roman says, as his eyes sweep the store before looking down the length of me, as if he's already ready to drool over me.
Wear it out, and meet me outside in half an hour. I'll give them my card.
I eye him suspiciously. This doesn't feel like Roman, but I'll go with it. He gives me a smirk and peels off into the men's section. I wander into the shop, and it's only about 10 seconds before a shop attendant is asking me what I'm looking for and how she can help. I'm a little lost since I don't know what to dress for tonight. I try on a red number. It doesn't feel right. I put on something white. Nope, not for tonight. I shimmy into a champagne-colored dress and immediately pull it back off. I go with my gut. When the attendant hands in a deep purple dress, I get a good feeling. I pull it on, and it feels like a second skin. It's ruched up the sides and hugs all of my curves in the very best ways. I'd expect the red glow of my mother's gift contained in my crystal necklace to contrast with the purple, but it doesn't. They go together in the most enchanting way. "Do we have a winner?" the attendant asks from behind the curtain. "Oh, yeah," I say, turning in the mirror and admiring the view. "These would go perfect with it," she says, just 20 seconds later, reaching through and dangling some pumps from her fingers. "You're a genius," I praise, as I take them and slip them on to my feet. I bundle up the clothes I walked in here with and walk out. "Mr. DeLuca prepaid for everything," the woman tells me. "He's waiting for you outside." "Thanks," I offer, and head to the doors. I drink in the sight of him through the glass. He's wearing a dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. He stands with his hands tucked into black dress pants. His hair is more wild than ever. He looks dangerous and delicious right now. His eyes dart to me as I step out, dropping down the length of me and very, very slowly rising back up. "I'll take that as approval," I say, feeling smug in the very best way.
"That's approval,"
he says in a low growl. He reaches for me, grabbing my hips and hauling me against his chest. His lips claim mine in the most possessive way possible.
"Come on, it's time to finish this night."
He lifts me clean off the ground and sets me in the passenger seat, pressing a quick kiss to my lips before he closes the door and rounds to the driver's seat. We drive 6 blocks before Roman pulls up to a valet. He hands off the keys and takes my hand, guiding me inside. I've never been here before, but the dark walls, the dim lighting, the pumping music, and the scent of mixed drinks makes this all seem familiar. Roman pays the cover charge and then leads me down a long hall before we walk out into a large, crowded room. It's a nightclub.
"I'd rather take you to my club,"
Roman says as he turns and walks backward, holding my hand as he takes us out on the dance floor.
"But until Orlando leaves, opening a nightclub for vampires doesn't sound like a good idea. So, until then, I figured a human club was better than nothing."
I grin and loop my arms behind his neck. This was exactly the kind of distraction I needed tonight. Well done. He settles his hands on my hips, and those intense blue eyes bore into mine as he sways us to the music. There are dozens of people around us. They're loud. They're laughing. They're having a great night. Their bodies fill up the space. But my eyes never look anywhere but at Roman. There isn't another soul in this whole world that exists right now. It's Roman and me, and that's it. As the pace of the song changes, Roman spins me until we're back to chest. He wraps his hand around my stomach, holding me close. He trails his fingertips down my arm, and my skin prickles with goosebumps at his touch. I lace my fingers into his hair and lean my head back, letting my eyes slide closed. The music pulses through me, the vibrations loud and deep. The heat of Roman's body pressed against mine consumes me entirely. Roman's lips come to the side of my neck. Playfully, gently, they make their way from the hollow behind my ear down to my shoulder. He gives one place a good pull. Enough there's real danger he'll leave a mark. But I don't mind. He can mark me as his. I am his. Just as much as he is mine. The song changes once more, and I spin around. My hands rise up his chest slowly, crusting over his shoulders. I'm having a hard time not letting my thoughts run wild, imagining dirty, carnal things. It's the best night I've had in a long, long time. Time loses meaning, going all too fast, yet taking up a lifetime. Roman and I dance, kiss, explore, and for the first time in so damn long, there are no problems. No madmen, no curses, no poisoned vampires, no gifted or vampires. We're just two people in love, getting a hot night out to just be us. We stay until the club announces they will be closing in 10 minutes. So, Roman tips my face up and presses his lips to mine, kissing me deeply.
I love you,
he says darkly. I love you, I answer breathlessly. It's still a marvel to me. Hand in hand, we walk back down the long hallway. Roman hands over his ticket to the valet, and we wait at the curb for the car to come around. There, across the street, I see a man walking away. The gait is familiar. The clothes are familiar. The tightness in his shoulders is unmistakable. That's Sebastian walking away from us. Coincidence? I don't know. He could be anywhere in the city. He could be doing anything at all. But was he there, in the club, watching me and Roman? He said he wasn't going to stand between Roman and me, but will his actions forever match his words? My stomach knots, but I push it all out of my mind, determined to not let it ruin the perfect night. I tuck myself into Roman's side and wait for the car to take us home. Chapter 15. The sun rises. I sit in a chair at the hospital and listen to the sounds of all the life around me. Feet hustle around. Equipment beeps and chirps. Someone cries, another person yells. Nurses comfort and doctors work furiously to save lives. It's the rhythm of life. My next death is impending. I got the text from Sebastian 30 minutes ago that the plan is in motion. He's delivered the grave news to Orlando that I, Juliet Doe, girlfriend to his long-lost brother, am a Knight Council member. My sentence is death. I'm not supposed to know it's coming. Supposedly, Sebastian will accompany me to my apartment. Privacy is key to this all, making sure I'm none the wiser about my impending execution. The house will arrive and kill me. Tomorrow, they will receive an anonymous tip that Sebastian is the last council member. They'll kill him, I'll die for him, and then, hopefully, the house will leave after delivering all the bad news to Roman. That's the hope. I've gotten everything going for the day, and everything should be set for the next 2 days, just in case I have to hide out for a bit until Orlando leaves. The hospital is working like clockwork now, thanks to the many hands I have to assist me. Sebastian still hasn't said a word to me about this hospital that belongs to him. He hasn't tried to take up his old position. It's almost as if he's completely forgotten it. But Sebastian is meticulous, organized. Nothing slips his mind. This is purposeful. This is planned. I just don't know what his end goal is yet. My phone chirps, and I look down to find a message from the man himself.
I'm outside.
I stand and hang my white coat on a hook on the back of my door. I gather my things as if I were leaving at the end of any normal day. And I wave goodbye to Holly and Lily when I see them on my way out. They have no idea I'm about to die again. I'm not even sure what number death this will be. To them, it's business as usual. And at this point, death is business as usual as well. It's fully overcast when I step outside. I pull my sunglasses on, but I am grateful it's not painful today. Sebastian waits just outside the door, as he said he would. He never even glances at the hospital, and it's a gigantic building right in front of him.
You ready?
He asks. I nod, and my adrenaline spikes.
They're 5 minutes behind us, so we need to keep moving,
Sebastian says, nodding down the way. He shouldn't know where my apartment is. I picked it on my own. He hasn't been invited over since he returned to Chicago. But he obviously knows the way. We set off down the sidewalk, walking side by side like we so often did under very different circumstances. How did Orlando take the news? I ask, trying to get a grasp on the situation.
He looked incredibly disappointed,
Sebastian remarks.
Solon, he's not making it up when he says he likes you.
But not enough to not punish me with death for trying to lead the city, I note. Sebastian shakes his head.
I think for him it's more complicated than that. Something about a party. But I told him I'd get you somewhere private, away from his brother. He wants to get this over with quickly.
Lovely, I say, as the light changes and we cross the street. For 2 blocks, we walk in silence. My brain is running through all the possible outcomes that tomorrow could have. Is all going to be good and peaceful if Orlando leaves? Will this damn city finally feel quiet for the first time since I arrived here? What if Orlando still doesn't skedaddle? What then? My eyes shift over to Sebastian when I realize he hasn't said anything either. His brows are furrowed, and he stares at the sidewalk as if it's personally offended him. I want to ask him if he was spying on me and Roman last night. A part of me is dying to know so I can be angry at him. There's a certain comfort to anger. But something has shifted since we talked last. I believed him when he said he wasn't going to get between me and Roman. So, in the end, I think I'd rather not know if he was stalking us. Once Orlando clears the city, what is your plan? I ask, knowing I have to slip into this topic very carefully. You think you'll keep fighting off the assassination attempts, or go find somewhere to start fresh? Sebastian's eyes rise from the sidewalk, but he doesn't look at me.
I haven't made plans.
His answer feels too short. Like, there should be more added, but he doesn't continue. I hear Florida is pretty awesome in the winter, I say, trying to lighten the somber mood that is nearly choking me. Maybe you could go there. Start new where no one knows who you are. There are lots of old people there, so you'll always have a job. Nothing. I don't even get a tiny break of a smile from him. He lets out a hard breath, and something in his expression looks resolved.
Juliet, I've been trying to let go. I've been trying to work on myself. Hell, I even saw a therapist while I was in Rome. You seem to think that I can just move on from this, that all I need is new people and some new scenery, but...
Whoa. This just took a turn into the deep end, and I did not know I was going to need arm floaties on this walk. Sebastian, I say quietly, sounding a little pathetic. He shakes his head as if to silence me from saying anything else.
I meant what I said, Juliet. I won't stand in your way. You and Roman...
He can't say the words, and I can see just how much this hurts.
But I can still feel it there. I'm fighting it every second. I need to know you're safe, to be the one to protect you, to make sure you're not doing something reckless and dangerous.
And I feel it in my bones then. Sebastian might not be trying to, but he's just all but admitted that he hasn't stopped stalking me. We turn the last corner and cross the street to my building. My hands are shaking, and my stomach feels sick. Emotions are pricking the backs of my eyes. You deserve to live life without the fear of having my shadow over your shoulder, Juliet, Sebastian says, his voice slightly hoarse. I'm broken. I'm a mess, and I have been my entire life. I'm not the kind that you piece back together with gold and have something more beautiful after. I'm the kind that cuts your fingers as you pick up the pieces. I press the button to call the elevator. Sebastian, you're scaring me. My voice shakes with the truth of my words. I have to do what's best for you, he says, as he finally looks up and meets my eyes. I've never seen such haunted eyes. I have to give you your freedom. Sebastian, tell me what's going on, I say, as the doors slide open and I follow him inside. The things you're saying, no one is beyond hope. Everyone is worthy of love, and you are no exception to that rule. I wasn't it for you. There is someone out there that is going to be able to give you the relationship you want. She can give you what I never could, and it will be so much better. Sebastian's eyes fix on the wall in front of us as we rise through the building. I'm doing what's best for you, he says simply, his voice only barely audible. What does that mean? I ask, panic rising in my voice. Sebastian, I don't understand. Why? I can't find the words. My head is spinning. It feels as if the world has tipped at an angle and my feet are about to slip out from beneath me. It's all going to be okay, Juliet. I promise. The doors slide open, and Sebastian steps out. He turns right instead of left, the correct direction. He walks down to the door marked 32J and waits for me to catch up and unlock it. Sebastian isn't supposed to know where my building is. He absolutely should not know which floor I live on. There's no way he should know what apartment number is mine. My hands are shaking so bad, it takes me 3 tries before I manage to get the door unlocked. But when I walk inside, Sebastian does not follow. Aren't you coming in? I ask. My emotions are swirling all around. I feel like a hurricane from everything going on. Sebastian shakes his head. I can't watch him kill you, Juliet. Even knowing you'll come back, I just can't take that. I'll see you soon. He pulls my door closed, and through the door, I hear his footsteps retreat. What the hell is going on? What was all that about? I let out a heavy breath and walk into my apartment, dumping my things on the dining table. I squeeze my eyes closed with my hands braced on its surface. Knowing what's about to come, I need to switch gears. Right now, I have to bring out my best acting skills. The next 5 minutes are the longest in the history of mankind. But, finally, I hear footsteps outside. I busy myself in the fridge, though I'm not really looking for anything. Everything from here until my death is an act. He doesn't knock. He pushes the door open, and I stand straight from behind the fridge door as Orlando lets himself in. Roman's not here, I say, my tone casual but annoyed. I grab some string cheese from the fridge and peel the wrapper off. It's also customary here in America to knock before barging in. I'm not here for Roman, he says. His tone is low, slightly rough. The dark conflict in his eyes tell me that he truly wishes he didn't have to do what is about to be done. I came to tell you bravo. I pick off a strip of the cheese and put it in my mouth. If I'm about to die, might as well not do it hungry. I arch an eyebrow at him. For what? For some truly incredible acting skills, Orlando says as he slowly walks through my apartment. You watched me kill your supposed best friend right in front of you, yet you kept it together, knowing I was coming after Night Council members, when you yourself were just made one of them. I allow my expression to slacken. I stop chewing. Ugh, can't we just get this over with? I do not have the patience right now for acting and banter. Orlando crooks a smile, one that indicates he thinks he's got me in a panic.
The born were never meant to rule. After betraying Cyrus all those years ago, the 5 sons condemned their descendants to a life of commonality. The right to rule must be born into your blood through Dorian or Malachi. Mason, Elena, you. None of you have that right.
I take a step back in the kitchen.
Considering that my brother has that right, though, and he loves you, I might have overlooked it,
Orlando says as he continues his slow stalk toward me.
But it is that damn party that I cannot forgive. And I just learned that it never would have happened were it not for introducing you to the population as the newest council member.
Orlando,
I know what was done.
He cuts me off, his expression hardening.
I saw the event with my own eyes. The assumption of power I might have forgiven. But that party...
He shakes his head, and embers spark in his eyes.
King Cyrus values secrecy above all else. Protecting the existence of vampires is the primary job of every royal. That event... I cannot trust you to my brother, as this area's new regent, with you making such reckless moves that bring attention.
It's not... He crosses the space in a fraction of a second, and I suck in a gasp as something sharp pierces my chest.
I truly wish it did not have to be this way,
Orlando says softly into my ear as the world grows fuzzy and begins to go black.
My brother loves you with a ferocity that could destroy the whole world. I can only pray that he will forgive me for doing what is best for him.
The world goes dark, and I drop to the ground, dead. Chapter 16. Surely my body was packed into a cannon, and then the fuse was lit. I rip through time and space, hurtling back into the land of the living. My eyes slide open as a groan escapes my lips, an ache in my chest. I rub at it, knocking a bloodied steak off of me. I haven't had that one before. Orlando must have left it buried in my chest. Did my body push it out as I resurrected yet again? I roll over to push myself back up to my feet when my hand hits a piece of paper lying right next to me. I come into a sitting position and grab it.
Meet me at Roman Knights at 3 o'clock. Stay out of sight. Trust me. Please.
I'd recognize Sebastian's handwriting anywhere. He wouldn't come in and watch Orlando murder me, but he came back inside when the job was done and left me a note. What are you up to, Sebastian? I murmur. I look up at the clock on the wall and see I've only got 30 minutes until Sebastian asked me to meet. For a second, I consider simply calling him and asking what the hell he wants. But after the weird way he was acting and the strange things he was saying, I feel like I should just go meet him and get some answers. I head straight into my bathroom, no time to waste, and rinse off. Blood washes down my body, not even dried yet from when I died 20 minutes ago. I dry, dress in the most boring jeans I have, and pull on a very basic black coat. I pull a hat on low and pull my hair back. This is as good as I'm going to get trying to disguise myself, when I'm supposed to be dead. It's windy when I step out of my building. I pull my coat tighter around me and set off down the sidewalk at a quick clip. It's busy today, which is good. I'll blend in easier. I'm no one in the crowd, just another body in Chicagoland. With only 5 minutes to spare, I cross the last intersection. My eyes scan the entry to the club, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. But there is no one around that I can see. So I walk up to the door and find it unlocked. The noise of the city instantly muffles as I enter the lobby. Familiar snakeskin walls aren't quite as dramatic looking with the lights off. I strain my ears, listening for any clues about what to expect, but it's dead silent. I walk in, finding the main area of the club totally deserted.
Stay out of sight,
Sebastian's note had said. I take the stairs up to the third-floor mezzanine. I look around for cover and find it in the form of a cupboard that holds sound equipment. There's just enough room for me to stand inside, and the venting in the door provides a perfect view of nearly the entire club, all the way over the wall to the main entrance. The door swings open, and I watch as Sebastian walks in. The expression on his face is dark. Dangerous. I don't like it. I don't like the way he was talking.
Trust me,
He'd written out. Can I? Do I? He walks into the main area of the club, his eyes casting around. He knows I'm here, but when his eyes don't settle anywhere in particular, I think he can't narrow in on my exact location. I don't get too long to wonder what the hell is going on, though, because once more the door opens and Roman walks in. My heart thumps. I guess I've reached the point where just the sight of him sends my pulse racing. But also, Sebastian killed Roman once. As far as I know, this is the first time the two of them have been alone together since everything went to shit.
What do you want?
Roman growls, straight to the point. His tone is aggressive.
You know how dangerous it is for us to be here. You don't want royals knowing you own a nightclub targeted specifically to vampires?
Sebastian asks, playing dumb.
You don't want trouble. Don't go creating it.
Something about this feels off. Sebastian is antagonizing Roman. It feels purposeful, calculated.
I'm letting you live because you matter to Juliet,
Roman says, his tone getting lower, quieter, more deadly. He takes slow steps toward Sebastian, but the man doesn't back down or look intimidated one bit.
But there are limits to my patience.
Seems pretty damn solid to me, Sebastian says, just as low and dangerously calm. I didn't even hear the door open or close. But there, in the dark shadows, I catch just a hint of movement. And all of my blood turns cold. Orlando is silent as a shadow and blends in just as well. He walks slowly, listening. He stops in the hallway, waiting just outside the main area. This is no damn coincidence. Sebastian's note, Roman's arrival, Orlando knowing just where to go to listen.
You waited 10 months before making your move on my fiancé,
Sebastian continues.
I think your patience is pretty impressive. The terms of our agreement are running thin,
Roman says, taking yet another step toward Sebastian.
You've caused nothing but pain in this city. Juliet might not actually want you dead, but your being here is just continually pouring salt in the wound. I think it's time for you to leave Chicago.
Trust me. Trust me. Trust me. Sebastian's written words pound in my head as loud as the heated conversation below me. This is bad. Roman has no idea his brother is listening, and right now, it feels like Sebastian is leading him into a trap.
Trust me, please.
My entire body is trembling with terror, but I stay silent, keeping complete control on my breathing so as not to be heard.
Is that an order as a royal or as a council member?
Sebastian says, sealing the danger. Shit. No. My brain screams no, the word dancing right on my lips. Sebastian was never supposed to tell Orlando that his own brother was a founding member of the council he's so livid about. But he's just said it, and I know Sebastian knows Orlando is listening.
Doesn't matter,
Roman growls.
I want you gone, out of the city before the end of the week.
And with that, Roman hasn't denied being a council member. And even though I can't see Orlando's facial reaction to this, I see him stand straighter. There's danger in his stance. There's action curling his fists.
Trust me. So you can carry Juliet off into the sunset, happily ever after, without me in the way?
Sebastian snarls. Panic is closing my throat tight. Sebastian gave me his word that he wouldn't stand in our way. Roman told him that if he made one more comment, Roman would tear his tongue out. And now this.
Face it, Roman. Juliet doesn't want me dead because part of her knows that no one will understand her the way I do. She may never forgive me for what I did, but she still loves me, and you will never erase all of that. Shut your damn mouth,
Roman suddenly bellows, closing the distance between them. Roman grips the lapels of Sebastian's coat, yanking him hard, hissing right in his face.
Don't you for 1 second think you're going to win her back. You're right, Juliet will always love you. I will not ever ask anything different from her. But you broke her, you asshole. You shattered her the night of your engagement party. Love isn't control. It isn't stalking someone every moment of every day. It isn't trying to take out dozens of vampires. You don't even understand the definition of the word.
And you do? Sebastian bellows back. He shoves Roman in the chest, separating the two of them.
Look at the timing, Roman. We find out you're a royal, and suddenly Juliet falls in love with you?
Sebastian shakes his head. It takes everything I have to keep myself from bursting out of this cabinet, launching myself over the railing, and raining down on Sebastian with claws and fangs. I want to pummel Sebastian's stupid face right then. If I were down there, I'd snap, no matter the fact of who is watching.
And now we see what you really think of Juliet,
Roman says with disgust, shaking his head.
You say you know her better than anyone, but you don't know her at all if you think status had anything to do with it. Juliet and I were perfect for each other,
Sebastian shouts. He grabs a glass off the bar and hurls it across the space to shatter against the far wall.
She was happy, and we were going to have the perfect life together. But you...
Sebastian's voice quakes with anger. I truly can't tell if this is real or an act.
You never deserved her,
Roman says darkly.
But Roman DeLuca, council member, and damn royal does,
Sebastian says, sealing the deal.
You say you love her, but love is doing whatever it takes to protect them. So take a look in the damn mirror. Whose fault is it that she's dead? Huh?
The words grow louder, shouted in emotional rage.
It wasn't my brother who killed the woman we both loved. Her death is on you.
And the scream nearly rips from my lips when Sebastian draws something from his coat. He drives it downward and buries a stake in Roman's chest. There's a fraction of a second of utter silence. Blood stains Roman's shirt as it seeps around the stake sticking out of his chest. Roman sucks in a wet gasp that's choked off with a bubbling gargle. His body slackens, and then the spark of life disappears from his eyes.
Choose Roman,
Sebastian says, cutting through the silence. And then all hell breaks loose. An unearthly roar fills the entire space as Orlando explodes from the shadows at the exact moment Roman's body hits the floor. Orlando collides with Sebastian, the both of them smashing back into a wall.
What have you done? Andreas, you filthy bastard, you've killed my brother.
I've never heard such manic rage as what I hear in Orlando Badillo's voice. He shoves Sebastian back, snapping Sebastian's head against the wall again, buckling the drywall.
But now you know the truth about him,
Sebastian says, with a coy smile pulling on his lips. Orlando snarls, the sound entirely inhuman. He grips Sebastian by his coat and hurls him across the space like he's a rag doll. Sebastian hits the ground and slides across the floor on his back. I'm holding in so many screams. Adrenaline is burning me through. Tears are streaming down my face. Roman is lying there dead. Sebastian has betrayed us. And Orlando knows the truth now. Fear and panic, complete and utter terror have a chokehold on me, keeping me momentarily silent. An animalistic roar pours out of Orlando. He once called the Badillo family one of war. I see it on every inch of his enraged expression.
Choose Roman,
Sebastian says, as Orlando leaps through the air, every inch of him the vampire predator he is. And the world comes to a screeching halt when there's a hard, wet crunch as Orlando lands on Sebastian. He sucks in a wet gasp. his body curling inward.
"I hope you rot in misery together in hell,"
Orlando says, venom dripping from his words as he stands. He brushes his hair back from his face, streaking blood into it. Sebastian's blood. A silver blade sticks out of Sebastian's chest, right into his heart. For just a second, brief as the inhale of breath, I see peace in Sebastian's eyes as he stares up at the ceiling. His eyes are wrapped around the handle of the blade. But one falls slack, and then the other. And the world falls away as I watch the color leach from Sebastian's skin, and the light in his eyes goes out. I squeeze my eyes closed, forcing a waterfall of tears down my face. I'm going to throw up. I'm going to throw up. My entire body shakes violently, yet it's frozen with fear. I can't let Orlando hear me, or this entire bloody plan will be ruined. Orlando curses, a string of them loudly, in English, Spanish, and Italian. He kicks at one of the stools at the bar, shattering it. He lets out a purely primal scream of rage as his fingers twist into his wild black hair again. I know the truth now. Why Orlando really came to Chicago. It was for love. He truly loves Roman, and he was telling the truth all along. He just wanted to reconnect with his brother. But with the show he was putting on, none of us believed him. And now, we're all paying the ultimate price. My eyes lock on Roman lying there on the floor. Limits. What are my limits? I've died for Roman once. There is nothing in this entire world that says I can do it again. And I can't leave this hiding place. Orlando cannot see me. But what kind of time frame after death does my gift work? Silently, I sob into my hand, covering my mouth. Ruined. It's all ruined. The world ends this way with everyone I love dying, and a royal is here to witness our downfall. But a noise outside pulls my attention. It sounds like a fist. It's yelling. A body falls to the ground and scuffles back, and then more fists pummel more flesh. There's a fight happening outside, not far from the front doors from the sound of it. And then there's another sound. Sirens. The sound grows closer and closer. Orlando stands straight, his head whipping to the door. He stands there, frozen for a moment, and I can practically hear the gears turning in his head. What now? He's just witnessed the brother he searched for decades die in front of him. He's just learned that his brother was a traitor to the crown. He's just killed his brother's murderer. He curses, the sound reverberating from the walls. I see his expression harden, and he turns around, staring at Roman's body. He pauses for a moment, the sound of sirens growing closer and closer. He stalks to Roman's side, standing above him, studying his still and lifeless face. I've never seen so much conflict on a person's face. Love, loss, betrayal, disappointment, panic. But slowly, it's disdain that takes over. And then he spits on Roman. The action is so sudden, so unexpected, and so demoralizing, I startle back. Orlando mutters something under his breath, something I don't catch. And then, relief starts to loosen the chokehold around my throat when he turns and heads toward the door. As the sound grows closer and closer, he breaks out into a jog in the hallway to the lobby. And he disappears into a blur the moment he steps outside. I'm frozen for a moment in shock. Everything went sideways. This was the worst possible way things could have gone. Finally, after silence prevailing for a good 20 seconds, the first sob breaks past my lips. My hands are shaking so hard, it takes me a moment to open the cupboard. All of my joints feel stiff and numb. As I scramble along the mezzanine, my eyes fix on the two men on the floor, both of them lying there, dead. No, I sob. No, no, no. I'm not clumsy anymore. It's physically impossible now, But I nearly trip over myself as I scramble down the steps, feeling every passing second. But the moment I reach the ground level, I freeze between the two of them. They're lying a good 20 feet apart. Can I die for Roman a second time? Can I die for two people at once? Sometimes your intuition will tell you the truth, and you know that it does speak the truth. I know I can't die for both of them at the same time. My stomach turns, and another sob rips from my chest. I look to Roman. I look over at Sebastian. I squeeze my eyes closed, the tears wrecking my face and oxygen in short supply as I break into 1,000 pieces. Choose Roman. They weren't random words spoken to ghosts. They weren't nonsensical words said to Orlando. Sebastian knew I was hiding somewhere in the building. He knew I was watching and listening. And he knew exactly how this was all going to happen. Choose Roman. Those words were instructions, a request. They were freedom being granted. Damn you, Sebastian, I say shakily. Another sob rips me apart. I can do it. I can die for Roman. And then I can die for Sebastian. And all three of us are going to walk out of this vampire nightclub. And then there's going to be hell to pay for putting me through an experience I will never recover from, watching two men I have loved die right before my eyes. Choose Roman. The words haunt me. And, fueled by terror, I take one step toward Roman. Time. How much of it do I have? How many times? Will this even work? What if it doesn't work? I've only just found my way to Roman. I've only just filled my soul after being broken my entire life. What if he's dead? What if he stays dead? What if I can only die for him once? The sob racks my shoulders. The air is painful, searing my lungs as I gasp for it. My tears fall onto his face as I fall to my knees beside Roman. My hand is shaking violently as I hover it over him. Come back to me, I beg. Please, come back to me. And I lay my hand on his cheek. Chapter 17. It's dark. A different kind of dark than the usual after dusk sort that I'm used to. This dark is cold. It sticks to my skin, wet and penetrating. I breathe it in. It seeps into my lungs and into my bloodstream. It lays on everything as a physical weight. Something brushes my arms. Dozens of tiny little touches. I rip around, my eyes struggling to make the world around me come into any kind of focus. Nothing is solid. The entire world around me shifts in the most surreal and terrifying way. I'm standing in the middle of a cornfield. Goosebumps flash across my arms. A sense of dread creeps up the back of my neck, rounding over my scalp. I turn, my eyes frantically scanning the space. Stalks of corn, for as far and wide as I can see. The breath catches in my throat. It feels as if the darkness is wrapping itself around my neck, squeezing fractionally tighter by the second. Where am I? What the hell is this place? How did I get here? I spin in a circle again, desperate to get my bearings in this dark shadowscape. I try to retrace my steps mentally to figure out how the hell I ended up here. Screams, tears, silence, death. Roman! His name erupts from me in a panic. My head whips around, frantically searching for him in this maze of cornstalks. I set off, pushing my way through it all, the world sharp and mist all at once. Roman! My ears strain, desperate for a response. But nothing but silence responds. It presses in on my eardrums with maddening finality. I break out into a sprint. Roman! Tears prick my eyes. That shadow hand around my throat tightens faster. Orlando, Sebastian, Roman. No, I whimper. No. This is wrong. This is new. Something isn't right. Roman, I bellow, pushing the stalks away from me, trying to clear my way. Roman, where are you? The tears begin streaming down my face, an unstoppable force. Roman! His name comes out in a terrified scream. Suddenly, I burst from the field, out onto a dusty country road. There, standing just on the other side, is a woman. She is more solid than the rest of this place. It's as if the rest of the world is out of focus, and she is the only bit that is real. I freeze as I look at her. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a delicate nose, a small frame but massive presence. Juliet, she breathes, her voice filled with a familiar accent. How are you? Mom? I whisper, the word an earth-shaken quiver. The look on her face is at once terrified, confused, and filled with wonder. She takes a step forward, and then another, meeting me at the edge of the road. Her hands take mine, but they're barely tangible enough to feel. What has happened, my love? She asks, her tone tender and concerned. I look around again, feeling overwhelmed and crazy and scared. What is this place? Is this hell? Because I recognize this place. This is where my story began, and my mother's ended. It's the country road where Archer King killed her, where my mother killed me after cursing me to never die. Ingrid brushes my hair back from my face, though it feels like little more than a feather. No, my love, it is only your perception. My eyes draw back to hers, and emotions fill me to the brim. I never thought... I know, she says, as she wraps her arms around me, guiding my face to the crook of her neck. I would curse the fact that she is so incorporeal, but all I can feel is gratitude. I've never gotten the chance to even see her face in person. Malcolm gave me the most amazing gift by showing me her past, but that was still not her actual face. And now I'm here, with her arms wrapped around me. There's so much I want to say, to tell you about, but I don't even know where to start, I say, with a shake of my head. I already know it, my Juliet, she says softly. I promise you, I have seen it all. Your trials, your pain, but also your triumphs, which have been so many. I could not be prouder of the woman you've become. I squeeze my eyes closed, sending a cascade of tears down my cheeks. I don't know if they're real. I don't know if I'm real or if my mother is real, but it doesn't matter. What I do not know is why you are here, my mother says as she steps back from me so she can look me in the eyes. You should not be able to be here. You have broken the rules. Where is this rule book? I ask, starting to feel a little frantic again. I'd really like the chance to read it over. I shake my head. Now isn't the time to fall back into my default sarcasm. I just have to know, can I die for someone more than once? The look in her eyes shifts. There's hesitance there, regret, dread. No, the word escapes onto my lips. My eyes burn. That chokehold around my throat returns. No, Mom, I have to bring him back. He can't... I know what Roman means to you, she says, instantly proving that she has seen it all. But how much can you give to one person? There must be limits, Juliet. I don't know what that means. Or perhaps I don't want to know what that means. But it begins to make sense in my heart. How much can you give to one person? There must be limits. I nod. I'll give it. There is no limit for me. It's my fault. I was the one who brought this on him. Please, Mom, I have to bring him back. She looks at me hesitantly, but I see it in her eyes. She knows just how much I mean the words. Ingrid looks to the side, staring into the cornfield, and I stay rooted as she walks away, disappearing among the stalks. I don't hear her rustling around. I don't feel her feet crushing husks fallen to the ground. There is nothing but silence as she disappears out of sight. I wait And I wait. And the weight in my chest begins to feel heavier and heavier. Who is she bargaining with? Where is she looking? What power does she have to override these rules I've broken? I don't understand anything about this place. But, finally, movement draws my eyes. And Ingrid steps out of the field, and tears rush down my face when a familiar form follows after her. Roman isn't solid. He's little more than a black shadow. But I feel him there. His presence seeps into my soul. And I take a step forward. "Are you sure?" my mother asks hesitantly. I stop on my path to Roman, and my eyes slide back over to her. "I wish we'd had what we deserved," I say, feeling the ache deep in my chest. For the life me and my mother should have gotten. For all the memories we never got to create together. I appreciate everything you did to give me my own life, though. And this will forever mean everything to me, this chance I got to meet you, no matter what happens next. Ingrid's eyes shine with her own emotion. She steps forward, cupping her hand to the back of my head as she presses a kiss to my forehead. "I love you, my Juliet. I always have, and I will forevermore." "I love you too," I say, my voice quivering with emotion. "Forever." My entire body is shaking with uncertainty. I don't know what's about to happen. I don't know what is happening right now. But as my eyes slide back to the shadow that is Roman, lost in death, I have no doubts. "Juliet, no," his voice says, clear even if his form is not. 100 times, I say as I take a step forward. I will always choose you, Roman. And I wrap my arms around that shadowy form, and my lips find his, completing my world. I'm enveloped by his shadows, and suddenly, I'm falling. Falling through the darkest dark I've ever encountered, until I'm suspended in nothing. No light, no sound, no feeling. Just nothing. Just the emptiness of death. And there, I drift forever. Chapter 18. Everything is pain. I feel my body, my very soul being ripped apart, shredded into a billion tiny little particles. A needle weaves its way through what remains, stitching me to another. A hurricane turns us around and around until the two swarms of obliterated matter are so intertwined together, they will never, ever be separated again. It hurts. It's agony. It's chaos. My soul is being shredded and blended with another. A word rings in my ears. The noise of my destruction is so loud, so ferocious, I can't separate it at first. But pound, 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 they penetrate through the chaos. Juliet. Juliet. Juliet! My eyes snap open, the breath of life sucking into my lungs with sheer terror. A pair of vivid blue eyes look down at me. They're filled with tears and consumed by grief. They are the eyes of the man I love. A slew of grateful curses erupt from his mouth as our eyes meet. Roman wraps his arms around me, crushing me into his chest, weeping with relief. "I found you," he breathes, the words reverent with strained reprieve. But I pull back, even as my own tears fill my eyes, because something is changed. "Roman, your hair," I gape. My fingers rise to lace into his strands. No longer are they black as night. Roman's hair is now pure white. "Your hair," he echoes. I pull my hair forward, looking down at the length that falls over my shoulder. It's no longer a warm blonde. It's as snow white as Roman's. "What did you do?" I ask, feeling my entire body shaking. Because I know it. That darkness I fell into after I kissed that shadow version of Roman was death. Real death. Roman shakes his head. "I woke back up and you were dead. And you weren't waking up, Juliet. 5 minutes, 20 minutes, a whole damn hour went by and you weren't waking up." A tear races down his beautiful cheek, and his heartbreak cracks my own. He shakes his head.
I don't understand what happened. I grabbed your mother's gift, and I begged anyone, anything listening.
Roman holds out the necklace he took from around my neck, the one I wear always. It contained my mother's gift, extracted from Archer King and bound to the crystal. It's glowed brilliant red since that day. But now, lying in Roman's hand, it's nothing more than a simple white crystal again.
I felt her, Juliet,
Roman says. Those blue eyes of his lock on mine, and the entire room hums with the weight of what has just happened.
Your mother. I felt her gift. I begged. I promised anything, if only it would bring you back.
I reach a hand up, caressing his cheek. I'd done the same thing. Offered up everything, no limits, so long as it meant he could come back.
And then it felt like my entire soul was being shredded,
Roman says, his voice shaking. Mine too, I confess, sitting up just a little straighter. Roman nods, his eyes drifting to my changed hair. But it feels whole now, I say, as my hand comes to my chest. There's something different there, something bigger. My eyes shift back to Roman's. It's him. It's him I feel there. No longer just myself there, but Roman as well. She bound our souls together, I whisper. Roman nods, his eyes so vivid and filled with disbelief.
She cursed us.
Tears fall down my cheeks as I rush forward, crushing my lips to his. I should not have been able to save Roman again. He should have stayed dead. But I pushed past my limits. I gave it all. And Roman did not accept my death, not for a second. Instead, he offered up his own soul. He pulled me from the grasp of death, something I never should have been able to stay in the clutches of. Death. Death has been my life for so long now. Roman saved me this time. Without his sacrifice of his own soul, I'd be dead forever. And, with a gasp, I remember where we are and what happened just before all the impossible happened. Panic and fear burn through my veins in an instant. Sebastian! My head whips around, and there I see him, lying still and silent on the floor.
Julia, don't!
Roman bellows in panic, desperately trying to grab me. But I'm gone, scrambling across the floor as curses rip from me. Sebastian lies in a heap on the ground, his skin ashen and gray. There's a massive pool of blood spreading out from his heart where he was staked. But it is drying. It's not fresh. And I know it wasn't just 1 hour I was dead. Blood takes hours to dry like this. I can bring him back. I can bring him back. Sebastian, I gasp as I claw at his clothes, pulling us together. My body feels wrecked, but there isn't a second to spare. I look down at his still, lifeless face and lay my hand on the side of his neck, closing my eyes in preparation for the instant punch of death. Nothing happens. My eyes rip back open, angry and confused lines forming between my brows. I remove my hand from his skin and lay it back. Nothing. I hear a relieved breath escape Roman's chest. Everything is uncertain right now. We thought my ability to die over and over was a guarantee, and now we've found there are indeed limitations. No, I say through clenched teeth. I move my hand to Sebastian's cheek. No. I reach down and grab Sebastian's hand. No. My vision swims as tears fill my eyes. No, I whisper out hoarsely. Sebastian, no! I gather him in my arms, willing life back into him, squeezing so hard his bones creak. My breath rips in and out of my chest in painful gasps. Sebastian! I lay my cheek against his, and a sob rips out from my lips. More contact, more pressure. There has to be something more. But 60 seconds pass by. Then 3 minutes. My sobs become more desperate as I remember everything he did in the minutes leading up to all 3 of our deaths. Why? I gasp. Sebastian, why? I don't know if I will ever know all the rules and limits of my gift and curse. But this trial and error way of learning sometimes requires too high a price to pay. Elena was dead for maybe 5 minutes when I died for her. With Roman, it was only a matter of seconds the first time, and maybe 3 minutes the second. But this time was different. I was dead for hours. Where is the cutoff? Where is that point of no return between 5 minutes and several hours? My sobs come uncontrollably, and the world feels as if it's been exploded into shambles of grief and brokenness. Roman kneels down next to us, staring at Sebastian's limp body in my arms. This man has killed Roman twice now, but Roman only holds grief. There is no malice or vengeance in his presence.
Trust me.
I trusted you, and look what you did! I sob into Sebastian's hair. Damn you! When my tight grip causes the sound of crinkling paper, I loosen my hold just slightly, and I notice the envelope sticking just slightly out of his breast pocket. Roman, I say with a shaky voice. Can you? I can't. Without questioning, Roman grabs the envelope, drawing it out of his pocket and tearing the paper open.
It's addressed to both of us,
he says, his tone surprised but grim. I squeeze my eyes closed, sending a cascade of tears down my face. Read it. Roman hesitates a moment. I hear him swallow once.
Dear Juliet and Roman, I know neither of you will ever be able to forgive me for what I've done. I pray with every little ounce of faith I have left that the plan worked, that your gift is stronger than we could have imagined, and there are no limitations to how many times you can die for the ones you love. I know it was a risk, and I can't imagine how scarring those moments were.
Sebastian always said he knew me best, and he proves it to an extent with his words. He knew it would be bad, how much this would break me. But he was wrong. There were limits. There was a price to be paid. And while Sebastian never wanted to see Roman and I together, now our very souls are bound together.
But I had to take the risk. Roman was never going to be free unless Orlando thought he was dead. I discussed some dark things with him. Roman, Juliet, you have to understand, Orlando was never, ever going to leave Chicago without his brother. He used words, he made deals, but he never intended to keep them. Orlando was never going back to Spain without Andres. This city that I betrayed was never going to be free so long as Orlando knew his brother was alive in it. So I did what I had to do. I had to set Chicago free. I had to set you free. Roman, Juliet, I didn't know how to set you free any other way. And I had to set myself free. I'm broken. I've taken what wasn't mine. After losing everything, I didn't know how to keep anything without using an iron grip. But all that leads to is suffocation. I can't live that way anymore. I love you more than life, Juliet. Trust me when I say this was the only way. I had to set Chicago free. I had to set Roman free. I had to set you free, Juliet. But I had to set myself free. I hope the both of you can forgive me someday, but I understand if you don't. Just know, I love you, Juliet. I set us both free. Love, Sebastian.
As Roman finishes reading the letter, my eyes screw shut and my lower lip trembles. I feel like there is an earthquake happening inside of me. Life is different now. It's been irrevocably changed. What happened in this empty club feels like a lifetime ago, yet here I am, holding the body of the man who was alive just a few hours ago. Sebastian sacrificed himself. He gave himself up for this city. For me. For Roman. For himself. He planned it all, I say, my words coming out broken. Orlando told him things he never told you, Roman. And so he planned it, my death, coming here, exposing you as a council member so your brother would never forgive you. Your third death. Orlando killing him? I suck in a sob, wiping at my face. He even plotted a fight to break out outside just moments after his death, so Orlando had no choice but to run or face the police. He planned it all. My brows draw together as the tears rush down my face. I shake my head. Sebastian is brilliant. I always knew it. I always said it. The things he was able to manage, the plans he was always able to lay, he's proven himself a genius, even after his death.
There's more in here, Juliet,
Roman says, his voice rough, low. I turn my head in his direction, but can't quite meet his eyes.
It's a will and a deed.
I squeeze my eyes closed, and somehow, I know exactly what's coming before Roman even says it.
He's left you everything. His bank account, his real estate investments,
Roman says, his voice tight.
And the hospital.
My entire face crumples, and I squeeze Sebastian's body tighter, a sob escaping my lips. Damn you, Sebastian. Roman lays his hand on my shoulder and simply maintains physical contact, his presence, as I fall apart. And I know that he understands. There is no jealousy in his touch, no anger or resentment. It might be easy to see what is happening to me as regret, that I wish things had worked out between me and Sebastian. But Roman understands. His soul is intertwined with my own. He can feel every truth inside me. I will always love Sebastian, even if I hated him, even if he and I could never fix each other and were never destined to be each other's ever after. Roman knows. He doesn't rush my grief. He isn't jealous or resentful. He's just there for me, giving his calm, steady touch. I don't know how long it has been when the door to the club opens, and a few seconds later, Jay and John walk into view. They're both pushing wooden boxes on wheels, and it takes my brain a moment to realize what they are. Coffins.
Holy shit, what happened?
Jay's voice cuts through the silent club. I look up to see both men gaping at our identical white hair. The whole world shifted, that's what.
I could never explain it,
Roman confesses.
No one else could ever understand it.
I see wariness in John's eyes. Do I try to tell him what happened? How I saw my mother, talked to her? How she gave me Roman back? And how she found a way to send me back to the world of the living by casting one last curse? Could he ever understand?
We need to get you all out of here.
Jay moves on, motivated by urgency.
It's not safe for you to stay.
More tears would be running down my cheeks if the well wasn't finally completely dry. John comes to crouch beside me, wrapping his arms around me for a moment. There's love in his embrace, sympathy, grief, support. He kisses the top of my head. I want to hold him in a death grip as John begins to pry Sebastian out of my hands. But I know I'm going to have to let go at some point. And I let the numbness start taking over as John picks Sebastian's body up in his arms and gently loads him into one of those coffins. And then, John and Jay look back at Roman and me sitting side by side on the floor. They both look a little uncomfortable.
You both have to get in, Juliet,
John says softly, gently. Oh, there are 2 coffins. 2 people died in this club today. And I am supposed to be dead too, and cannot be seen walking around the streets very much alive. I swallow once, but nothing goes down, and I nod my head. John extends a hand, helping me up while Jay holds the lid open. Roman watches my face as he climbs inside. Goosebumps flash across my skin as I climb up and then slip into the tight space, tucking myself against Roman.
"You'll be out of there soon,"
John comforts, just as his face disappears and I'm enclosed in darkness. My fingers curl into Roman's shirt, one finger slipping into the hole the stake made in it. I squeeze my eyes closed. I lost both of them today. I should have walked out of here alone. Roman shouldn't have come back to life. There was no guarantee. I can't believe we're here, I say, my voice ragged. Roman presses his lips to my forehead as we start moving.
"We're together. Nothing else matters."
I pull him tighter to me, focusing on the fact that he's real. I hear him breathing. I can feel his heart pounding in his chest. He's alive. I'm alive. I love you, I breathe out, my voice quivering. And you can't ever die again. Ever. I don't think there are any alternatives left, okay? I'll never forgive you if you die on me again. He might laugh at me for being so ridiculous, but he doesn't. He just presses his lips to my forehead again, lingering there.
"I'll do my damn best."
I squeeze my eyes closed and focus on emptying out my brain. I just have to make it through to the next event, the next thing, the next place. Don't think, don't feel. Don't think, don't feel. The coffin rolls forward, and we jostle just a little when we cross the threshold of the club. The street noise filters through when we get outside. Just a few seconds later, our coffin is loaded into a vehicle, and then we drive for 10 minutes. Don't think, don't feel. The vehicle stops, and around the edges of the lid, I see just a little bit of light as we're wheeled out onto the sidewalk. It bumps and groans as we wheel over slightly uneven pavement. Then, doors open and the air pressure changes. Doors close, and finally, the lid to the coffin opens, and John extends a hand to me. We're in the chapel of the church, which is actually a command center, but it's not busy with team members. Jay and John are only accompanied by Elena and Mason. What happened? Elena asks, her voice hoarse. Her eyes immediately fix on Roman's changed hair first, before noting that mine matches. Her gaze then falls to the coffin next to the one I just crawled out of, as Roman climbs out of the one we shared. I squeeze my eyes closed and take a shallow breath.
"Elena, don't,"
Mason says, always too kind and too aware of the needs of others.
"I think some of it is obvious."
My entire body is trembling. It's been too much, too harsh, too brutal, too abrupt. I take in one more breath, and without a word to anyone, I walk to the exit of the chapel and into the hall, leaving Roman to give the explanations. I turn down the hall and pass doors until I get to the one that opens to Roman's personal room. I turn the hot water on in the shower and peel my clothes off. They're stained with my blood, but there's just as much of Sebastian's and Roman's as well. I can't stop it when my eyes well once more. My hands feel clumsy and numb as I try to toss my clothes into the garbage. I can barely get a grip on the handle as I pull the glass door open and step inside. Wash your white hair, I instruct myself simply. Scrub your scarred body. Wash your hair. Scrub your body. I do the movements. I accomplish the tasks. But with every second that passes, my throat gets tighter and tighter. I feel lightheaded. And it's no longer the shower alone that sends moisture cascading down my face. A sob shakes my shoulders, and I brace my hands on the shower wall to keep myself from crumbling to the floor. I should have lost Roman today. Sebastian made the biggest gamble today with my heart. If I lost Roman, I should have had my last breath today. I don't still love Sebastian, not in the way I once did. He did horrible, terrible things. He broke my heart. So why does it feel like a part of me just died and stayed dead? I suck in a breath, the noise alarmingly ragged and violent in its sound. My shoulders heave as I try to breathe but can't seem to. I'm breaking. I'm shattering. The memory of the look on Sebastian's face, knowing what he was about to do, and the flash of the stake driving down into his heart keeps replaying behind my eyelids over and over. That panic I felt in that cornfield as I searched for Roman saturates my soul. And that emptiness of real death settles into the pit of my stomach. My forehead rests against the tile, and the tears wreck me. I've gotten used to no rules when it came to me and death. Maybe I was too arrogant. Everyone respects death. But I've overcome it again and again. I forgot that death is very, very real. My cries reverberate around the shower, a cacophony of grief and pain. I don't startle when the door to the shower is pulled open. My eyes don't even open when a warm hand peels me off the wall, and then a strong body wraps around me, holding me upright, safe and protected. And we simply exist. Two souls now bound as one, feeling the same terror after effects. I feel Roman's emotions there in my chest as clearly as I feel my own. Today broke something in him. Seeing me lay there dead for hours. Roman was making plans, dark ones with an end. There were no days beyond this one, no days without me. That grief tightens my arms around him. I don't think I can ever let go. The water eventually runs cold. With a tenderness that's rarely seen, Roman wraps me in a towel and then himself. And, without questions, he scoops me up into his arms. He carries me out into the bedroom, climbs into the bed with me, and tenderly curls me up into his embrace. He presses his nose into the top of my head, into my wet hair. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't question. He allows me to trudge through my grief. Emotions are tricky. Relationships are complicated. And throwing them together into a blender can create some truly messy results. Sebastian was talking kind of crazy right before Orlando came to kill me, I say hoarsely. About making things right, about him feeling his old compulsions coming back. He said he had to do what was best for me. The words feel like tar in the back of my mouth. They're nearly impossible to work around. They're difficult to form and put into coherent, understandable vocalizations. He knew what he was doing, I say, tucking myself into Roman's chest just a little tighter. He timed it so I couldn't do anything to stop him. And after you were dead, he said, choose Roman. He knew I was there, watching, listening. I didn't know my gift only goes to a certain time limit. But somehow, I think Sebastian did. By the time you brought me back, it was too late. I couldn't save you both. Roman runs a hand down the back of my head, pressing his lips to my forehead. I squeeze my eyes closed, and it forces 4 new, fresh tears out onto my cheeks. I hated him. I was so damn angry. But no one is beyond saving. I never wanted him dead. I know, Roman says, and he does know. He did know. Even when I had such vile thoughts about Sebastian, Roman still knew that I never wanted to see him dead. My arms wrap around Roman, and I pull myself to him. I press my forehead to his chest, and I silently weep. Chapter 19. When I wake, my eyes slide open to see Roman staring at the ceiling. I might have fallen asleep, but it's obvious Roman didn't sleep for even 1 minute. His thoughts are running across the ceiling, dark shadows no one could ever catch or tame. Sebastian was right, and I was an idiot for not seeing it, he says, knowing immediately that I'm awake. Orlando was never going to leave Chicago with me here. I trace my fingers over his chest, wishing for this day to be over already, and I just woke up. I should have known better, Roman continues. His eyes fall to my fingers, and he watches as I trace patterns into his skin. I underestimated Orlando, and you had to die,
Save me from death, and go through losing Sebastian in a whole different way. I'm so sorry, Juliet.
His eyes rise to meet mine. I study his. He's being truthful. He is sorry. He understands. He feels guilty right now. I feel all of his emotions deep in our now intermingled souls. I don't want him feeling guilty. I lean forward and press my lips to his, lingering there, breathing the same air. Sebastian knew what he was doing, I say. My voice sounds a little raw. You have nothing to be sorry for. He brings a hand to the back of my head, his forehead touching mine. There's a lot of raw energy moving between us. Too much has transpired in the past. I don't even know how many hours. Life has shifted, changed forever. Much for the bad, but hopefully much for the good.
We got word from my spy about 20 minutes ago,
Roman says.
Orlando and all of his house members have landed back in Spain. It's confirmed.
I let out a breath I think I've been holding for 11 days. He's gone. It's over. It's finished. And it came with the cost of Sebastian sacrificing himself.
Come on,
Roman says, dreading the words even as they leave his lips.
Jay has finished the hole, and everyone is waiting.
My entire body goes cold at the words. But I picture that coffin Sebastian was lowered into, and I know what must happen now. So I fight off the overwhelming need to break down. I get up. I put on the black dress Elena brings to the room. I twist my white hair back. And when I'm ready, I step out into the chapel with Roman by my side. Sebastian hurt so many people in this city. What he did was awful. But still, Elena and Mason wait for us, all dressed in black. I lay eyes on Sigrid for the first time in forever and wonder if she has any idea what the cost was for me and Roman to still be here. Warren stands at his mother's side. Several doctors and nurses are waiting as well. After all he did, there are still people gathered here who loved or respected him. After all, what he accomplished is astonishing. Sebastian was more capable than anyone I know. Was. The past tense thought sends a singular tear down my cheek, but I brush it away and step into the command center chapel. The coffin rests in the center of the room. It's closed, and for that, I'm grateful. I don't think I could handle seeing his face just one last time, or watching the lid be closed, never to be opened again. Maybe there should be words spoken. People are supposed to say nice things about you when you die, but this is a complicated situation, and what happened is too fresh. So, one by one, we follow out after the coffin as Jay wheels it out the back door. I've never spent much time out here. There's a small courtyard. Green space comes at an all-time premium in the city. But where there once was grass, it's now mostly an open hole, 6 feet deep. The coffin sits poised and ready. If anyone has any last words to share, now is the time. But no one says anything. I cross to the coffin and lay my hand on the lid. It's almost impossible to believe that Sebastian is in there. He was always larger than life, and his presence alone filled an entire room. And now, he's cold and silent. 1,000 emotions run through me as I look down at the coffin. What Sebastian and I had was something real and raw. It all crashed and burned, but we were something to each other. We saw each other's darkness, and neither one of us turned away. Until the dark turned to night. Goodbye, Sebastian, I say softly. I step back, and Roman, Mason, Jay, and John walk up, each taking a corner of the coffin. And even and slow, they lower it into the hole in the back courtyard of a church the man never knew existed. When he is lowered, Roman takes a step back to my side. John comes to the other. I've been loved in many different forms in my life. Maybe not many, A few. The obsessed and possessive love of Sebastian, the mournful but reunited love of my father, and the completely unexpected but perfectly balanced love of Roman.
Rest in peace, Sebastian,
Roman says quietly. Just as Jay shovels the first scoop of dirt into the grave, it starts to rain. Chapter 20. Orlando wrecks the literal house, or rather mansion, they live in when he gets back to Spain. Our spy witnesses him tear every piece of furniture to splinters in the living room. He drains 2 people completely. He kicks everyone out of the house for an entire week, wallowing in solitude. I see the guilt written all over Roman's face as we get the daily reports. He blames himself for the havoc Orlando has caused, but there's nothing he could do. He can't control Orlando any more than the local weather person can control the angry winter winds. Roman orders constant sweeps of the city for 2 weeks after the house leaves. There's always a chance Orlando left a spy behind. For what? We're not sure, because Orlando has no reason to doubt that all the troublemakers here are dead. But the eyes of Roman's teams have never been sharper. If Orlando is still watching the city or has sent anyone back, it's dire that we know. But our people can't stay dead forever. After 2 weeks, we have to come out of hiding. Elena and Mason go back to work in Godfrey Tower. I head into the hospital. Roman reopens the nightclub. After so much chaos and trial, it's almost impossible to not be constantly on guard. But when nothing happens after a month, we start living again. I have a mountain of paperwork to deal with. Sebastian truly took care of everything. He sent a suicide note to Superintendent Day. He had a forged death certificate sent over the very next day. One came to my address as well. And so, I was able to legally and officially take claim to everything he left me. It takes a solid month before I don't cry whenever I think about it all. Before I can walk into the hospital without feeling like I'm the one dying all over again. There are so many memories here, and Sebastian's presence fills every space. He built this place. This was his dream, and he executed it perfectly. The man left me an entire hospital. It's too much. I don't need any of his money. I don't need any of those investment properties. And the income generated by the hospital. I truly had no idea until I had legal claim to look over the books. I don't know what charities I'm about to become best friends with, but there's no way I won't feel guilty every moment if I just pocket all that money. There's a lot of hurt in the world, and while money doesn't fix everything, it sure can help. I think there will be a lot of kids in foster care that are about to get a sponsor. With all the demands of the hospital, I realize something. I don't want to spend every waking moment working. I don't care for the prestige that comes with my new title. I don't care to have everyone looking to me as the person in charge. I do not have it in me to shoulder everything required. So, with the advice from the best lawyers Mason has, I create a board at the hospital. I need help, lots of it. And after a lengthy and very careful vetting process, I get that arranged. I don't have to spend my life being a hospital administrator. I will spend a few hours a week making sure things are going smoothly. I want to work about 10 hours a week in the emergency room because I still love it, but the rest of the time is mine. Things are different now. The supernatural population of Chicago now knows Roman is a literal royal. They respected him before, but now they look at him with a different kind of fear in their eyes. The majority of the residents know nothing of my death, Mason's, or Roman's. Elena's was the only one that was public. The rest were rumors. The council holds a whole new level of mystique for the general population. How we faked our deaths to the royal? None of them know, but the rumors are legendary. They will never know the truth of my curse and my gift. The truth of why Roman's hair changed from black to white, and why mine matches. 3 months after the house leaves Chicago, John extends an invitation for everyone to come over to the Nocturn for midnight brunch. It is the first time we've gathered since we got our city back. After 3 months, we finally feel safe once more.
You ready?
Roman asks as I open the door to my apartment to find him standing there. My mouth instantly waters at the sight of him. He wears black slacks and a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Ready, I answer with a smile. I take a step forward, pressing a kiss to his lips. His hand snakes around my waist, squeezing me against his body for just a moment. Roman takes my hand and leads me to the elevator, walking backward down the hall, his eyes roving over me. The moment the doors close us in, Roman tugs me closer. The look in his eyes is heavy, intense. He brings a hand to the side of my face, cradling and lighting a fire in the pit of my stomach. I lean forward and kiss him. My teeth graze at his lower lip. My hands come to fist in his hair. Roman breathes me in and shifts his kisses to my jaw, then to the side of my neck.
Every second,
Roman says as his teeth drag over my skin.
every taste, every inch. You're perfect in every flawed way, Juliet, and I'm going to worship you until the end of time.
His hands grip my hips, and he hoists me right up. He spins, pressing my back against the wall of the elevator, sending it swaying in a slightly terrifying way. But the pleasure of his pressure against my core is enough to know it's worth it to die yet another death. But that's no good. I'll never let Roman die again. Ever. Because this man right here, he's my forever. He is literally my other half, with our souls being fused. But he's also taught me that I'm enough all on my own. And so is Roman. But we're two stars, destined to travel the same path, side by side, until the edge of the galaxy swallows reality. His soul is mine, and my soul is his. We're forced to be decent when the elevator dings and the doors slide open to the main floor. I climb down from Roman and straighten my dress, just in time before the poor old woman who lives on the floor below me has to blush at us just one more time. Roman holds the door to the lobby open for me, and, hand in hand, we head down the street toward the Nocturn. From the outside, you'd never know anything was different. The Nocturn still looks like its historic, beautiful self. But Roman walks to the door and enters a code into the new security keypad. No more scrounging around for keys. It beeps, and Roman pulls the door open. The classic charm is still there. The checkered floors, the beautiful woodwork, the ballroom. But everything is fresher, brighter. And this is just the entry. We head up the stairs, and my heart hammers in anticipation. The second floor is for guests. There are bedrooms and bathrooms, a living space, and a functional kitchen. John has put a lot of effort into this floor as a failsafe. If we need to congregate, if we need somewhere safe we can all go, there is space for everyone. But as we climb past the second floor and get to the landing for the third, I look over with an insane amount of anticipation.
No peeking,
Roman says with a coy grin as he pulls me up the stairs. He's hung a curtain over the entryway. He's keeping it all a huge secret, and the big reveal won't happen until he's totally finished with it. As of right now, he's spending half his time working on our future home. For us, Roman and me. We climb the stairs, rising higher and higher until we reach the top floor. It's not 100% finished. The new flooring hasn't been installed, and there are still some missing light fixtures. But the walls are all in place, the drywall finished, textured, and painted. The place is absolutely beautiful. We enter right into a huge open area. There are arched windows scattered along the outside walls. Massive pillars hold the roof up, but here in the center is a massive gathering area. There's a living area off to the side with a big gas fireplace as the center point. There's a gourmet kitchen in the back corner, and here, in the center currently, is a massive banquet table set up.
I hope you're hungry,
My father says as he crosses the space with a smile on his scarred face.
Elena's caterer brought enough food to feed half the city.
I'll drink first, and then I'm starving, I say, hugging him in return when he wraps his arms around me. I can make that happen, Elena says, with a smile as she walks up with a glass nearly filled to the brim with red liquid. The scent of it alone makes my mouth water. She hands it over with a knowing grin, and I down it like I've been starving for weeks.
The place looks amazing,
Roman compliments as his hands slip into his pockets and he observes the space.
Thanks.
John accepts as he turns a watchful eye to it all. They step forward and start talking renovations. Is this really our life? Elena asks as we watch the men we love walk around. Renovating homes and going to work and having brunch with our best friends? I don't know, I say, the sarcasm creeping into my tone. There's no bodies on the floor. There's no one breaking down the door, and the sky isn't turning red with bad omens. I think we've accidentally wandered into someone else's story. Elena chuckles and hooks her arm through mine. This is the Chicago I promised you all that time ago. Sorry it took you so long to show you what it was always supposed to be. Sorry I jinxed it for so long, I tease her. You should have known better than to bring this bad luck magnet into your hometown. I'll bring this bad luck magnet anywhere with me, she says as she presses a kiss to the top of my head. I love you, Juliet. Bad luck and all. I lean my head on her shoulder and let out a sigh. I love you too. Thanks for picking me. Footsteps draw my eyes to the stairs, and a huge smile overtakes my face when I see Sigrid and Malcolm step into the room. I cross the space, not hesitating even once as I wrap my favorite aunt in my arms, and I'm filled with the very best sense of peace and love when she embraces me right back. Damn, I've missed you, I breathe out, realizing how painfully, physically, I feel it in my bones. To protect the gifted, the vampires have kept their distance since the party that exposed us all to Orlando. I haven't seen Sigrid in months, except for an hour at Sebastian's funeral, and it's been way too damn long. As I have missed you, my dearest Juliet, she replies, her accent thick and comforting. And I must say, you have never looked happier. That's because I've never been happier, I confirm, as I let go of her and look into those soft blue eyes. No one has tried to kill me in months. She laughs at my dark joke and steps aside as Malcolm, the historian who showed me my past and gave me answers I never had, steps up and embraces me next. Save some for the rest of us, a timid but hopeful voice says from behind. Malcolm releases me, and I find Warren walking up the stairs. Get in here, I say with a grin. I'm filled to the brim. These are the people I love. Friends, family, really, that I haven't seen in far too long. Warren pulls me into a hug that's tighter and stronger than I expected for my gifted cousin. We all turn to the table, and just as we are about to sit, Mason walks up the stairs, his fingers interlaced with Lily's. You know, my brother was never late to anything before he met you, Elena razzes with an arched eyebrow. Nor was his hair ever out of place. Lily blushes so hard her brown skin turns red. Shut up, Elena, Mason growls at his twin as he tries to tame his hair, which is, indeed, very out of place. The two of them make their way to the last seats at the table. He pulls out Lily's chair for her before taking his own. Eat your damn breakfast and mind your own business. Not until you formally announce some news, Elena says, with a very pleased look on her face. Her eyes are fixed on Lily's hand as she reaches for a pitcher of orange juice. I suck in a breath when I see a truly, truly massive diamond ring on her finger. If possible, Lily blushes even harder as she draws her hand back. She glances at Mason, who just looks at her as if the sun rises and sets in her eyes. Mason proposed last night, she says, with the sweetest, most blinding smile. She holds up her hand, looking slightly sheepish over the size of the diamond.
Keep 6 weeks from today open,
Mason says, looking very smug and satisfied.
We're not waiting.
6 weeks, Elena exclaims as she takes the platter John hands over. That doesn't give me near enough time to plan everything.
Don't take it personally, sister, but we've got a wedding planner all lined up,
Mason says with a teasing look.
All you have to do is relax and show up. Pay up,
Roman says, and I was just waiting for it. You think I have any places to hide $50 in this dress? I ask him in mock annoyance. Mason's brows furrow.
You two made a bet on this?
I smile, folding my arms on the table. Yep, and Roman got me beat by about 5 months. Though it's not really fair. He just called it before I could. Mason just chuckles, shaking his head. And it's so damn perfect. So normal. Here I am, with everyone in the world I love most, gathered in my future home. We're all having brunch on a Saturday morning. I'm so proud of this. We worked so hard for it, overcame so much, lost too much, but it was worth it. Every sacrifice, every loss, because this is what I fought for, longed for, my entire reckless, savage, chaotic, wicked, free life. Chapter 21. 7 months later. My heart is beating so fast, even though logically I feel absolutely calm. But the day is finally here. The one we've both been anticipating for the last 3 months since I popped the question. We both know what's going to happen, but considering everything, I don't really like states of limbo, I'd said one stormy afternoon when Roman and I were holed up in his bed at the club. Will you marry me? Roman looked over at me with an arched eyebrow and a smirk on his lips.
Isn't that supposed to be my line?
Well, you're taking way too damn long, and it's a modern age. Who says women can't be the ones to propose? He grinned, sitting up in bed and cupping a hand to the side of my neck.
You couldn't have waited 2 more days. The ring is nearly finished.
He leaned in close, his lips hovering a fraction of a breath away. Really? I asked, a girlish smile trying to take my face over. Roman nodded, his own smile growing on his lips. But the question still hung in the air. I still beat you to it, and I still need an answer. Will you marry me or not? I demanded, feeling all kinds of elated, anxious, and unsettled. A single chuckle escaped Roman's lips. He blinked once, slow, heavy.
Yes, Juliet. I'll marry the hell out of you.
And now here we are. Okay, it's time, Elena says with giddy excitement when she walks back into the bedroom I'm currently using as a bridal room. Everyone is in place. You ready? I roll my shoulders back, smoothing my hands down over the white dress. I nod just once. I'm ready. Elena opens the door, and we step out into the hall. Together, we walk down to the main living area, and there, I find my father, John Bonney, waiting for me. The moment our eyes meet, his redden and well. I smile as I walk to him, watching as his lower lip trembles just slightly. My father is a centuries-old former pirate with a rap sheet a mile long, but seeing his long-lost daughter in a wedding dress brings him to tears.
You look beautiful,
he says as I lean forward and wrap him in an embrace.
And even better, you look so damn happy.
I am, I acknowledge. I hold him tight and revel that this is real life. I never ever would have dreamed that I'd get this, to have you here.
Sebastian might have been a bastard, but I'll forever be grateful for him,
John says as he holds me tightly.
If I hadn't seen your engagement announcement, who knows how much longer it would have taken me to find you.
I nod, and I can only be grateful too. I've had a hard life. Some truly terrible things have happened to me. But now, I'm just grateful for them all because they've led me right here to this moment. How about you walk me down that aisle now? I say quietly. He nods and releases me, wiping at his face. Elena just watches with a smile, love shining in her eyes. She heads up the stairs, and looping my arm through John's, we follow a few steps behind her. I moved out of my apartment last week. Roman is all about the grand reveal, so I've been living on the second floor of the Nocturn until today. I'll get one night in our new home, and then Roman and I will take off for 2 weeks to Argentina for a honeymoon. I'd have loved to go to Europe, but we'll forever have to stay far, far away from the house of Badillo. I take a deep breath when we stop on the landing for the third floor.
You're going to love it,
John promises as we hesitate outside the door.
Roman did an incredible job.
The anticipation is about enough to do me in. I smile, taking a deep breath, and John pulls the door open. If this were any other day, I might notice the incredible beams or the brickwork covering the walls. I might find a perfect and beautiful modern kitchen or the massive dinner table. I'd notice the fireplace that's so big I could nearly stand inside it. But none of that really matters right now. Because straight ahead stands the man I miraculously, unexpectedly, fell in love with. Roman's eyes are so bright and so happy as he looks me up and down, taking in a view that neither one of us ever thought we'd see. Me in a wedding gown, walking down an aisle to him. I drink the sight of him in, and I can't help but chuckle and shake my head. He's wearing black slacks, black shoes, and a black button-up shirt. But he's wearing a white suit jacket, the same shade as his hair. It never grew back into its original color, neither did mine. It's the first time I've ever seen Roman wear white. And he looks absolutely tempting. All our friends turn and look at me, watching with soft smiles. The crowd isn't massive, but neither Roman nor I wanted it any bigger. These are the people who matter to us, the ones we love, the ones we died for and fought side by side with. I walk down the short aisle, my eyes fixed on Roman. My heart beats faster and faster, but I've never felt so 100% sure about anything. And finally, I stand in front of him. John presses a kiss to my cheek and then takes his seat beside Elena. Stars, I love this man. I love his wild white hair. I love those vivid blue eyes. I love that rose tattoo on the side of his neck. I love the danger in his hands and the power in his shoulders. I love the devotion he worships me with. I love the way he's honored all the broken parts of me and the way he's put me together. There are a million unspoken words behind his eyes as Roman studies me. He takes my hands, and just at the contact, every particle in me knows that everything is going to be okay. There are going to be hard times, and there's probably going to be more death and destruction at some point in our lives. But together, we're going to be okay. I feel it in his soul that occupies my own chest. I do not have elaborate words. My beautiful aunt begins. I look to Sigrid, beaming at how perfect she is. She's dressed in an elaborate golden dress and wears a headdress of feathers and bones that make her look every bit the Norwegian priestess she is. And I think if I take too long, the two of them will explode before our very eyes. Everyone in the crowd laughs, and so do I, but damn, she's right. Let's get to the point already, I encourage. She shakes her head in amusement at me. Fate or choice, I believe Juliet and Roman have ended up here as the result of both. Trial and error, neither one of these two have had an easy road. But if I have seen two people more prepared to walk it hand in hand, it is the beautiful people standing right in front of me. Sigrid's words fill me up, and as I look to Roman, meeting his eyes, my own well just a tiny bit. Fate. Choice. She's right. Us standing here today, it's a result of both. Roman, do you vow to be faithful, loyal, and devoted to Juliet through the hard times and the good? To honor her in every choice you make, and to walk by her side as an equal? My heart stops for just a moment as time stands still, as Roman stares into my eyes, and the past replays in my mind, and all the emotions of it fill our bonded soul. Our first dangerous meeting, the first time I saved his life outside of his club, the way he picked me up when no one else saw how I was falling apart, and the love that evolved right in front of our oblivious eyes. I do, Roman says, and everything in me calms. In this life, and my next, and the one after that. I do, Juliet. My smile slowly grows on my face, and it's everything I can do to keep from mauling him right here and now in front of everyone. Instead, I just mouth, I love you. Roman squeezes my hands tighter, and one of those rare as a blue moon smiles pulls on his own lips. Juliet, Sigrid says, and my heart jumps at my turn. Do you vow to be loyal, to be faithful, to be devoted to Roman? Through all the difficulties in life as well as the good? To honor him in all your decisions and to stand at his side as an equal? There's a rising tide in me. It's surging, pushing, buoying, and it's all guiding me to this man standing in front of me. I never thought it would be him standing there, looking at me with so much admiration and love it makes me want to cry. But it's Roman. It was always going to be Roman DeLuca. I do, I say, in a confident breath. In every single life, through endless deaths, through every moment, I do. And the smile that breaks on Roman's face cures every bad day I've ever had in my life. It's so light. It's so genuine. So full of hope and love. Then you should kiss, but neither one of us waits for her go-ahead. My hands lace into his hair, and his hands wrap around my waist, crushing all space between us as our lips find their way home. And everything in me feels complete and whole as Roman, my husband, kisses the breath out of me. I declare you husband and wife, Sigrid bestows with absolute joy. The world doesn't disappear around us as Roman dips me back, kissing me like his very life depends on it. I'm grounded, right here, in this perfect moment. Everyone I love stands around us, each of them celebrating the triumph of love conquering all, even death. Over and over, I'll risk it all, for everyone here. But especially this man cradling me in his arms. Over and over, I choose Roman. The end. This has been Born Free, Blood Rose Nights Book 5, written by Keary Taylor, narrated by Raven Wildwood. Copyright 2023 by Keary Taylor. Production copyright by Keary Taylor.